Greetings to everyone out there. This will be a unique night tonight. It's good to have Dr. Kent Hovind with us tonight, SFT, Sam Redefined Living, and we should have Jamie here in a few moments. But we're going to open up. It's an open challenge to evolutionists tonight. It's an open debate challenge. If you want to bring your arguments against Kent, to come on in. And before we do that, though, we're going to give a hand it off to SFT Donnie here for a couple messages, and then we'll have a couple of videos for Dr. Ken Hovind here, and then we'll see, where it goes from there. Good to see everyone, though. God bless.
God bless you as well, Praise. Excited for this show. Open mic challenge to all evolutionists. Always a pleasure to have Dr. Kent, the science gent, here, as well as Sam, of course. So we're doing this over on the Praise I Am channel. We will be having the StreamYard join link pinned in the live chat. And so for all of you brave evolutionists that believe you're related to banana plants, please do make sure to click the join link. And we will engage in some debate. It's why we've got Dr. Dino here. We want to make sure, though, we're going to keep it one topic at a time, as little interruptions as possible. No ad hominems, no swearing. Anything like that happens, we're going to kick you out, and then we're going to bring the next person in. We have enough room in here for about 10 people. And so this should be fun. And to kind of set the foundation, Kent, we've got you here. You're the debate champion, and you now hold the record. Out of any Christian apologist, young earth creationist, you now have done the most debates, over 320, I believe. Dr. Dwayne Gish, he previously held the record at about 300, but again, you are now above 320. So, Ken, how does it feel to have set a new record? You are the debate champion, brother.
Well, thank you, brother. I'm honored. Okay, Dwayne Gish was an awesome man. I learned a lot from him. He was brilliant. And Henry Morris were guys that got me kick-started in the ministry. So thank God for them.
Amen. Well, I'd like to ask you, Kent, then in over 320 debates over the years, what is one line of evidence for evolution that the evolutionists just constantly bring up over and over again, whether it's homology or the whale vestigial pelvis? Apparently, what's one in your debates that you find is brought up over and over again, although you've refuted it over and over again?
Well, they don't seem to understand there are similarities between different organisms in the DNA, the ERVs, all this kind of stuff. And in their mind, the fact that they're similar proves a common ancestor, which is insane. It proves a common designer. So the problem is creationists are not asking for our religion to be taught at taxpayer expense, and evolutionists are demanding that their religion be taught as if it's part of science. Evolution is nothing but a religion, one of the dumbest religions in the world, in my humble, totally unbiased opinion. But they think because their animals are similar, that proves a common ancestry, and that's just, it's not science, that's for sure. We see dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows, without exception, all around the world. And they think that's enough evidence that cows are related to mosquitoes. I don't know how to help them, Donnie. There's certain kinds of stupid I think must be incurable. That's all I can figure out.
It's a science fiction religion that they have adopted, brother.
Absolutely. Yes.
What if these evolutionists, as you've heard over and over again, they like to say, well, of course, Dr. Dino, dogs produce dogs going forwards. But going backwards in time, on the other hand, what's a good way to respond to that, Ken?
I say, show me how you go back in time. I'd like to see that. Where's this machine you get into to go back in time? You can do it in your imagination, but we can't go back in time. Looking deeper and deeper into rock layers is dumb to think those layers are different ages. They constantly say the top layer is younger. I say, guys, where did it come from to be younger? Is it coming from outer space? That geologic column does not exist anywhere in the world, but that's the Bible to the atheist. They count on that, the Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, it's all baloney, does not exist. You can't go back in time. What we see is dogs produce dogs. That would be science. Science where we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. If you wish to imagine, SpongeBob style, just imagine billions of years ago. We can't go back billions of years. First place, you can't have billions of years for lots of scientific reasons. The Earth cannot possibly be that old. But even if it was, you can't go back and look. So it's just nothing but imagination. It's a religion they believe in, and I admire their faith. I don't admire their intelligence, but I admire their faith. They're proud of it. Okay?
They hope, dream, and imagine that they're related to banana plants and whales, Kent. Well, okay. Now that we've kind of set the foundation for the show, maybe triggered the evolutionists a little bit. Again, the link is pinned in the chat. So anybody who wants to join, bring your best evidence. We're going to keep it as equally timed as possible, and we're going to focus on one line of evidence as well. Kent, before we hand it over to a couple of the other hosts, and then we'll start allowing the evolutionists to engage. Kent, for 2022, you and I worked together. We did the 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge series. We did about 60. So you did about 60 debates with these evolutionists in a single year. The question is, did they provide any good evidence for common ancestry for evolution?
None. No scientific evidence. They have imagination. But no, there's no scientific evidence for evolution. They can, if there is, I'd like to see it.
Okay, perfect answer to get right into the show. Then we've already got some contestants, as I guess we could say, some interlocutors. So we've got Andrew, Atheist Jr, Grayson. Good to have you, gentlemen. Andrew was the first one to join, and all evolutionists here currently have engaged Kent in the past, so this should be fun. This will be a show to remember for sure. But before we hand it to Andrew, he was the first one that joined. Our co-hosts, Jamie and Sam. Brothers, thank you for joining. I appreciate your time. Sam, any words of introduction from you?
No, hey, I'm just glad I'm here, and thanks for inviting me. Feel like I got a front row ticket, and I'm stoked. And so, yeah, I'm just here to, give a call to repentance for all of you atheists absconding from the God that you have failed to deny. That's it. Simple as
all right. That. Very good, Sam. Very good. Jamie from the Studio 215 official YouTube channel. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Hope you like the superhero photo of you for the thumbnail tonight. A little bit of words of introduction from you.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that I was signed up for this live stream until I think yesterday when you told me. But yeah, it's good to be here. I look forward to hearing the arguments.
A last minute warning to you that you'll be battling evolutionists all night. So, okay, gentlemen, appreciate the introductions. Andrew, you were the first one to join. And so why don't you give yourself a brief introduction, and we'll just kind of get right into it. Evidence for evolution tonight. Andrew, how's it going?
Sure, I'm doing okay. How's my audio so far?
That's good.
Am I echoing a little bit? Okay. Hearing a little bit of echo. All right. Yeah. So I'm not exactly sure what the if there's a specific topic or not, but like I kind of had an argument I know Kent likes to bring up a few times here and there related to geology. So I'm just wondering if that's something I can kind of pick his brain on tonight, so to speak.
Well, what we'll do, since the main topic is evidence for evolution, if you want to bring up a geology-related argument, that's completely fine. Let's make sure we relate it to evolution or common ancestry somehow, right? So if you use an argument that's from geology, but it points to an older Earth, well, the old Earth itself might, in that case, provide evidence for deep time evolution, if that's okay, Andrew. So sure, if you wanted to bring up something geology-related, go ahead. We'll give you the floor, and then we'll kind of go back and forth. We'll allow Kent to respond.
Okay, so I don't know if this proves an old Earth per se, but I know that this is an argument, Kent, you've brought up repeatedly, supposedly demonstrating a young Earth, which I guess is somewhat related to common ancestry and whatnot. So basically, the argument that you've brought up is related to polystrate fossils, aka upright tree fossils. And what I wanted to try and discuss with you tonight is the conventional explanation for how they form and why that is consistent with modern geology and actually precludes a young Earth in many respects, contrary to what you were saying. Or sorry, what you have said. So I guess to start off with, I'd assume you still think polystrate fossils are, or polystrate tree fossils are evidence of a young Earth, or how would you put it?
Well, no, polystrate fossils are evidence all the layers formed at one time. Whether that was young or old, that's a different argument. But the fact is, this geologic column, the idea that the layers are different ages, is ludicrous. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, running through all these layers. And these evolutionists are claiming the layers are different ages. The geologic column does not exist anywhere in the world. It's fiction. It's made up. And I'd say, they say the top layer is younger. I say, where's it coming from? Outer space? Are materials being added to the Earth from space to keep adding layers?
No.
All the layers, every molecule of dirt is the same age. Polystrata fossils do not prove it's young. They prove the layers form quickly. That's all. Whether it's young or old is a different argument. But polystrata fossils are found all over the world. And it's indication the layers all formed in 1 year, I think, due to tidal pumping. The moon lifting the tide up and down would make the water race in and out of the tidal bump and formed all the layers in 1 year. We have trees running through multiple layers. Sometimes the trees are upside down running through these layers. It's just not common sense to say the layers are different ages. So no, I would not say it's evidence for a young Earth. I would say it's evidence against the geologic column. Geologic column does not exist.
So you're basically saying that in your mind, these show that the ages cannot be, the layers cannot be different ages.
A few weeks, maybe by a few weeks or months, but the tree is not rotted. The bark is still on it. We had a guy bring one down from Birmingham a couple of days ago. A friend of mine works as friends in a coal mine up there. From 900 or 1,100 feet down underground, they have polystrata trees with the bark still on them. He brought me a piece. It's in our museum now. So I'm just pointing out the geologic column does not exist. That is baloney. If you wish to believe in it, that's fine.
Well, if I may respond, I think that's a separate claim than what we're talking about here. But just to kind of address what you said, modern geology, or the modern processes explained in geology do not preclude these sediments from being deposited in a rapid successive fashion. So, for example, just to kind of set the visual stage here, basically, most of these fossils come from a time period called the Carboniferous, at least according to secular timescales, where we find that the continents were all together. At least North America and Europe were very close to one another. In fact, they were connected in some places. They formed these river deltas, basically, which there were also glaciers around this time during the Carboniferous that would periodically build up and then rapidly melt again. That would raise sea levels by a certain amount in a very quick time scale, geologically speaking, and that would basically transport the sediments in these kind of tidal estuaries, where the river deltas where these trees were originally growing in started to become flooded by all this water seeping in due to the rising sea levels. So basically, that's one mechanism by which these upright tree fossils could form. And again, this doesn't require a single flooding event, for example. In fact, if you look at the Bay of Fundy in Nova Scotia, it's the tides come in and out daily, and they can deposit up to a centimeter, maybe even more of sediment every day with the daily tides. So these aren't really significant issues for geology. In fact, the first mention of these and the explanation I just hinted at was back in the 1860s by Dawson and some of his colleagues. But I know I said a lot there. Like to respond to anything like that.
Sure. First of all, there's no such thing as a Carboniferous era. All those fancy names they give it, Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, Archaeozoic, the Jurassic, Triassic, Carboniferous, it's all baloney. It doesn't exist. All the layers formed in 1 year. Every speck of dirt on the planet is the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion. It's all the same age. Are these materials being added from space? So
No.
you've obviously been well trained in the propaganda they taught you, and you swallowed it. That's obvious, but it doesn't make it true. There's no such thing as a Carboniferous. There's no such thing that people say were the continents ever connected. They're still connected right now. Right now, the continents are connected. They're just the low places are full of water. That's all.
Not exactly in the way you think, Kent.
Well, the plates are moving some. I think that's because of Noah's flood. See, there's another alternative, much wiser explanation for why we have the Earth broken up into continental plates. That is, there was a flood. The fountains of
right now, can we stick with the upright tree fossils for right now,
okay.
please?
Well, you're the one brought up
That's
Carboniferous. I'm saying it does not exist. Petrified trees
I
that
think
are
that's kind of immaterial to the point I was making. There is a conventional explanation for these.
I think
that's
that explanation.
The point I was making.
Right. I think that explanation fails at every level. That's imagination. We can't go back in time to know. Oh, we know. We have examples like when Mount St. Helens blew, all the mud slid down the volcano, and it blew 20,000 trees into Spirit Lake. I went up there to see it. My sister lives up near there. So all these layers formed in minutes when Mount St. Helens, just from the mudsliding. During Noah's flood, there would be enormous deposition of sediments. The thousands of trees, I don't know how many, are still floating in Spirit Lake, 40 years later? Some of the trees are floating in the upright position because the root end is heavier. That's common sense. And some of them sink to the bottom. They get stuck in the mud. There are already, in the last 40 years, thousands of trees stuck in the mud at the bottom of Spirit Lake, and new layers get deposited all the time. All the layers are forming in a short time. Science is what we can observe and study and test. We can observe rapid deposition.
But we're depositing those layers today, Ken? What processes we're depositing them today? Just to
you get more erosion off the hillsides. That happens all the time. Erosion. If with something bigger like the ocean, you get tidal pumping, which is raising and lowering the water level. If the Earth were covered and with water and no continents.
Right, but you said these layers were being deposited today, not during the flood. They're still being deposited today, correct?
At Mount St. Helens, they're still being deposited. Layers are being deposited in the ocean right now. Sediments are settling in. Sediments wash off the continents. All the rivers bring sediments into the ocean. You can Google how much each one brings in. It varies greatly from river to river. But the sediments at the bottom of the ocean are another classic example. They can't be billions of years old. But
I find it just curious that you bring up this question about, okay, where do these sediments come from outer space or whatnot? You seem to have the knowledge of where they do come from, which, like you said, comes from high, uplifted mountains and whatnot, getting eroded by rivers. I'm just a little confused why you asked that question when you seem to already know the answer.
If sediments are washing off of a mountain into the river, does that change onto the ocean? Does that change the age of that layer? It's still the same dirt. It's the same dirt. It didn't change the
age dating here.
What now?
It's by a relative age dating here, by when it was deposited, not by when the actual material was created or whatnot.
And how could you know that, this relative dating? You have the trees, they're standing up.
Geography.
Can I ask Kent a question really quick? Just to,
sure.
In regards to this discussion, I just want to ask Kent. Kent, are you older than I am, even though the material that makes us up is the same age?
Yeah, there we go.
Well, if you wanted to date the molecules of our body, probably we're all the same age. Probably
exactly.
Right.
So you're saying that the layers, all the material that makes up the layers is all the same age, but that's the same for you and me. But the reason that you're older than I am is because you were formed earlier than I was, the same as the layers. You know this.
Oh yeah, we're dating. I get a grad. What's the sound on there?
Kent, before you respond, AJ, when you unmuted, suddenly a lot of feedback. It looks like I think it's gone now. If you can give me a mic test, AJ, real quick.
Yeah. Is that okay? I also wanted to add a question about this topic. That's okay. Just whenever it's okay.
Yeah. And it does look like your audio, there's some feedback there, but I think we're good. So Ken, if you wanted to respond to what Grayson said, and then we'll allow Atheist Jr. to ask a question.
Well, I understand completely why this topic is so important to evolution, because getting past this one hurdle of gaining billions of years somehow is essential to their religion. You have to have billions of years to turn the frog to a prince. All we've observed is frogs make baby frogs and cows make baby cows. That's all we've observed, but they believe cows and frogs are related. And in order for that to make any sense, they have to have billions of years. So this is why the geologic column is so important to them. All we see evidence of rapid sedimentation like Spirit Lake. We see evidence of petrified trees standing up all over the world. I think it's common sense to say the layers that petrified that tree, at least, had to form before the tree rotted or the bark fell off. Petrified trees in the standing position are found by the thousands all over the world. So I think that the layers that covered that tree had to be rapid. You have some that go through two different seams of coal. I show that in my seminar. And you say the coal seams form slowly over millions of years. This makes no sense. Go to the coal mine in Birmingham, Alabama. I got friends that work up there. They'll tell you there are multiple layers of coal right there. And you have trees running through one seam of coal, through more sediments, and through a next seam of coal. It's not common sense. You guys have a theory that each seam of coal is made from a forest that was smashed and turned to coal. And then it took millions of years to put more sediments on top. Then a whole forest had to grow again and get smashed again to make the second layer of coal. But
if I may ask a follow-up to that, how exactly would a flood create those separate coal seams? In fact, running between or running above and below multiple forests.
No problem. During Noah's flood, the earth would have water tidal pumping up and down, water going back and forth under the tidal bump, and the layers of dead trees that are uprooted would float back and forth. You might get a layer settle out. 3 months later, get another layer settle out. By then, there's been a lot of sediments in between. I don't think it's possible to explain all these coal seams, and there's trees running through the Mary Lee Formation of coal up in Birmingham, and trees running through the Blue Creek, and they're also running through the layers in between them.
They have preserved rootlets in between the layers, though, so that shows they had to be standing in place, and then sediment was laid down, then a new forest started to grow.
I'd like to see the evidence for that. We see evidence of the petrified trees running through multiple layers. I know you're defending your religion fervently, and you depend on this millions of years. This is the first obstacle.
Do you disagree that the roots are preserved?
I said I'd have to see evidence of that. I've never seen that. Some of the trees would be pulled out.
Okay.
Some trees during Noah's flood would be jerked out, roots and all. They could be redeposited and actually start growing again. We just transplanted about 100 trees up here at Dinosaur Adventureland. You dig out the roots, you transplant them, and you water them, and some make it, some don't. So it's possible during
polystrate trees that do have intact root systems
that
are part of them. But nobody's arguing that these layers were not like deposited in the case of upright fossils like polystrate trees. Nobody's arguing that these layers were not deposited like within a short time frame of a few years.
Right.
But like we have evidence like this is completely within the evolutionary model, like the worldview, the consensus view of modern science and geology. There's nothing impossible about these coal seams or about these layers like for polystrate trees. They don't. We have explanations for all of them. It's not a contrary to.
I thank you, Grayson, for just explaining my point better than I could apparently. Sorry, can go on.
Yeah, the problem is when you bury trees, when you start to bury the trunk, they die. You can talk to any arborist; they're going to tell you the same thing.
I disagree with that.
When you have a large layer that buries the base of a tree, that tree is going to die.
Not necessarily.
How?
Well, hold on. One at a time. You can ask any arborist. Generally, you can build up soil around a tree about half the diameter of the trunk every year. If you got a 12-inch tree, you can come up 6 inches a year. If you go much more than that, the roots are going to die. They have to have aeration for the roots. The trees might have been uprooted during Noah's flood, rerouted. Mount St. Helens is doing that. Thousands of the trees are floating. They ended up, root ball and all, stuck in the bottom of the mud at the bottom of Spirit Lake. Had they been exposed to oxygen, they might have made it and grown. So no, your question was, how can I explain the two different layers of coal? You had a log mat float by. There'd be log mats the size of Texas floating around during Noah's flood. There are huge log mats floating in Mount St. Helens today. From 40 years ago, they're still floating there. So yes, during Noah's flood, you get the log mats drifting around due to the wind or the tidal pumping, and they would drop off layers of debris that would form coal. There's a coal seam up in Birmingham. Well, there's one in Wyoming that's, I think, 500 feet thick? That's a lot of coal. Noah's flood would be a great explanation for that. But see, I'm not claiming Noah's flood and the Bible is scientifically provable. I think it's right, but I'm not demanding it be taught. The problem is,
yes,
and you guys
are, Kent. Yes, you are.
You are demanding that your religion of evolution be taught. Evolution is nothing but a religion. It's something you believe in. You didn't see these coal seams or these water seams put down, mud seams put down.
And you didn't see the creation, Kent, and yet you named your organization Creation Science Evangelism, but you didn't observe that.
It is scientific to believe that. I think it's scientific to believe somebody made this pencil, even though I've got no idea who or where or when. It is not common sense to say this pencil happened by chance. You guys believe your body you're sitting in right there happened by chance. You think
you can observe that pencil being created. You didn't observe the universe or Earth being created, though.
I didn't observe it. No, I believe it's true.
So it's not science.
Well, and you didn't observe the Big Bang either, and you didn't observe any animal change to a different kind. So that's not science either. Evolution is.
So you're admitting that it's not science. If you say it's not science either, then you're saying you're agreeing with me. But don't change the topic, Ken.
Listen to me. Science, it means the word knowledge. We know dogs produce dogs. We know cows produce cows. We know the Bible says they'll always bring forth after their kind. I think that's scientifically evident. I think it's all we've ever seen. I think it's common sense to say dogs have always produced dogs. We see them go, you want to go back in time? You can't go back in time. Evolution is not science. It's a religious...
When we use telescopes to look back into space, you're literally looking back in time because you're observing light that came from many, many years ago, from very far away, like a lot of light years away. So that's like literally looking back in time.
That's just an interpretation.
No, it's not a figure of speech. You're literally looking at the light from many, many years ago. So
tell me how we look back in time on the Earth. How do you look back in time at these dirt molecules?
Well, we can't look back in time in the same way, but we can observe the effects of what has happened over time. We can't.
You're aware of forensics, right? Like, do you think that in like courts of law, they're literally like they have to have a time machine to go back and look at what happened to make their case? No, they use evidence to reconstruct like what happened to make their case in a court of law. Like that's how forensics works. That's how our legal system works. That's how science works. It's based on an empirical weight of the evidence.
Okay, then we've been asking for a year, Donnie. We've been asking for a year. Where is the evidence for these trees of life? Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow. You claim you believe this kind of stuff. You want me to pay to teach that to the kids, that everything came from an amoeba. Do you believe you're related to a starfish, Grayson?
Yeah, we have genetics and we have fossil evidence that justifies that phylogenetic tree that you're showing. Like we have evolution has made testable, verifiable predictions that have been verified. That's why it is science.
No. We have every farmer in the history of the world who will testify every animal or plant they've ever crossbred turned out to be the same kind, recognizable. You plant corn, you get corn. You might get a new variety of corn, but it's always corn.
But do you think that the theory of evolution would predict anything different?
Your theory of evolution does predict it was different in the past. Look at the chart. They teach the kids we started like a protozoa or an amoeba and turned to a human.
Well, you believe the goalpost now because I asked you, would the theory of evolution predict that dogs would give birth to non-dogs or cows would give birth to non-cows? Because that's a straw man. Yes. Because it does not make any such prediction.
Grayson, we're gonna limit the over talking.
When I didn't ask you about the past.
Grayson, we're gonna limit the over talking. We're just gonna let Kent answer the questions.
Yes, Grayson, your religion teaches. Look at the chart. Your religion teaches the protozoa turned to something else. So protozoa apparently did not always produce protozoa. All we've ever observed in the laboratory is protozoa make more protozoa. But you guys believe by faith that protozoa turned into a biology teacher over millions of years. yes, you do believe that things can change to something else. Now they say, well, of course we believe dogs produce dogs. No, you don't. You believe protozoa produce dogs. Don't you?
No, that is a straw man.
So we believe dogs don't produce dogs. Is that what you're saying? That evolution believes that?
I'm saying, look at these charts in every textbook. They show a family tree where the amoeba or the protozoa or the single-celled creature of some kind turned into...
I'd like you to answer, not say, look at the textbook. I would like you to answer. Are you saying that evolution teaches dogs don't produce dogs?
Evolution teaches dogs came from something non-dog.
That's not an answer. It's a yes or no question.
You are the one trying to muddy the water. I agree. Dogs always produce dogs. That's all.
Does evolution teach something opposite of that?
Evolution teaches if you could go back in the past, the dog came from something that was non-dog.
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, we're not asking you about the past, Ken. We're actually asking you about predictions that evolution is making, and how what you're saying is not a prediction of evolution.
Well, if evolution teaches that dogs will always produce dogs, then you're in the creationist camp.
No.
Did dogs come from something non-dog?
Yeah. Did chihuahuas come from something non-chihuahua? Yes. In your worldview, that is also true. They came from dogs that were not chihuahuas. So you agree that differentiation and like cladogenesis can happen.
They had common ancestors.
Wait a minute. I agree. There are now 339 recognized breeds of dogs. Most would not survive in the nature on their own, but that does not prove dogs came from a protozoa. Do you believe all the creatures is this chart accurate that everything in all life forms came from a single-celled life form? Is that what you believe?
Your charts are very inaccurate. No. So
this is not, well, then help me get it out of the book. This is
in the book. It looks your images are from like children's books
from the 70s.
I got biology here. Where's my latest one? I just got a couple of days ago. They do teach this stuff all the time. Here's go. Last universal common ancestor. Do you believe there was a common ancestor between humans and bacteria and pine trees? This is a modern chart.
Why do you ask questions you already know the answer to?
You do believe that. And I'm
saying,
then
why did you just ask me that if you already know that I believe it?
Because it's stupid. I'm trying to wake you up. This is really dumb to believe everything came from a protozoa or a single-celled creature. Yes, if you're saying you now believe that dogs always produce dogs going forward, you're in the creationist camp. You're trying to hide the fact that you believe dogs came from a protozoa. You don't want to admit that because it's stupid. It just really is. All we've ever seen is protozoa make baby protozoa. Bacteria make baby bacteria. We've never seen any of what you guys believe. It's not science.
If humans haven't observed something, Kent, does that mean it didn't happen?
You're again moving the goalpost.
Answer the question.
Science deals with what we can observe and study and test.
If humans haven't observed something, does it mean it didn't happen?
Oh, no. A lot of things happen I didn't observe.
Okay.
Humans never observed.
Okay. So then your argument's invalidated then.
How can you not see how dumb this is? I don't understand. There's got to be multiple levels of dumb, and this is getting near the top. You believe these charts that all life forms came from a common ancestor, and you're saying because we didn't see it, therefore it must be science.
That's not what I said at all.
What grade are you in, son? Think about it, okay?
The fact that you have to call me stupid just shows how weak your argument is.
No, it's not you. I'm saying your argument is stupid. What you believe is stupid.
No, you call evolutionists and atheists stupid all the time, Ken. And scientists, basically.
Is there a better word like dumb?
You're either lying or you're stupid.
Okay, which word would you like me to use? Stupid or lying or dumb? Which one?
I would like you to tell the truth.
Okay, the truth is dogs produce dogs.
I agree.
Okay, then it's not. But you believe these family trees.
What do you mean by produce?
Hey, AJ, why don't you let him get his thought out, all right? And then we'll move on to your next argument. And so we'll just limit
the real simple. This isn't a child's textbook. This is from a website a few months ago, Our Planet. This is the stuff they teach at universities, that all life forms came from a single-celled creature. They went to prokaryotes and then eukaryotes and then protozoa and sponges. And this is taught as if it is science. It is not science.
If I may say, it makes a lot more sense that something came from something simple and moved towards complex than something was complex and then it was simple and then it was complex again.
Okay, why does that make sense to you? Do we ever see anything simple? And by the way, a bacteria is not simple. But let's take a bacteria or a protozoa. Do you think going from a protozoa to a human would involve adding a whole lot of information like arms, lizard, tails. Yes, going from a protozoa to a human would involve adding trillions of bits of information. This is never seen. It isn't science. You can believe it all you want, but it's imagination, SpongeBob style. That's all it is. Does a protozoa have lungs or heart or circulatory system or skeletal system or muscular system or nervous system, reproductive system like ours? No. How did all that get added? Oh, just imagine over billions of years. That's why it's not science. That's all.
We have literally observed mutations create new information. It has been observed.
I don't believe that for 1 second. I want to see that new useful information. Give me an example.
Look at nihilase.
I didn't hear you. Look at what?
Nihilase. It's a type of enzyme that breaks down nylon.
All right, able to digest nylon. So you're saying that is new information?
Yeah, it is an entirely new family of enzymes that did not exist prior to that mutation.
Right.
And it serves a new function that no other enzyme in the world prior was capable of doing.
And that process is that example you gave is enough to make you believe this chart that you came from
it's enough for me to believe that naturalistic mechanisms like mutation can create new genetic information, which is what I was using it to demonstrate.
Okay.
Yeah, he's moving the goalpost.
And
who's talking? Okay, Amy, you said you can go from simple to complex, and you think that's easy to believe. What examples do you have? Do we see this in nature?
Yes. We
like what?
See the entire evolutionary tree. We can see single cells, then multi-cells. We can see simple animals. We can then see complex animals. And then in the complex animals, we can see both simple conscious beings and introspective conscious beings. I would also say that the prokaryote...
Before you change topics, we see simple. We see what some people call our simple life forms. We see what some people call our complex life forms. Are you saying because we see those two, therefore there's a relationship between them? How would you know?
We have DNA evidence. We have fossil evidence. We have multiple overlap.
One at a time. DNA evidence could just as easily prove a common designer. There are millions of lines of code in Microsoft PowerPoint that are identical to Microsoft Word, because the same guys are designing them. There's millions of lines of DNA code that are similar to maybe a snail. The same God wrote the code. That would be in a court of law. The fact that you see similarities would not prove your theory is right, nor my theory is right. Both would say, hey, we believe this. I admit mine's a faith. You don't admit yours is a faith. You think it's a science.
Two things easily debunk common design as an explanation versus common ancestry. The first is convergent evolution, where you have two animals that have similar designs, but very different genetics. And then the second is non-constrained, non-functional areas of DNA that still have similarities between species. So obviously there's not a design there, there's not a function there, but they still have similarities. Those two facts debunk common design.
In your mind. Okay, we're going way off topic. Let's get back to, she said simple can change to complex. Show me an example where we've seen this happen. They've been raising bacteria in the laboratory for, 100 years now. Have they ever seen the bacteria produce a non-bacteria? You can get a new generation every 8 hours. So one scientist in one lifetime can look at thousands of generations.
We also don't expect a higher clad to ever become something else. My question to you, Kent, is do you think there will ever be a time when we're not mammals?
Actually, Kent, before you respond, so hold on to that question. T-Rock, we got a couple more guests. Somebody is coming in very choppy, almost sounding like a mouse. I'm not sure if it's you, T-Rock. Can you say something and give us an audio test? Yeah. Okay. So if you could, I'm not the only one hearing that, right? Okay. So T-Rock, if you could leave the stream, maybe unplug your mic or something, do something to refresh it, come back in. Once you come back in, we'll do another mic test and we'll see if it's improved. Okay. So with that, Amy, could you reiterate your question for Kent? Then we'll hand it back to Kent. We'll allow Amy and Kent to go back and forth on this for a little while.
Sure. The reason that we are saying a you'll never be something that you are another higher clad in. You can only evolve into different branches, is because my question would be, Kent, when do you think that you will stop being a mammal?
Well, if you can never change the clade that you're in, then the protozoa is always going to be a protozoa. It changed its clade. Yeah, no, I think humans will always produce humans. I think humans have always produced humans in the past. I think there's no evidence whatsoever that humans came from something non-human. Biologically, all we've ever seen, we see protozoa produce baby protozoa, but you guys think they changed their clade. You claim they can't change their clade, but look at this chart. You got every clade connected. You got the plants, the animals, the bacteria, you got them all connected. They're very different clades. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth here. You believe all these creatures change clade. They do this all the time. They draw a line on paper connecting them, and that's enough to prove it. Just type in family tree. In the modern textbooks at PhD level, they have these trees in here. Not a child's book from years ago. They've been teaching this for a long time, and it's all baloney. There's no evidence of a last universal common ancestor that turned into a bacteria and turned into humans and fish and trees. But they connect them with lines on paper and claim it is science. I believe, to answer your question clearly, mammals always produce the same kind of babies that they are. There are variations, but they're limited. They now have cows that can jump up to 6 feet. They're never going to jump over the moon. There's a limit. Somebody still got a noisy mic there, brother. Yes.
I'd like to ask a question, if that's okay.
I believe humans are mammals and will always produce baby humans. No exceptions. I do not believe humans came from a protozoa. But you do. That's not science.
We'll go back to that. I know AJ has a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just wondering why you continue to lie about the title of Darwin's book, because when he says favored races in the title of the book, he's not talking about white or black people. He's talking about animals, and he's talking about different varieties of animals. Like humans are almost never mentioned in Origin of Species. So I'm just wondering why you continue to lie about this.
Okay, why do you call me a liar so freely?
Because you lie.
Okay, here's his book right here. Here's another copy of it. The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. You're thinking, who's making all the noise on the mic?
See, Brown, I'm going to have to mute you because you have a lot of background noise. So here we go.
So it does teach favored races. This is exactly what Hitler used to eliminate human races that he thought were inferior.
That's not how Darwin meant. That's not what he meant when he says favored races. And if you read the book, you would know that that's not how he's using the word. You're misrepresenting the title.
Different types of animals would be superior to others.
No, not superior, just different varieties.
Does Darwin teach in his book that some variety evolves a little better than the rest, and that one has to take over the population?
No, because evolution is not strictly about getting better. It's just about change. And you have trade-offs where sometimes you have something that's beneficial in one environment, but the environment changes and it's no longer beneficial. It's not only about getting better.
Do the textbooks teach that all the forms of life came from a common ancestor?
I don't want to talk about the textbooks. I want you to acknowledge the fact that you're lying about the title of this book. You're misrepresenting what he means by favored races to make him look racist and do a guilt by association in violation of Godwin's law to say evolution is bad because it led to Hitler. And that's wrong. And it's actually pretty immoral.
Godwin's law.
Okay, let's do one at a time. Kent, go ahead.
I'm done.
All right. Evolution teaching did lead to Adolf Hitler. It led to Joseph Stalin. It's the foundation philosophy behind communism and socialism and Nazism today. It still is. Darwin's theory was used to justify killing the Jews, to killing the blacks. Hitler hated black people. He thought they were an inferior race. We still today call it in America the race wars. Yes, I think there's one race called the human race. Okay, some are darker skinned than others. I've never met a black man. I've never met a white man. I've seen lighter skin and darker skin. But no, Darwin's book says clearly, I'm just reading the title, and you want to say the word races doesn't mean a human race. Okay, you can believe that if you wish, and maybe you're correct. But the point is, this is what Hitler used to justify his racism.
I am correct. And
Hitler-
just because, even if that's true, it doesn't make evolution wrong. Just because it has a bad outcome, which I don't agree with, but even if it has a bad outcome, doesn't mean it's not true.
You're changing the topic again, but that's okay. I'm typical of you. Yes, you
Can
are.
I go back to an earlier topic? Because we've agreed that humans are mammals, and can we also agree that squirrels are mammals?
I agree. I believe squirrels will always produce baby squirrels and are not related to humans. They don't care that we classify them as mammals. Man has decided to classify these animals in different categories. They don't care how we classify them. When squirrels are looking for a mate, they look for another squirrel all the time, every time. We got a bunch running around in the woods here.
But why call it a mammal?
Yeah, the question was just whether or not you agree that they're mammals.
Somebody made up the idea, hey, all the animals that have hair and bear live young and have body temperature, regulate body temperature, let's call them a mammal. The squirrel doesn't care what we call them. So that's a modern classification system made up by Carolus Linnaeus and modified a million times by others. So the fact that humans are mammals and squirrels are mammals, it's totally irrelevant.
No, Ken, it's not just arbitrary, though, because all mammals are genetically similar, more similar to every other mammal than they are to any other creature that is not a mammal. It is not just arbitrary. The genetics bear out why they're all classified together.
Can I get a mic check real quick?
Yes, T-Rock, you're coming in good now. So
Okay,
you no longer sound like Mickey Mouse. You're ready to brawl, brother.
Okay, good deal. Maybe Mighty Mouse. Okay, question for Grayson. If the system you see in the biological world were designed, what would you expect it to look like?
Is this really pertinent? I mean, this is a Q&A for Kent, first of all, but if you guys want me to answer that question, I can, but I don't really see how it's pertinent to tonight's.
Yeah, go ahead, Grayson. If you'd like to answer it, go ahead.
And then afterwards, I could answer it.
Yeah, okay. So if things were actually designed, then we would expect them to look like things that humans design. So for instance, like you have like various hybrid types of vehicles, right? We have aquatic vehicles, we have flying vehicles, we have driving vehicles, and we have hybrids between all of these different classifications. But in the fossil record, whenever we see like fossils that have mosaic properties of different animals, it's always for animals that are closely genetically related. We don't see hybrids between things that are not closely genetically related in an evolutionary sense. So if things were designed, I would expect to see mosaic fossils and hybrid creatures that would have qualities that are intermediate between two groups that evolution would say are not closely related. So the fact that we exclusively see the evolutionary predictions and we never see like any hybrids that are like for things that evolution would not predict, we would find is pretty strong evidence. But if we did see those would be evidence for design.
So let me ask you this follow-up question real quick. Can you not see a functional reason why genetics should be similar between people and animals and plants and so forth? Can you not see a functional reason?
No, absolutely not, because not all of the genome has function, as we would say. Like, not all of it is even constrained for its sequence. So if there's no constraints about why the genetic sequence at certain parts would even be that sequence, and yet we do see similarities that are not tied to any function, then like the genetic similarities are pretty strong evidence of common ancestry and not common design.
Yeah, hold on. So the reason why that answer is just wrong. I mean, my Apple iPhone looks very similar to an Android, and there's no similarity there. They're actually incompatible by themselves. So humans do design things that look similar, but either way, that would be a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that because you have an opinion on what a design should look like. That God had to design that way. That doesn't follow at all.
Your example was a non sequitur. I agree.
Yeah.
And if I could just give some examples of what a designed universe should look like, my first guess would be more life, because as many physicists have pointed out, our universe seems designed for black holes. It does not seem very habitable. Everything is either freezing or on fire. There's only a certain amount of planets within the circumstellar habitable zones that they habit around their suns.
Radiation.
Exactly. We also, just off the top of my head, 90-degree angles tend to be a hallmark of design, and we also tend to have a method of communication. So, for example, within most programming languages, you are able to have a comment section. You're able to just comment so that you can go back into your code. We do not see that with genetics. We see a chemical compounds interacting. We do not see God saying, hey, maybe you should make an arb here at, oh, wow, I really messed up like that whole breathing thing where you have to do that with eating at the same time. And so these would be methods of an actual designed universe.
Wait, so Grayson, do you agree with that, Grayson? That the genetic code isn't a code that is applicable to multiple life forms?
I don't even know what you mean by that. I don't know how you got that from what
It's a leading question.
Well, let me get in real quick. I'm trying to keep my own time kind of limited here, but I'll try and be quick. The reason both of your arguments are absolutely absurd is because you can't predict what somebody else will design. You're literally trying to put your own human limitations on what somebody else might design. That's absolutely
predict 90-degree corners. That is absolutely insane. How could you ever do that?
That's completely irrelevant.
You asked me
I've given you guys plenty of mic time. You can wait
if it was designed. That was what you
You
asked.
guys, you got it. We're gonna let T-Rock finish his thought.
I've been as quiet as I can, so I'm gonna just take a couple seconds and I'll yield the time. But it's absurd because in random unguided processes, they're very limited in what they can produce. They cannot write a book. They cannot make a wheel. They can't build a car. They can't build a cell phone. They can't even write a single word. Unguided processes cannot do those things. Only intelligence can do those. Now, conversely, intelligent input can produce randomness at will. So there's a huge deficit in what randomness can do. And you're basically arguing that design cannot do this and cannot do that. But design can do everything randomness can do, plus an infinite amount more that randomness cannot do.
Well, we've seen molecular machines that have analogs to wheels in our own bodies.
And also natural selection is a guided process. It's not unguided.
It's
so your whole premise is
deterministic.
flawed.
It's not by chance.
Yeah,
Not
we've also
by
seen
chance.
abstract art.
It's not.
I'm sorry, but you're going to turn into a semantic argument that's completely nonsensical when you say, okay, it's a guided process that a meteor slammed into the earth and wiped out the dinosaurs. That's
not
random.
natural selection now, is it? I mean, the natural selection comes from like how the environment shapes the fitness and reproduction of organisms.
And you don't
That's
think
not
a meteor
random.
slamming into the earth doesn't affect the environment?
And that's not
It
random either.
It wasn't
It's
part
a
of Earth's
guided
environment.
process.
Okay, let's get Kent's thoughts on some of this back and forth here. Natural selection, evidence for design. Kent, we'll hand it back to you, brother.
We have about 40 topics going at the same time here. I thought they were supposed to provide evidence for evolution. I said we've never seen any plant or animal produce babies other than their kind. And they say, well, if you go back in time and in the fossil record, first place, there's no fossil record. There's a lot of fossils, and you can't go back in time. And you couldn't prove those fossils you dug out of the dirt had any kids or are related to anything alive today. And Amy, come to Alabama. We have trees that grow perpendicular to the earth at a right angle. Lots of them. Come on down. Okay. So I think we should get back to where is the evidence for evolution?
What would you accept as evidence?
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide some evidence.
Okay.
Okay, and I think I just wanted to jump in real quick. We do have Dr. Dan. He wants to join. The room was full with 10 people. One spot just opened up. And so where is the evidence for evolution? So Dan, from Creation Myths. Actually, James W is rejoining. Okay, so real quick, the panel is at 10. Dr. Dan wants to join for 15 minutes and go back and forth with Kent with no interrupting. Is there somebody?
I'll jump out.
Whoever, and AJ, if you jump out, we'll bring Dan in. Once Dan leaves in 15 minutes, you can come back in.
Okay,
and we'll do that.
I'll do the same afterwards if you need them. The cycle.
Okay, cool. So whenever Dr. Dan joins, we'll allow him and Kent to go back and forth, one topic at a time. Where's the evidence for evolution for about 15, 20 minutes. And then we'll go back and forth with somebody else. So until Dan joins, I think it was Amy.
Well, I can just preview what I was going to say. There we go.
Okay, Dan, the man with the plan, is here. And so let's
everybody
hand it to Dan and Kent. Dan, thanks for being here. Dan, a brief introduction from yourself for anybody who might not be familiar with you. And then the topic is where or what is the evidence for evolution? We'll allow you and Kent to go back and forth a little bit on it. So Dan, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hi. So I'm Dr. Dan. I'm an evolutionary biologist. My channel is Creation Myths, where I talk about the silliness that is creation science. That's what I do. So in a lot of detail, I will say, there's numbers, we do math, it's fun. So here's what I'd like to hear from Kent. The topic is best evidence for evolution. In order, that's this broad, that's not great. So let's narrow it down. So Kent, what mechanisms of evolution can't work or don't work? Let's start there, because you say evolution can happen. So what mechanisms of evolution can't do whatever it is evolution has to do?
Well, the word evolution is a really a slippery word. Do you mean say that again?
Biological evolution.
Okay. Biological evolution, if by that you mean animals can change varieties till we now have 4,000 varieties of potato. That's evolution. They all came from a common potato. Do you believe potatoes are related to elephants? Is that what you mean by evolution?
Well, hang on, that was a question. I'm happy to answer it. We know your script. I've heard it a million times. So what I'm asking is, what mechanisms of evolution don't work? So yes, a potato and an elephant are related by a common ancestor.
Oh, okay.
There are mechanisms to get from that common ancestor to those different things. Which of those mechanisms of evolution don't work?
All we ever observe are variations within a pre-existing code.
That's the script.
To get 4,000 kinds of potatoes. You just said potatoes and elephants are related. I would assume you're related to a potato and an elephant also in your thinking. What mechanism would do this? That's why I say, what do you mean by evolution? There's 6 different levels. Dan, you said
no, we're not going to do the 6 levels.
Hey, Dan, we're not going to do Hey, excuse me, Dan. I'm just going to make a point of moderation. We're not going to be over talking, Dan.
Sam, here's the thing, though.
So when you ask a question, you're going to have to give him time to respond to the question, and you can behave just like you would require one of your students to behave. You just wait until the teacher's done, and then you'll have plenty of time to talk. You know how this goes. It's simple.
I do, Sam. If I may, yes. If I may, I'm a little time limited, and I know Kent's 6 levels of evolution script. What I'm asking about,
if you want to come back when you have more time, so you don't have to be rude and let him finish talking, then maybe that would work. Maybe that would work better.
Well, look, maybe I can clarify my question to Kent so that we can skip the stellar evolution and the this and the that. Can I clarify my question so we could focus on the relevant topic?
You can ask.
Would that be all right with you?
Questions. That's fair.
Okay. So here's my question, Kent. Let's start here. Let's start narrow biological evolution. What are the basic mechanisms of biological evolution? Let's start there.
Well, you'd have to answer that question since you're the one who believes in it.
No, I'm asking you because you say it can't happen.
I think we've never observed any animal produce what anyone with half a brain cell would call a different kind of animal. We don't observe this. You can imagine it all you want.
Sure.
So what mechanisms? Give me the list of mechanisms that you think work for your religion, and I'll be glad to dismantle.
Here's the thing, Kent. I don't think you know the mechanisms of evolution, so I'm asking you. I think you're talking about something that you don't know anything about. So I would love to provide evidence for this, but I don't think you know what the topic is actually about. So in my class, when I teach intro evolution, there are 5 basic mechanisms of evolution. Do you think you can name them?
Dan, instead of a mini quiz, can you just provide your evidence for evolution?
Yes, I'm getting there, but it's based on these mechanisms, and if he doesn't know the mechanisms, then what I'm saying won't matter.
All right.
Okay.
Well, the time's short, so.
Tell you what, mutations is one of them.
There's one. Yell one.
Okay. And you think
I bet you need two.
Would you please shut up when I'm talking? Okay. Okay. You think mutations are going to cause a creature to change to something else? Almost 99.999% of the mutations we've observed are harmful, fatal, or useless. You think an amoeba is going to turn to a whale by mutations. That's one of the many mechanisms you use. I point out.
What are the other four?
You're going to interrupt. You're interrupting again. Gee whiz. You do this. If your student did this, you'd fail them and kick them out of class. Okay. Why don't you call Donnie? Let's schedule a debate. You and me, Dan. I challenge you, and you bring the mechanisms that you think were going to cause evolution. One by one, we'll dismantle them. Equal time. And Donnie, you shut off his mic when it's my turn to talk. Fair enough? Donnie, call Standing for Truth. Dan, one at a time. You think mutations are going to cause evolution. I point out all the mutations we've observed are harmful, fatal, or neutral. You would have to have trillions of beneficial mutations that add information. That amoeba on your chart is going to have to add arm and legs and hair and lungs and skeletal system. That's not science. To say we all came from a common ancestor like a protozoa, but through the mechanism of mutations, it's not going to add any information. So that mechanism is useless.
Okay.
That's like saying smashing cars into a tree is going to turn them into an airplane. So go ahead. What's your next mechanism?
Ahead, Dan.
Yep. Okay. So you got one mechanism evolution. What are the other four? I bet you could. I bet there's one that everybody can get because Darwin came up with it. I bet everyone knows that one, right?
Okay.
Well, Dan, why don't you? Okay, Kent, go ahead.
Yeah, Kent, go ahead. What's the other four? What are the other four? If you knew them, you would have already said them.
Praise I am. I'll only continue if you will shut off his mic. Will you do that, please? Shut him off.
Absolutely.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Let's make sure Kent
Now,
has a full
another mechanism that you claim causes your evolution is natural selection. Nature has to select the strongest to survive. The weaker have to die off in order for this to work, because natural selection is only going to select. It doesn't create anything. Mutations don't create any information that's new. Natural selection doesn't create any information that's new. You're dreaming to think that that's going to turn a protozoa to a whale and a human. And you're dreaming that you are related to a potato. I'm sorry to hear about that. I ate one of your relatives today for lunch. I'm so sorry, okay? Had I known, I would have, never mind, I would have eaten it anyway. Okay, so yes, the mechanisms that you claim cause evolution do not cause any evolution. They cause chaos. We now have 400 breeds of cows that have been from artificial selection. Artificial selection is where man decides, hey, I think I'm going to make this one give more milk or more beef or stand the heat better. But all the variations we've been able to produce through natural selection or through artificial selection have been keeping it within what everybody would call the same kind. The cows are still producing cows. Most of them wouldn't survive in nature. So you don't have a mechanism for your religion. You believe it happened by faith, but there's no science behind it. Where the purpose of this debate, Dan, is where is the evidence? This is not a quiz whether I know the 5 things you teach in your class. Where is the evidence you claim you're related to a potato? Where is the evidence for this? DNA similarity? That's just as much evidence for a common designer. That's not proof of common ancestry. You can believe that. And you've chosen to limit yourself to looking at that only. But it's just as much evidence of a common designer.
I just want to say, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Right over to you, Dr. Dan.
Okay, so Dan, equal time. Feel free. Go ahead.
So everybody, if Kent knew the 5 basic mechanisms of evolution that you learn in an intro bio class, he would have said it right there. So he doesn't know the basic mechanisms. Okay, I want to make that clear for everybody. So you said a couple times tonight, you think everything evolved from an amoeba or a protozoa, and you came.
Oh, Ken, let's just make sure, Dan. Ken, if you want to note what he said because you want to respond to something there, note it down, and then we'll give you equal time after Dan's finished responding. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, so you'll notice, everybody, that he didn't answer the question. He can't answer the question because he doesn't understand the thing he's criticizing. He just goes right into his spiel that he's practiced over decades in filibusters. Does everyone see how that works? Just completely ignore whatever is said and go right to the script that he uses every time. Part of that script is to say that evolutionists think everyone came from an amoeba. Everybody came from a protozoa. I can give you the evidence that that's the case, but first I need to know what you think that means. What do you mean when you say amoeba?
Okay, Dan, thank you. Kent, go ahead, uninterrupted.
Okay. You said, I don't know the things that you teach in your class, the 5 basic mechanisms. Do you know the names of the books in order? Do you know who Moses' grandfather was? I could give you 1,000 Bible questions. I bet you don't know either. Okay, come on now. Let's get this back to reality here. The fact is, we don't see any animal produce anything. I point out the books teach we all had a common ancestor, which was a single-celled, primitive, unicellular organism. Here's a 2021 biology textbook showing, 2021, showing, let's see, elephants and rabbits and monkeys all going back to a common ancestor. This is propaganda. This isn't science. They drew lines on paper, and that's all it is. So it's just not science. My objection is you guys want all of us to pay for your religion. Go start a private school and teach your religion to those who wish to come learn it. And the fact that I don't know what you teach in your class, send me the 5 mechanisms, and I'll debunk them one by one. Okay, Dan, get him on. Donnie, schedule a debate on your channel. I'll look up the 5 mechanisms that he teaches in his class, and one by one I'll debunk them. None of them are going to add the information to turn a protozoa. Watch this right here. Protozoa turn to a fish, a reptile, a frog, a starfish, a human, a spider. This is the stuff the kids are being taught. I object to that.
If I may,
that's not science. Go ahead.
The question was, what do you mean by protozoa? That was the question. This isn't about the Bible. Whoa, this isn't about the Bible. This isn't about what I know about the Bible. You bill yourself as Dr. Dino, an expert on evolution. I think it's reasonable that people should expect you know what you're talking about. Right? I do. The kind of stuff that gets taught in intro bio about evolutionary theory. The second thing I asked is, what do you mean by protozoa? You don't even need to give me a right answer. You just need to say what you mean when you say that word. And you went on this big riff about how I don't know anything about the Bible. And what does it matter anyway? If you, Kent, don't know anything about evolution. All I asked was, what do you mean by this word you say all the time? Okay, what do you mean when you say protozoa? What does that word mean to you?
I've said many times, a protozoa or some single-celled creature, there are 20,000 now varieties of single-celled creatures. This textbook says all the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. So when I say protozoa, I say it as an example because the books show a protozoa in this case, and they label it protozoa. Some people label it bacteria. Some people label it single-celled organism. Do you believe all the life forms came from a single-celled organism of any kind, whether protozoa, bacteria, or anything?
Okay, first of all, so no, you don't know what protozoa are because protozoa are not bacteria. Those are different things.
I didn't
say
they were.
Do you know the difference?
I didn't say
you just said protozoa and bacteria.
They came from is protozoa single-celled?
Yeah, but it's not bacteria.
Okay. I said they came from a single-celled organism. That's what they teach. Protozoa is just an example.
Okay, it's just an example.
Cellular organisms. Protozoa, some books say bacteria. I've said this many times. Why are you straining at a gnat and swallowing a camel? You believe you came from a single-celled creature, don't you?
I still don't have an answer to what you mean by the word protozoa. All I'm asking you is to define that word.
A protozoa
okay, let's try. Okay. I can't stay. I got another few minutes here because I do have other things. I do have obligations.
Yay.
I can't stay for too much longer, so I do apologize.
Well, Dan, he did say by protozoa, a single-celled creature, and then he asked if you believe you ultimately came from a single-celled creature. Did you want to answer Kent's question?
Yeah, I'd love to answer Ken's question. The answer is yes. All extant life evolved from unicellular organisms, originally prokaryotic and then more recently eukaryotic. Does Kent know what those two words mean, prokaryotic and eukaryotic? Because if you're going to say there's no evidence for evolution, and I explain the genetic similarities between prokaryotes and eukaryotes, and then the more derived eukaryotes, if Kent doesn't know what those words mean, wait, hang on, C. Brown.
Actually, C. Brown, just 1 second. So Dan was asking Kent about eukaryotes and prokaryotes. Kent, did you want to respond to that?
Okay. Whoa, hang on. I was almost done when C. Brown interrupted there. So if, I can go through the evidence for prokaryotes and eukaryotes and endosymbiosis and the more derived eukaryotes and the different lineages. We could talk about that evidence. But if the words prokaryote and eukaryote and endosymbiosis don't mean anything to Kent, then that's going to be a useless discussion. So I need to know that we're on the same page with the definition. So Kent, when I say the word prokaryote, what does that mean to you?
Some cells have a nucleus that's bound up in a membrane. Some cells do not. Man has decided to stick these labels on there. And I don't think the cells care. The cells do not care what we call them, okay? But the textbooks do say we came from a single-celled creature, and you yourself admitted you're related to a potato and you came from a single-celled creature. This is never observed. All the single-celled creatures we've ever observed in the laboratory, when they make babies, produce the same kind. Whether it's a bacteria or a protozoa, or it's always the same kind. They've been watching these produce babies for a long time. This textbook tells the kids the protozoa in this case, and they write it out on the book, P-R-O-T. It's spelled out there for you. That's the only reason I say it, because that's what it says on this book. Some books say bacteria. In those cases, I say, well, they teach you came from a bacteria. You yourself said you believe a single-celled creature of some kind, and a protozoa is one of the 20,000 kinds of single-celled creatures that are alive, okay? So that's what they're teaching. I object to that. We don't see any protozoa or bacteria produce anything other than their kind. Do you have evidence of a protozoa turning into anything other than a protozoa?
Wait, you got prokaryote. You know what prokaryote means, and I'll just give you eukaryote. I'm assuming you know that one too. Awesome. So one of the main things to get from prokaryotes to eukaryotes involves a process called horizontal gene transfer and recombination. We all know what recombination is, how that works. It happens even when humans reproduce, right? When mom and dad and the genetic recombination happens. Good. We're all on the same page with recombination. Kent, I have heard you describe that process in the most bananas terms I've ever heard in my life, where you say that the DNA from mom unzips and the DNA from dad unzips, and then the half strand from mom and the half strand from dad zip up together. Is that your understanding of how recombination works?
That is how it works with half the DNA code. The
DNA works.
The DNA code divides on the middle.
Dan, please, let's allow Kent to respond. If you disagree with his explanation,
I'm good, y'all. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good, y'all. Have a good night. I'm good. I'll listen to Kent give an answer to that, but I am good. Peace and love, everybody.
Bye, Dr. Dan.
You running, Dan? I'll stay out of respect. I'll stay while Kent answers, and then I'm going to peace out.
Bye, Dan. Bye, Dan.
Oh, wow.
And subscribe to Creation Myths while he listens.
Okay. Bye, Dan.
Feel free to respond.
Okay. Yes. You get half of the DNA. The DNA splits down the middle. You get half the latter from your mom, half from your dad. They have to zip back together in a very complex method. And it's amazing that it works at all, and it works really good. There's CATG, the 4 different parts of the gene across there, and they combine together and make all the traits that you have. And you get half the traits from mom and half from dad. And any biology teacher should know that. You get half the DNA code from your parents, each parent. That's how it works. I don't understand what... I don't understand.
Okay, Dan, before you leave,
thank you. Good night, everybody. Have a great night. Bye.
Dan, call Donnie, schedule a debate, pick the topic. I want you to supply ahead of time which one you want to talk about. What's the best evidence for evolution?
The letters in the mail. Okay, see you later.
Dan, you realize that...
Well, Dan, I just want to jump in. The title of tonight's show is Where is or What is the Evidence for Evolution? Recombination allowing large sections of DNA basically to move from one chromosome to another in this genetic shuffling process every generation. Okay, whether Dan disagrees with some of the minor details with Kent, how is that providing evidence for evolution? Let's stick on topic. Dan was here for 20 minutes, and correct me if I'm wrong, all I saw was an evolutionist quiz. Where's the evidence for evolution? Dan certainly didn't provide any. And so anybody on the panel currently, whoever wants to go back and forth with Kent, where is the evidence for evolution? Because
You're
Dan certainly didn't provide
Kent
it.
there because he said
no, I'm not protecting Kent because anybody can go back and listen to the last 20 minutes. It was nothing but an evolutionist quiz.
No, we heard
mechanisms of Grayson, I'm the host. On the mechanisms of evolution, natural selection, genetic drift, recombination, mutation. Okay, how is that providing evidence for evolution? What's the definition of prokaryote, eukaryote? How is that evidence for evolution? What's the definition of recombination? So if anybody now would like to go back and forth with Kent, what is the evidence for evolution? Evolutionist quizzes aren't going to answer that question. So go ahead. Who'd like to go back and forth now?
Well, I'd like to go.
Okay, so AJ would like to go. AJ, go ahead.
Yeah. So right before Dan came in, Kent asked the same question that you're asking, Donnie, and my question in response to Kent's question is, what would you actually accept as evidence? Like, what would count?
That's a way to avoid the question. You going to school to be a lawyer, to learn how to talk out of both sides of your mouth? Where's the evidence? Whether I accept it or not, isn't it?
What if he was?
You provide what you think is evidence, and then we'll talk about it. Don't ask me what I would accept as evidence. Provide. What do you have for evidence?
Well, you can't answer that question. Because the answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. You will never accept anything as evidence.
If you can show me evidence for evolution, I'll believe it. So far, these charts show everything coming from a common ancestor, which was single-celled.
Okay, so what would be an example of evolution happening that I could show you? If I could show it to you, what would it be an example?
Would you agree that every farmer in the planet that crossbreeds cows, we'll take cows as an example, gets a baby cow, a calf? Is there any evidence of the cow slowly turning into anything else?
You're saying that an example of evolution would be the baby cow turning into something else? Is that what you're saying?
Does this textbook show the birds are related to the frogs? They drew lines on paper between the bird and the frog and the sea squirt and the starfish and the sponges.
Where is it that when I ask you a question, you just ignore it?
You don't want an answer to any of this, AJ.
Yes,
I know that.
You can't answer that.
You don't. Listen, the textbooks are showing these animals are related. Where is the evidence that would somehow they had an amoeba, a protozoa, turn into a frog? That's what they're showing.
Well, what would the evidence that you would accept of that relationship, Kent? Like, what would you accept as evidence?
I would accept scientific evidence, something we can observe and study and test. Take a protozoa in the laboratory, slowly turn it into a frog. I would like to see that.
That's not what evolution
sounds like a science fiction movie.
Hold on a second. So you're saying the only thing that would prove it to you, because you offered $250,000 for proof, evidence of evolution. So the way, if I could win that money, the only way would be for me to have a protozoa or like a single-celled organism in a lab and to make it change within like your lifetime into a frog. That would count.
So now you're calling on your magic god of time. Billions of years.
I said within your lifetime.
Okay. Now still, my lifetime's limited. Okay, so is yours. So do you think the protozoa over millions of years?
No. Can you answer my question? Can you answer my question?
It's pretty. Your question's getting fuzzy here. So what evidence would I accept? I told you I believe in science, things we can observe and study. And nobody on the planet.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I wanted. You said that I would have to turn it in the lab, make a protozoa change into a frog. So are you saying that the only thing, or an example of something that would count as evidence of evolution, would be if I could, in front of you, have a protozoa change into a frog?
That would be one method, or turn into a bird or a reptile or a spider.
That is not what evolution describes. That is a ridiculous straw man, and it just shows that either you're intentionally saying the only thing that would prove it to me is something that I already know you could never do, or you don't know what evolution is.
I know what the kids are being taught. I can show you in this book from last year, our 2021 version of the biology from Campbell, one of the major publishers. They show the elephant having a common ancestor with the frog.
I wasn't taught evolution when I was in high school. It wasn't in the curriculum.
Okay, can I ask you, if you claim that you are the father of your son, right? And what evidence could you show that would support that? And if I asked you what evidence you would accept to show that you're the father of your son, and you said, well, let me make another one. For evidence that I'm the father, I would have to be able to replicate that and make another identical son in order for that. That's the evidence that I would accept. That's basically what you're doing here. We could just look at the genetics to prove that you're the father of your son, just like we can look at the genetics to prove evolution and universal common ancestry.
Oh, no, you're stretching it way too far. I think, could we do genetic tests and prove that you are not the father of my son?
Yeah.
Well, I think we could do genetics and prove you are not related to a potato either. The fact that
you'd be wrong about that.
Would you believe you have some genetic similarities to my son? Would you have the chromosomes in your body to make hair and nose and mouth and ears?
Yes, we are the same species.
So, but you're not the father, are you?
No.
Okay. So I think that we can find the fact you guys are looking at evidence of animals having similar DNA code and concluding they're related. But you're not related to my son. But I am. And he's related to his son. And I think if we go back, my dad was a human and my grandpa was a human. I think we go back, it's going to be humans all the way back. And going forward, it's going to be humans all the way forward. But this textbook shows if you go back far enough, you get to a protozoa. That's not science. That's all. They got a human on the top here. Mammals, I agree. Humans produce humans. Always. They're having them all the time, all over the world. Has anybody ever seen a human produce a non-human or come from a non-human? Have we ever seen that?
Well, you're the one that always claims that these categories are arbitrary human designations. You say, oh, well, the fish doesn't care, the squirrel doesn't care that we call it a squirrel. But now, all of a sudden, these categorizations, now they're important. Now a squirrel only gives birth to more squirrels. Now humans only give birth to humans, only come from humans. Now, all of a sudden, you have to rest on these categorizations that you want to dismiss so readily in other contexts. It's hypocritical.
No, I'm not dismissing the categories. I'm pointing out we never see a category change to a different category. Call it a clade
well,
if you want.
We do, because Chihuahuas came from non-Chihuahuas, and you admit that. So that is a categorical change.
You think a Chihuahua is no longer a dog?
No, that's the point of monophyly, which you deny.
It'll always be the higher clad. That's the point. There may be a time where dogs actually have separate branches, and so they speciate, and the species can no longer. But they will always be a dog. They will always be carnivora. They will always be a mammal. They will always be multicellular, and they'll always be alive.
Good.
All right, let's go one at a time. I appreciate those comments, Amy. Kent, go ahead. Feel free to respond to Amy.
Wonderful, Amy. Look at this chart, and this is typical. They show a single-celled creature by whatever name you want to call it, protozoa, bacteria, whatever.
I like it.
They show it. I think the protozoa, the single-celled creatures, are always going to be single-celled creatures. They're always going to be the same kind. That's what we observe in the laboratory. When you raise bacteria, you get a new generation every 8 hours, and they've always come up to be bacteria. But you believe bacteria or some single-celled creature like this slowly became everything on this chart. That's why it's not science. No, we don't see this.
That's why it is science.
Amy, you said they stay in their same clade. Why didn't the protozoa stay in his clade?
Because the single-celled organisms, a good amount of them do just fine down there. They didn't need to work with mitochondria to become something bigger. In fact, there are numerous single-celled organisms which take down multi-celled organisms all the time.
Whoa. Say that slowly. There are numerous single-celled organisms that change to multi-cell. And something I'm not talking about a sperm and an egg. Obviously, it's designed in their code to do exactly that. Okay, to combine.
That doesn't count then.
Well, it's designed in their code to do that.
No, it's not.
Take the sperm by itself, put it in a jar, let's make something else out of it.
That's a ridiculous thing to say.
I agree.
Just because I can't do that doesn't disprove science. You know, that's a ridiculous thing that you do. You say you can't compress the Earth into a ball. That doesn't disprove the fact that like the Big Bang happened. You know, not to change the topic, but I'm just giving an example of what you do. You make these ridiculous examples.
It does disprove it. You believe the whole universe, all the stars fit in a dot smaller than a period on a page, don't you?
Different topic.
Oh, what have I done? I shouldn't have said that. But no, I don't believe that, Ken. Stop telling me what I believe. It's rude.
Okay. You do believe the Big Bang theory.
Stop telling me what I believe, Ken.
Hey, this is about evolution, okay? Donnie wanted to keep this on topic, Kent. We don't want to change the topic. So if it's all right with Donnie, I would like to bring the point of evidence that I wanted to bring tonight for evolution, if that's all right.
Okay, let's allow Kent and Grayson to go back and forth now. Let's keep it cordial, uninterrupted, and one topic at a time. So, Grayson, where is or what is the best evidence for evolution? Go ahead, present.
Okay, Kent, I think we should be able to agree that a testable, verified prediction should count as evidence, right?
A tested,
verified.
verified.
Yes would be nice.
Well, I don't know that I understand that completely yet. Give me some more examples of that. A tested, verified.
Yeah, like if we have a model and it makes a falsifiable, testable prediction that we then verify with the empirical data, that would count as evidence. I think the vast majority of people can agree with that.
Well, so if I see a tree limb fall off a tree, therefore that proves the tree branch fell on this car over here and destroyed it. That'd be a stretch. I'd like to see that clarified a little more, Your Honor.
I have no idea what you're talking about in that example.
I agree.
Like, here's what we can say. If we see the tree branch on the ground, right, I would make the prediction, hey, it would have come from up high and it came from this tree next to it. And then I look up and I see, hey, look, there's a branch that's broken off of that tree. That would count as a prediction that I made that was then verified with observations, right? That would count as evidence that my theory that the branch came from that tree would be correct, right? That would count as evidence. Yes, please tell me we can agree with that.
Or somebody could have brought the branch in and dropped it there. It's
not saying that this is 100% proof. It's saying that counts as evidence, right?
Right.
It's just evidence. It's not saying it's 100% proven like in mathematics.
Okay. In every court of law, the prosecution gathers evidence to find their case, and the opposition gathers evidence for their case, and they both get a folder full of evidence. Is the guy guilty? Is he not guilty? This happens in every court of law every day. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
You guys are
Ken, I really thought that.
Well, Grayson, let's just allow Ken to finish his thought. Grayson, if you could. Okay, Ken, go ahead. Finish your thoughts. And then, Grayson, whatever you'd like to respond to, you'll get uninterrupted time. No worries.
You guys are trying desperately to gather evidence for your case. I think the evidence is for my case. We're both going to stand before the judge one day and he'll decide. So I think the evidence is overwhelming. Animals do not change to anything else. We don't observe this. We don't observe protozoa change.
I haven't even gotten to get to my evidence yet because I really thought that we would be able to easily agree on what would count as evidence. A verified, testable prediction should be able to count to anybody. Anyone should be able to agree that should count as evidence. So now I will say that evolution predicted several of these. Like chromosome 2 came up last time. I won't go into that because we discussed it in the last open mic. I'll talk about a different testable prediction that has been verified. And that is one of missing links, right? It was predicted since Darwin that we should find missing links between like non-human apes and humans, or between fish and tetrapods. And we have found those links. Specifically, I wanted to ask you about Australopithecus, or like early Homo erectus, anywhere between like Homo habilis, anywhere between where we can see the transition happen. We see that, and we never find any modern humans below where we find Australopithecus. Like, there you go. That should count as a verified prediction of evolution. We predicted that we would find non-human apes that are more similar to humans than to chimpanzees, and that's exactly what we found with Australopithecus.
Okay. We find fossils in the dirt. You don't know Australopithecus had any children whatsoever. You don't know it's related to anything today. Are there animals that are found that are new species that are discovered? Like, for instance, take a flying squirrel, okay? They appear to be able to glide through the air. Does that evidence that they're changing to a bird? Or are they designed to be a flying squirrel? Maybe Australopithecus was always designed to be an Australopithecus and it went extinct. You don't know it changed to something today. No human today produces other than humans. No ape today produces other than apes. No orangutans, bonobos, all the ape-like creatures, they simply don't do this. So if you wish to imagine that it happened and that you find a link between them because you think this was what it should look like, that's not. Here you go. You are a primate. This author probably is one, okay? But gorillas are still making babies, and they're always gorillas every time. Gibbons are making gibbons, and if I found something that looked to me like half gorilla, half gibbon, that wouldn't prove there's any relationship. Maybe there's 20 types of creatures that are extinct on here. So that's not evidence for your theory. You can put it in your folder for evidence, and I would rebut it and say, Your Honor, that's not evidence. Maybe you found something that went extinct. You don't know that they're related. You don't know they had any children.
Right. So nothing that you brought up there was relevant because it doesn't matter whether or not these Australopithecus fossils had any children. It doesn't matter if they were directly related. Really, none of that matters. The fact that they exist and we find the fossils that exist that were exactly what was predicted by evolution we would find. Like, the fact is, it was a verified prediction. Evolution said we should find a creature, like the skeleton of a creature, that was intermediate between humans and chimpanzee, like non-human apes. And that's what we found. It can have no children. It could not have been related to anything. None of that matters to the fact that it exists and we found its skeleton.
Okay, let me answer this, Your Honor. I predict, based on what the Bible teaches, that there was a flood years ago that wiped out all kinds of creatures, and some might have gone extinct. I predict if we keep digging up the fossils out of the ground, we will find some creatures that no longer exist today. That's evidence for a flood.
You can't predict something that happened in the past.
That's what he's doing. Listen to him.
No.
The prediction was made before the evidence was found.
We predicted where we would find these fossils.
I predict we will find evidence for a flood all over the world, and we'll find evidence of animals that have gone extinct, no longer alive today. I think that would be a prediction that maybe God made a more complex world and we're living in a junkyard today.
Right, but you cannot predict what kinds of fossils we find, whereas evolution actually predicts their forms, what anatomy they have.
And let me modify that. I predict we will find fossils of just about everything that are huge compared to today. They have fossil ducks bigger than a horse. They have fossil dragonflies with 3-foot wingspan. I predict we'll find fossils of all kinds of things that are gigantic because the original creation was very different. And everything lived longer, grew bigger. So I can make predictions based on what I believe about the Bible.
They evolved.
Stuff in my folder.
No giant human fossils, though. We don't find any.
My folder would say the fact that we have fossils at all is evidence of a big flood. Fossils don't form today. A lot of animals die.
You said that the only thing you can tell from a fossil is that it died. So how do you know that it died in Noah's flood specifically?
Oh, I'm saying that's evidence that the rapid burial, because animals don't fossilize today. Show me where fossilization is taken. How many buffalo were killed out west in the last 200 years, and how many turned to fossils? Go find the fossil buffalo for me.
Fossils take longer than that to form. And there's no reason that the permineralization process would not be continuing. There's no reason that it would stop arbitrarily.
AJ, when animals die, they rot. The bones and everything rot. We got a pile of cow bones I used for my tour.
Yeah, you're right. Years. That's why most
AJ,
fossilize.
AJ, you've interrupted like 10 times in the last 2 minutes. Please let Kent finish his sentence, and then you can have an uninterrupted response. Go ahead, Kent.
If Grayson wants to use this, he predicts, evolution predicted we'd find missing links. That's not science. That's not proof. It's true. It's not proof evolution is true. I could say we could predict we'd find fossils in the ground of animals that are much bigger based on what the Bible says. And sure enough, we find them. Therefore, the Bible's true. Case closed. Let's go home.
Okay, so that's a great prediction because we can find tiny little elephants, not babies, but like fully grown elephants that are very, very small. And we can find lots of creatures that should be big but look small. We can find big creatures small creatures that look big. And here's the key, because you want to claim that it's like higher oxygen levels or something that was causing these creatures to be bigger, differences in the atmosphere. But when we go back in the geological record, we can actually find minerals that can only form in an anoxic environment, meaning very low to no oxygen. These minerals cannot form in the presence of oxygen. Therefore, your predictions based on your creationist model were debunked.
Okay, I'm going to jump in real quick. We're going to allow Kent to respond. And then before Grayson responded, Kent responded to AJ. So AJ, I'm sure you have a response too to what Kent said. So Kent, respond to Grayson. We'll hand it back to AJ. To be completely fair, AJ, I want to give you uninterrupted time to respond to what Kent said, and then we'll kind of go from there. So Kent, go ahead.
All right, I'm still trying frantically to decipher this. There's 40 different topics on the table, and it's supposed to be, where's the evidence for evolution? If his evidence for evolution is, we predicted we'd find fossils that look halfway between A and B, and we find one, I would say, Your Honor, that's just as much evidence as something went extinct. You don't know. We don't see any animals today producing, we don't see the orangutans changing to chimpanzees or anything non-orangutan. They line up these creatures in order right here, or this way, okay? And they claim they draw a line between them like they got a common ancestor. Though that's not science. That's drawing a line on paper. That's artwork, okay? We don't see this happening. I could predict the God who created the universe made all kinds of different animals, and he likes variety, and he made them with the ability to produce a lot of variations. Some can stand the heat better, some can stand the cold better. Long-haired dog, short-haired dog. But I predict, the Bible says, they're always going to bring forth after their kind. And sure enough, when we look in the world, that's all we've ever seen. So the Bible is key distinction the science.
Well, and Grayson, I want you to be able to respond, but AJ has been waiting patiently. So AJ, if you had something you wanted to respond to from earlier, guys, I just want to keep it as uninterrupted as possible. AJ, go ahead, and then Grayson will hand it to you if you don't mind. Go ahead, AJ.
Okay, and I apologize if I was over talking or anything. It was just I get excited talking about this stuff. So there have been a lot of fast topics. So I think I kind of forgot what Kent had responded to me about a second ago. But I wanted to reference something that he had said, something like gorillas we only see gorillas producing baby gorillas. And if I can quote my friend Gutsick Gibbon, I believe she said that if somebody's talking about human evolution and they say orangutan with the G at the end, they don't know what they're talking about. So are you saying that evolution suggests, or our side is suggesting that we see gorillas give birth to something that isn't a gorilla baby?
Does this picture taken from a modern textbook at high school level show a gorilla and a human having a common ancestor?
I would like an answer to my question before I answer that question.
Well, I'm saying the textbooks do teach gorilla came from something non-gorilla, because the chimpanzee is non-gorilla, the human is non-gorilla, but they got a line connecting them down at the bottom. So they do teach the gorilla did come from something somehow that was non-gorilla. That's
so
imagination.
You said we've only observed gorillas having baby gorillas. So are you suggesting evolution teaches that babies give birth to something that's not a baby gorilla?
I'm saying this textbook shows something gave birth to a gorilla and it was a non-gorilla. So yes, going backwards
so you're
in time,
saying that.
You guys are claiming by these charts here that all the creatures, here we go, all of these ape-like creatures have a common ancestor. Mm-hmm. So somebody did produce something that wasn't the same kind, didn't they?
No, because you're changing the topic. I want to talk about
that you can construct a tree like that for languages too, right? And you can say, oh, look, Spanish was coming from Latin. Does that mean that chart is implying that at one point a Latin-speaking person gave birth to a Spanish-speaking person? No, that's ridiculous. That is not what that chart is showing. You're misreading the chart if you think that.
And the way that you shield yourself from anybody responding to this obvious straw man is by pivoting to saying, oh, but they had a common ancestor millions of generations ago, when that's obviously different than what you're saying. But it's the way that you obfuscate and dishonestly distract from the actual answering a direct question, because you can't.
As far as muddying the water with throwing languages in there, I think you'll find it's a lot of intelligent humans that are changing the languages, deciding to call it different words. Okay, that's a different story. These books are showing the kids, hey, we all had a common ancestor going back. Do you believe the monkeys, let's see, the apes, Australopithecines, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo neanderthal, all go back to a common ancestor. They draw a line on paper connecting them. What was that common ancestor? How did it change its clade to be all these other things? You guys believe it did. The whole purpose of this debate tonight is for you to show the evidence for why is it logical to teach kids that they are related to a strawberry and a banana and a snail. They put them all on paper with lines connecting them. Why would it be logical to say humans are related to a bacteria?
Well, if I can, because Donnie said that I would be able to respond a while ago.
And then after that, I want to have a question and response. But you're all good.
Okay, we'll go Grayson and Kent, and then we'll go Amy and Kent. AJ, I appreciate those points.
Okay, Grayson, Kent basically responded to what I was saying with Australopithecus as saying, God can create all kinds of creatures, so we might expect to find all kinds of skeletons and fossils of all these kinds of wacky, large, different creatures. Okay. So there's the claim, right? Now, the very interesting thing is that the actual fossils that we find in the ground, right, that have intermediate qualities, these mosaic fossils like Australopithecus, we only find them for creatures that are closely genetically related. There is a pattern. These hybrid creatures that we see in the fossil record are not randomly distributed like we would expect if God was just creating any kind of creatures he wanted. There's a specific pattern to them, and that pattern reflects present day genetic similarity, which is exactly what evolution predicts we should see in the fossil record. And it's exactly what we see. We see dog bears and bear dogs, and we don't see any dogs and bears below them in any of the layers below. So it literally is verified predictions of evolution.
And I just
when I get in here. Okay, you have some very obvious flaws in your logic here. You said We go in the fossil record. Grayson, there is no fossil record. There are fossils. There's not a record. None of them talk. None of them have a date on them. It's arbitrarily put on them by humans today, okay? Secondly, you said we find them in layers below. There you are stuck again with your geologic column, thinking that the layers below are older than the layers above. If the layers on top are younger, where did they come from? There is no geologic column. It was made up in 1830. It doesn't exist. It's fiction. So you're stuck with your training that I think destroyed your thinking process on this. There is no geologic. You can't go back in time. What we observe in science today, millions of farmers worldwide are producing plants or animals and having babies from them, you know, making them reproduce more. Farmers plant corn or green beans or crossbreed their cows, whatever. Every farmer in the history of humanity will tell you what you guys dream about on these charts isn't observable. They count on their cows making baby cows. They count on it. Happens every time. So you wish to believe something else? Fine. Keep your religion at home. Believe whatever you want. This isn't science. This isn't science. This isn't science. This isn't science. This is drawing lines on paper, connecting the bears and the dogs and the possums back to a common ancestor, which was a single-celled creature. I object to that. That's your religion. I wish you guys could admit it. Go ahead, Amy.
I'm just happy to hear someone who doesn't like religion as much as I do. And so I think we often get into something that I would call Pokemon evolution, is that we expect an animal to just evolve right before our eyes. And that is not what evolution dictates. Evolution is that populations of genes have a selection pressure like the environment, sex, or an artificial means. And so over time, you have different selection pressures. The example I use, if you would like an example of evolution, is in a forest where it has green leaves and there are blue and green butterflies, and they both have mutations that are neither harmful or beneficial. They just have this pigment. One by one, the blue butterflies get picked off because of the green butterflies' natural defense mechanism that they had no choice in selecting. And so it ends up with a forest of just green butterflies. It wasn't because the forest wanted there to be green butterflies. It was because of a pigment that just blended in natural and saved them from predators.
Okay. You're referring to an example of what would be called natural selection. Nature would select those that have better camouflage to survive. However, if you look at any forest, I think you will notice there are lots of beautiful colored creatures all over there that don't blend in and still survive. Now, Donnie, we've been going for 2 hours. I've been drinking water. I got to go potty. Could Sam or Donnie take over and talk about what she just did? Pokemon evolution is an example of how it's not science, okay? I don't expect.
Can anybody hear me? Sorry.
You believe it slowly turned into something else. Now, therefore, it's not observable. I'm gonna go potty, Donnie. You are
okay. Yeah,
I'll be right back. Okay.
I'm gonna jump in. We're gonna let Kent have a restroom break. Well deserved. We are almost at the 2 hour mark here. So Kent, take your time. Sam or C. Brown. Actually, C. Brown, why don't we start with you, brother? You've been waiting patiently, basically, since the beginning of the show. So feel free to give a little input and even respond to anything that Amy said. Go ahead.
Sure. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes, can.
Yes.
Sound good.
All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, Amy, I do want to address that the butterfly evolution you was talking about. That's kind of a lateral change where it's just you got different colors on the butterfly. Can you tell me the mechanism that that's created through evolution, through natural selection, mutations, anything that can give the genetic information for that caterpillar to transform into a butterfly?
It was a random process. The actual selection pressure was pigmentation versus predators. And so a green, a blue, a pink, it all depends on the environment. We could switch it up and say, why are polar bears white? Did polar bears want to be white? Did they choose that color? Well, it's probably because all of the other bears in the North Pole died. It's
I mean,
probably
I'm not talking about colors.
I
I'm
think
not
that what
talking
he's
about colors.
asking about was just mutation. I think that's what he
Right.
was.
I mean, can I ask a question again, real clearly to you? I didn't say anything about color. I refuted the whole thing about color. I'm referring to the fact that according to this is what happens. Butterflies. Okay, they start off as moths, right? And they go through a cocoon status, and basically all but two cells, okay, is excreted. I mean, it's preserved, and from those two cells, you go through a process, and after the process is over with all genetic information, you have a butterfly. So instead of talking about how natural selection could select for certain colors, can go whatever, I'm not impressed with that. Can you please tell me how does evolution evolve the mechanisms, the protein sequences, the regulatory sequences that can allow all the information to be contained in the two cells, go through a cocoon state, and then as an end result, you
I
have a
did really
butterfly.
misunderstand your question. You're just asking about the metamorphosis process.
He's literally just asking the mechanism. It's mutation and natural selection, dude.
Oh, okay. So let's get down a little bit deeper on that. So basically, first of all, so how did it start off? What did it start off as a moth, and then some type of way it acquired that mechanism? Just because it seemed like
it is a similar mechanism in other insects.
No. What I'm asking you, how you think that's possible? Because if everything wasn't correct, and all the information wasn't there, you'd be stuck in that two-cell cycle. How do you even evolve down to a two-cell cycle if the information wasn't already programmed into the system? And how do you evolve those type of systems? Just because you have to have protein sequence and regulatory networks to get that. So this is something you got to build from the ground up. So I don't know how random processes could build functionality of that nature from the ground up. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I am misunderstanding how something like a larva stage, sexual selection, it also wasn't framed in a question. You asked about something about networks, and yet what is the actual question? How is
okay? Let me try to say it one more time. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Okay, so let's look at what we have. We have a mechanism where we have a moth. Okay, can evolve into a butterfly. Okay, so
no, two different, a moth and a butterfly, two different things. But
I'm sorry, my bad. I'm sorry, caterpillar. My bad, caterpillar. My bad. I'm sorry. That's probably how I messed up.
Evolve into moths or butterflies. You were actually more accurate in saying that moths evolved into butterflies than
that's
your
metamorphosis.
More accurate than your second.
Yeah, that's
okay. Right. Okay.
What they're doing.
Okay. So the metamorphosis process. How do you evolve a process? Random processes. Okay. You evolve a process like that. Where you can go from one complete stage to the next and be successful. It stands to reason that information needs to already been built into the code. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to successfully have that metamorphosis. How did evolution build metamorphosis process anyway?
So your question is just how did metamorphosis evolve?
In particular, let's talk about the butterfly metamorphosis. How does that work?
Well, I could take a stab at this. So
sure.
Okay, so there's some theories about how metamorphosis evolved, because scientists can't really know for sure. But basically, their theories are that around 300 million years ago, the earliest insects, most of them laid eggs, but eventually they started to mature slightly differently, and they would start to metamorphosize, and this was really beneficial. And so it became something that a lot more insects did because it was beneficial to their survival. Now, how it actually happened, that shift, it's hard to say because we have to look at fossil evidence and insect anatomy and development. But That would, I guess, be my attempt at answering it.
Well, I posted a link in the private chat, a paper that goes through this whole thing, the evolution of insect metamorphosis. So it's a scientific article. C. Brown, I would encourage you to read it. But basically, metamorphosis is just changing the timing of the development process. So these insects were already going through a development process from like larval stages to an adult stage. And what the evolution of metamorphosis did is changing how those hormones were expressed to change the timing of that development process over time. So that's just like the broad picture answer to your question. But if you want specifics, I linked in the private chat a paper that goes over it in a lot of detail.
Okay,
and I also linked.
Go ahead, Amy.
I just want to put in there that I also linked a Scientific American article that talks about how egg evolution became such a larval into final stage metamorphosis process.
I don't feel that to be very satisfying, to be honest with you, because you're citing a paper, but you go through that paper and it's gonna hypothesize, but it really can't tell you that. See, the thing is it's like, okay, let's say for example, you got bacteria. Bacteria, you have so many cycles because they evolve quickly. You never get anything different from bacteria. The same way, it doesn't make sense that a caterpillar could have all the information preloaded to evolve into a butterfly, and for it to be successful, to go down to 2 cells.
Never evolved into a butterfly. I already made that point earlier. Yes, actually, caterpillars do have all the genetic information to metamorphosize into a butterfly. All of the butterfly's information is encoded within the caterpillar in its DNA.
Okay, so I know they're not evolving. We know that, but what I'm saying is, it's metamorphosing into a butterfly. So I mean, so let's go from the ground up. How can a random process build such a complex network like that? Because you have to have regulatory features in there. You have to have master genes in there, and you want all this to happen randomly.
It's not a random process. It's deterministic. So mutations that happen in DNA, those are random, but they're going to be selected for because you're going to have some of those mutations. Most of them are not going to do anything. Some are harmful, but there's going to be some of them that are beneficial at a rate that's higher than 0%. And as long as that rate is higher than 0, some of them are going to get selected for. So it's not random, it's deterministic, and it's based on the environment and other factors that are called selection pressures.
Okay, right, but what you need, you need protein sequences to come out of nothing. Even before you get, hold on one second. Hold on for a second. Even before you get to the caterpillar, you coming from, whether you want to come from bacteria or unicellular, you need protein sequences, and those protein sequences meet regulatory sequences. And I'm sorry, natural selection and mutations not that successful and not that smart. We don't get a lot of beneficial mutations, and most of the time you get a mutation that does a atomical change to the structure of a creature. Most of the times it's not a good mutation. It's deleterious.
Sometimes it's good.
Yeah, that was a lot of empty claims.
Yeah, and I also don't understand. You seem marvelized by the metamorphosis process, but that wasn't actually an answer or a question to anything that I had to say. Kind of avoided a direct example of evolution taking place in the forest. Yet with metamorphosis, we kind of see a lot of the processes of evolution actually going through. It's not a supernatural process. It's not a creation process. And so do you have something wrong with my one isolated example of evolution happening? And then do you think that the metamorphosis process is supernatural?
Hey, you guys, we're gonna let C. Brown one moment. We'll let you answer that really quick, but then Kent, I believe Kent's gonna be running out of time here. So while he's still here, we'd like to let him finish this question, perhaps, and then we'll keep going at it. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let me just address Amy real quickly. I'll give it back to Ken. Amy, I got no problem with those little simple things that you want to call evolution, and and some of that is epigenetic regulation, whatever. I got no problem with that. It's when you want the fantastic things to happen. That's what I got a problem with. Getting protein sequences out of nothing, right? It didn't have random mutations, select them and hold them for what reason? Because say for example, when you're building systems, all the systems need to be in place at the same time. You can't have one system, two systems, and then the natural selection hold that, and then waiting for the next one to come about. Because everything, the reason why it looks designed, because it is designed. So I have no problem with the butterfly analogy that you said. I have no problem at all with that.
No,
It's
we've
the big
seen
things I got a problem with.
Hold on,
systems
Grayson.
evolve. We have watched it
Hold on.
happen.
We're gonna let C Brown have the last word on this. Don't worry. I mean, you'll be here, and you guys can go back. But James W has been patiently waiting to get his claws sunk into Dr. Kent. So now's your chance, James. You got that evidence. I know
How you
it.
doing?
James, good to have you.
Doing
Glad that
it.
you joined our evolution open mic. So where is or what is the best evidence for evolution for Kent? And you guys can go back and forth a little bit on it. I appreciate your patience. You've basically been waiting since close to the beginning, James. So go ahead.
Ken, I remember towards the beginning of the stream, Grayson, you had said there is never new information, there's no beneficial mutations. You mutation that allowed for the bacteria to digest nylon. You're included that could ever lead to big changes. So you shifted the goalpost there, but all we ever evolution actually says is that every organism is just a slightly modified version of its parents. And then we take that, we look at the fossil record, we see animals in the past that were different than animals today. So logical extrapolation is not too hard to connect what's going on here.
James, you're really kind of robotic. So we can hear.
Is it
Kent? I'm not sure how much you heard of that, but at least on my end, he was a little robotic. I see Grayson shaking his head, so I think you might be a little robotic. But Kent, if you heard any of that, go ahead.
I heard about maybe 10% of it, and all he's doing is throwing out 10 topics at once. As far as the bacteria able to digest nylon, which wasn't invented until recently, that's an interesting point. Is that actually evolution? Is that process going to count? Is that going to turn a single cell creature to a whale and a human? Was new information added? If that was, I'll do some research on that. I think I saw articles on that on several websites claiming that no, it's not new information at all. But maybe even if it is, that'd be one example, and you would need trillions of examples to change an amoeba or protozoa or a single cell creature to a human or a whale, not just one. Secondly, they count on billions of years. This is their God. Time is their God. If you give it enough time, it'll happen. Oh yeah, go back in the fossil record. I keep saying there is no fossil record and you can't go back into it, okay? So James, I don't know, what your evidence for evolution is that, Amy, I meant to make a point for Amy. Amy, you talk about butterflies, they blend in, camouflage, they survive. Natural selection, it's only selecting a butterfly that's already really complicated to exist. It didn't create the butterfly. That process of selecting a green butterfly over a blue one in a forest that's green is not going to create the butterfly. It only selects. Well, you guys don't get it. Natural selection is a selective process. I could select all the books in my library that have a blue cover and take them all out. I didn't create the book. I just selected those books. Natural selection selects, artificial selection selects. Neither of those create anything. Go ahead.
Not by themselves.
And we're able to go all the way back in the geologic column. We are able to see complex organisms becoming more simple. We're able to see water organisms going onto land, becoming like frogs, and then being able to just walk on land and then becoming mammals. We're able to see these. And if we were to ever to find a complex animal in a wrong geological column, it would help prove creationism. It would help disprove evolution, but we don't.
Now, Kent's incredulous to that. He doesn't see it, but that doesn't change the reality of it, that it's happened. It's in the rocks of the earth. Just because he doesn't want to accept it as... Yeah, just because he doesn't want to accept reasons.
So if you find a fossil of an animal in a particular rock layer, which I've said those layers all formed in 1 year, there is no geologic column. It doesn't exist. Okay, you guys make that up, and it's your Bible. I understand. You're defending it. That's great. But finding an animal and saying we never find one in the wrong layer, well, who's deciding what that layer is called? There are about 15 different layers in the so-called geologic column of limestone. How do you know the difference between Jurassic limestone and Cretaceous limestone, and Cenozoic and Mesozoic? And how do you know the difference? By the fossils they contain. So they're using the fossils to determine what the layers are, and using the layers to determine what age the fossils are. It's complete circular reasoning. Any freshman law student would tear that up in a court of law. You guys, you need to give it up. There is no geologic column. All those layers formed in one flood. You're willingly ignorant, like the Bible said would happen at the end of time, willingly ignorant of the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment of God. This has been over 2 hours. I had to start early today. It's been a long day. Donnie, 2 hours is enough for me to schedule another one. I'll do them as often as you want, but I think 2 hours is about my max. I wear out.
Wait,
okay.
Kent, before you go, can I just answer the question? Because you've asked it 3 times already in this discussion. You ask it all the time. Where do the layers come from? Is it from space?
Yes, please.
No, it is not. It is from erosion, deposition, and volcanic eruptions. There you go. That's your answer.
Okay, wait.
So you can stop asking.
Grayson. And that makes them a different age. Grayson. So when it's erosion and redeposition, it now becomes a different age. Is that what you're saying?
You are dating the age of the formation of the layer, yes.
So how did it become a different age?
Because it formed. Once the layer formed, then it became a closed system, and that is what we are dating.
So if I get 4.6 billion year old rock to melt and come out through a volcano, fly over, land someplace, it's no longer 4.6 billion years old.
The layer is just formed, yes.
Can I ask a question?
And this is exactly the very first thing that I brought in, was saying that you are a different age than me, even though the material that makes up our body is the same age. That is why I brought up that point, is because the formation of the layers is what we are dating. Yes, you should acknowledge this, because you are a different age than I am. That's all the evidence that you should need, that you can date the formation of something without dating the actual material that makes it up.
Yeah. Okay, let me jump in real quick. Actually, AJ, before you do, Ken, if there's anything you want to respond to, but we are over the two-hour mark. We are going to continue the open mic, but for Kent, we're going to allow him to obviously get out of here at the 2 hour mark. Ken, I appreciate your time. But Ken, if you did want to have anything in terms of concluding words there, go ahead.
Well, as I showed from the polystrate trees, a lot of the layers have to be within 1 year of each other. Why not all of them in 1 year, in a 1 year flood? Noah was in the ark for a little over a year. Parts of the world might have only been covered for a few months. I don't know. But the tidal pumping up and down with the moon would cause the water to go sideways very rapidly, depending upon your latitude. At the equator, 1,037.6 miles an hour. At the North Pole, 0. So the turbulence created during that flood is the most logical explanation for all of the layers that we see. And that would explain very quickly why we see polystrata fossils. It answers very simply. And it would also explain why animals tend to be sorted a little bit. They're probably sorted based upon body density, mobility, intelligence, or habitat. Clams are going to be found at the bottom. Clams are already at the bottom when the flood starts. But you see clams at the bottom and interpret they evolved first. Birds are found on top because they're the last ones to drown in a flood. So of course they're on top. But you see clams on the bottom, birds on top, and you imagine a sequence of them changing from one to the other. Neither could be proven scientifically, I suppose. What we do observe is clams always make baby clams without exception, and birds always make baby birds without exception. We don't ever observe any animal or plant changing to anything else. You can imagine all you want. You and SpongeBob go have a party, but it's not science. That's all I've been saying all along. You guys are welcome to your religion, but quit calling it science. It's not science to put these charts in the books and say all the animals have a common ancestor and draw lines on paper between the human, the bird, and the reptile, and the ladybug, and the pine tree. This isn't science. That's all. You can believe it, and you might have some evidence to support it, Like the lawyers, you're putting evidence in your file. You think this supports your particular interpretation, and I could put evidence in my file. That's what every lawyer, every courtroom in the world does that every day.
And you've lost every lawsuit you've been in.
Oh, here we go. Ad hominem, change the subject. We shall see, okay? Anyway.
Can I ask a question? I promise I'll be fast. I want to respect your time, Kent. But so just on the topic of what Grayson was talking about the layers. So Mount Rushmore was completed in 1927. So Kent, how old would you say Mount Rushmore is?
Oh, it eroded over millions and millions of years. It just happened to form those faces on there. It took billions of years for the water and the wind and the erosion to make Mount Rushmore was not designed. There's no question. It happened by chance.
That's not what I said. Obviously, can you answer the question seriously?
Wait. Obviously, somebody designed Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
But nobody designed a cell in your body with 100 trillion atoms.
How old do you think Mount Rushmore is, Kent?
The mountain itself all formed at the creation 6,000 years ago. It got eroded badly into that position and uplifted during Noah's flood. And then somebody in 1920s decided to carve faces on it. What would you like to know?
So because I would suggest that it's, since it's a sculpture, that it's not millions of years old. So
So okay. The presidents that are depicted on there, they are not millions of years old. You're admitting to that, right? Lincoln, Washington.
Is not millions of years old.
The sculpture is not millions of years old, but the rock they carved into is millions of years old, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not billions of years old because 4.6 billion years ago when the Earth formed. Could it be 13.772 billion years ago? Was all that rock in Mount Rushmore contained in that dot, smaller than a period?
No, because there was no matter at the very earliest time of the Big Bang.
There was no matter. So where did matter come from?
E equals mc squared.
Yeah, when the universe cooled down enough for protons to coalesce, you had matter forming because atoms and molecules could now form. But
you disagree that E equals mc squared?
Well, gentlemen, let me jump in real quick because I do want to respect Kent's time. He gave us over 2 hours for this epic open mic discussion on evolution. But I will say we are currently scheduling Grayson and Kent for the much anticipated round 3 endgame debate. Amy, you and Kent, we are currently setting up a debate as well. And James W. So we've got lots of debates and future discussions to look forward to. Dr. Dan, if he'd like to set up a debate, we can do that as well. We'll make 2023 the year of debate. So Kent, I appreciate you doing this, brother. Any final words, final thoughts?
Yep, I'm tired. Good night.
Okay, you get some sleep, Kent.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Hoven.
Okay, Kent. God bless. Well,
the
that
Big Bang, huh? Is that
well, that 2 hours really flew by, but we can continue the open mic. I'll probably stick around for a little bit before I get some dinner in me. But okay, I know C. Brown was Sam. Anybody who just kind of wants to pick a point or a topic that has been discussed over the last 2 hours.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Why don't we go around the room and anybody who has something to say? I know there's a few topics on the table with the bigger question for tonight, basically evidence for evolution, and we'll get creation, separate ancestry in there. So why don't we kind of run with a few points that have been brought up, but we'll go around the room. I'd like to get in on it too, from what I've heard. There's a few points I want to make. And so why don't we just do anybody who wants to get involved?
Let me start real quick.
Say.
And I'll take
it. So T-Rock, let's start with you. We'll start going around the room. So we'll do 2 minutes, T-Rock, and then we'll go with somebody on the evolution side, 2 minutes. Let's say Mark.
I'll even join in.
2 minutes praise. Yeah, so we'll have some fun. It's been a good free-for-all. Now let's get a little bit more structured. And T-Rock, let's start with you. Up to 2 minutes. You don't have to use the whole 2 minutes, but just so we're moving along smoothly, no more than 2 minutes per response. T-Rock, go ahead, starting now.
Okay, just a quick clarification on religion. If you use the modern definition of religion, you have to conclude that evolution is not a religion, right? Now, if you use the biblical derived definition of religion, you have to conclude that evolution is a religion. The biblical derived definition of religion basically boils down to how you practice what you believe or what you think.
He caught it. It's okay.
Seriously, taking a
Hey,
piss
not your
on my
turn.
there. That's gold. I love it. I love it.
So the biblical definition is basically boils down to, and this comes from the book of James. Go read the book of James, and you will find religion specifically mentioned in the book of James. So go read that, and you will conclude that it's not giving you the definition per se, but it's giving you a footprint for how to identify what the definition is, and that is how you practice what you think. That is your religion.
Okay, sorry, Amy, go for it.
Okay, so Amy, we're gonna hand it to you now. Just wait, let me restart the timer. T-Rock, you used about a minute, so I appreciate that. Amy, you get 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so very much. I'm sending love to all of you guys out there. It is not a religion, like I was saying earlier, because not only does it have no leader, but from our perspective, it is descriptive, not prescriptive. We're going out into the universe and just trying to figure out what happens. The reason that we fight so hard, I don't think you will find many high school biologists or middle school biologists that want to pick fights with creationists. I think what you find is that we tend to be the more science communicators and debaters. And so we're feisty, because I don't know if I could speak for all skeptics, but I know I can speak for many when I say that I feel and think that when you attack evolution, when you attack cosmology, like the age of the earth, you are attacking, in our opinion, the fundamentals of modern science. It doesn't mean you can't attack it. They'll go, well, why can't you attack science? Well, you can. It's just the creationists never put forth their own hypotheses that they want to get turned into theories. And so this is the right place for debate and discussion and dialogue. This is where it should happen. But after we're done hypothesizing, I wish the creationists, the intelligent design proponents, would go out into the field, do research, and get some published papers.
Okay, Amy, thank you for the points and the
Can I go?
response. That was basically 2 minutes. Good job. Okay, so now what we'll do, to be fair, so we've gone T-Rock, then Amy. So why don't we get someone on the creation side in there? Sam, was there any? Okay,
Yeah.
So Sam, you've
my
got 2
mic
minutes.
turned
Go
down?
ahead.
Is my mic turned down?
Your mic is kind of low. Let me see here. I'll turn your mic up slightly, Sam.
Okay.
Okay,
I
so
can
you're.
still hear you, but it could be louder. Yeah.
All right. Are we good now?
You're good. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, I hear a lot of cliches repeated from camp naturalism. One of the couple of those cliches Amy just repeated, saying that we don't have a model or that we don't have peer-reviewed papers and all of that rhetoric. You know, Mark, all the time, he throws out the no true Scotsman fallacy, which is absolutely ridiculous when he says that, well, creation journals don't count. Because, I mean, I could be silly and I could say the same thing about, the secular journals, but I understand that as a fallacious line of reasoning. And it seems like when we take away all of these fallacious lines of reasoning, we're not really left with much. And so when we ask for evidence that's actually demonstrable, we see that they continually pivot back to this, just storytelling. And when we do find evidences that are demonstrable, they're not necessarily in line with evolution. How much time do I have left?
You've got about a minute.
About a minute? All right. And so, for example, when we test, so Amy said earlier how we don't observe this change or something like that. That's true. We do test for it. She said he said that we don't observe it because we don't have enough time. But in a laboratory, we can speed these processes up. And when we do experiments on fruit flies or bacterias or fleas or worms or any of these things, we don't see them changing from what it is to something that it is not. So what is demonstrable is not evidence of evolution. It fits very perfectly with biblical creation.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. Mark, I feel like
Yeah.
it might be a good time for you to go. Go ahead.
On. Yeah. Yeah, so well, by modern definition, T-Rock actually means a normative definition, like what people use. I mean, you could define anything as religion. I could define my coffee cup as religion. So sort of appealing to an alternate definition isn't really helping you. Plus, the way that you said it's how you practice what you believe, it means that you have a million religions. One of them is auto care. One of them is your health regime. One of them is your psychological wellness. Like if that is your definition of religion, then everybody has a million different religions because people always practice what they believe in multiple facets of their lives. Cliches, I'm not sure what he's talking about. That I think Sam went on about something. They don't have a model. Their model is God did it, and that isn't really a model. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't sort of explain how it actually happened. It's just a crutch because you don't actually have an explanation at all. It's just a placeholder. It's just magic. It's just fairies. It's just a one-word answer that doesn't actually explain anything. Creationist papers have not led to any kind of new information or new knowledge for our civilization at all. The most that they can do is just try and poke holes in the mainstream science, which is the peer-reviewed papers of which you're talking about. They don't actually find out anything new or significant about it, apart from saying, hey, God done it, and that's their entire hypotheses. And I mean, stuff like Rate Project that tried to solve the heat problem and failed spectacularly, and sort of said, hey, there's something else there that we don't know about that has to be there because the heat problem can't exist, but we can't explain it, is what they came to. So this is the sort of institutions that you want to place your faith in, and I will use that term strongly, faith. They basically haven't added to any of our knowledge about how things work or how things are discovered and how things actually work in the real world, while the mainstream science has been making leaps and bounds. And you're talking about demonstrable evidence, but yeah, we take the evidence and we use induction to make testable predictions out of it. Sort of saying, hey, in order to believe something, you've got to see it happen right in front of your face. If that was true, then no murderer would ever be convicted because you would have to see it. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, Mark, appreciate those points. And I think we're moving along smoothly. So Grayson, I know you've been waiting patiently. So I'll go for my 2 minutes and then we'll go with Grayson next. Okay, so I appreciate this. This has been a lot of fun. A few points that I heard discussed earlier had to do with mosaic fossils or mosaic creatures. I think a lot of the evidence for either creation or evolution are agnostic to the debate. And what I mean by that is they are non-discriminatory lines of evidence. So it would be like me arguing for creation by asking the question, what color is the sky? Why is the sky blue? And then I answer it by saying, well, it's because of creation. It's better fit with the creation model. Well, evolution can explain why the sky is blue and also why the earth is round. They're agnostic lines of evidence. And so, yes, we do find some interesting creatures in the fossil record. For example, here we have Tiktaalik, the famous fishapod. We have Archaeopteryx, of course. We could even get into homology, as you can see, or nested hierarchical patterns. Now, why it's agnostic to the debate is because the creationists, for example, can look to modes of transportation. I oftentimes point out that if we're made in the image of God, we should be able to get a sense for how God designed the biological world based on the way we design things. And as we know, humans have designed some interesting intermediates. Right here, we have the amphibious assault tank or vehicle, military amphibious assault vehicle, where it is a vehicle built for that transitional environment between sea and land. But we've also got the invention of your interesting crossover SUVs, where they resist classification. You've got an SUV here like the Ford Flex, or the Dodge Journey, or the Jeep Gladiator, where it's a mix of an SUV, blends the traits of an SUV, and also a van. And both of those vehicles are close together. Just like we find the mosaic features in Tiktaalik are close together. The last thing I want to say in 10 seconds is I think it's the differentiating lines of evidence that need to be focused on in the world of creation versus evolution. And that includes what? Endogenous retroviruses, chromosome 2 fusion, DNA level hierarchies, junk DNA, so on and so forth. And so what I've heard so far, this is the last thing I'll say, especially with the mosaics, the mosaic forms, is a lot of that which is agnostic to the overall debate. Okay, I yield.
Okay, so this is a weird format because I only have 2 minutes to respond to 6 minutes worth of things that the creationists have said. But first of
You can
all,
do it.
evolution, absolutely not a religion by any definition. T-Rock even said not a real definition. It's not a religion. He said it's only by a biblical definition, but his biblical definition would also include things like languages, which, hey, by the way, a language is how you practice what you think. So that fits the biblical definition of a religion, hence why it's not a good definition, because so many things that everyone agrees are not religion would be applicable therein. Sam was talking about what is some demonstrable evidence. I've already gone over that with testable, verifiable predictions are demonstrable evidence. These things have been demonstrated. It makes predictions. We verify them empirically. That is demonstrated evidence for evolution. And then finally, what Donnie was talking about, it is differentiated lines of evidence because, as I've already brought up twice in this stream, it's the pattern that we see in these mosaic fossils, which is not randomly distributed like we would expect if it was a creation model, but is within only the animals that are closely genetically related, which is exactly what we would expect in an evolutionary model. So it is differentiated lines of evidence. It's like if one model predicts exactly why and that the sky will be blue, and the other model simply accommodates it ad hoc after the fact. There is a difference.
Grayson, great job on the timing because you still had a little bit of time. So there we go. This is what I like to see in these speed rounds, 2 minutes, and it's just point after point after point. And so, okay, so we went Grayson. So let's go with, let's go C Brown. Or actually, I think once we go C Brown, we've basically made our way around the room. So praise.
Yeah. I don't think.
Okay, yeah, I gotta get mine. I gotta get mine.
Okay.
All right. You ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to say evolution is a religion of over extrapolating. They get something small and they completely over extract out to be something that is totally not. Okay. Then you want to say he want to say that God did it. Well, we're basically saying intelligent design. You know, what we see in nature looks extremely intelligent. It doesn't look random at all. Okay. Evolution want to talk about all the predictions it makes. I think they make a hell of a lot more false predictions. You know, false predictions like junk DNA, dual coding genes, duons, alternative splicing. I don't see how none of those mechanisms could come about through random processes. Alternative splicing is actually taking certain exons, putting them together for a transcript, and discarding some other ones because it's being used in a certain gene. To me, that's intelligence. You know, so I don't see how and being genes that code for other genes, master genes. You know, evolution was a process, a foundation as being random, natural selection, mutations. It don't have selective properties as far as making intelligent selections. So that's a completely false prediction. Epigenomic regulation. How do evolution account for that? See, evolution has to completely keep changing. This is the reason why 2016 they had that meeting at the Royal Society on what they was going to do. It was called New Trends of Evolution Biology, Philosophical and Social Science Perspectives, because they needed to do something. Because evolution could not explain what we were seeing in nature. The data that we were seeing, evolution wasn't even matching up. That's good right there.
And that is 2 minutes on the dot. C Brown, appreciate it. C Brown on the creation side. So let's be fair and now hand it to Amy. I think we're basically back to you, unless James W. wanted to get in on it.
Or St. Ronan. I don't think St.
Or
Ronan.
St. Ronan.
I just wanted to comment that's just personal incredulity. It's not any type of barrier. Just because you can't wrap your head around it or you can't understand it doesn't mean that it's not a valid explanation. I mean, I can't understand tensor calculus. I'm not that smart, but the people who do understand it make planes and satellites that fly to Mars. So it must work, but I couldn't verify that.
Well, James W., I appreciate that, my good man. Okay, so now we'll hand it to, why don't we hand it to T-Rock? Well, that's
hold on, let me just say something really quick because this would be
yes,
short.
I keep forgetting about you, Praise. Okay, so we'll hand it to you because you are on the
Totally
Christian
forgettable,
side, and so Praise. It's only your channel, right? So go
That's
ahead.
right. Hey, Praise, can I go on? Okay,
We've
yeah.
taken over. Praise, you
So,
have my permission to respond. Go ahead.
well,
Johnny
thank
has control
you,
of the
my
plane.
kind
Watch out.
sir. So I do think religion or evolution is a religion because there's tribal tendencies from their camp. They even have their own popes and evangelists like Richard Dawkins and Bill Nye. And I'd also like to say that correlation does not equal causation. These inferences are based on assumptions. Homologous homologous structures are the epitome of arbitrary speculation. It makes sense, from a programming standpoint, for there to be a common designer, and that's what we see in programming all around computer programs, gaming, and in fact, a lot of people have compared it to, sort of like a computer game, like with the information in our cell. It is tantamount to that. But with that, I'll let it go there.
Praise, I appreciate that response there. Okay, let's hand it over to Amy. I'm sure she's got a couple things to say to your homology.
Homologous.
Just a few things. Yeah, don't say that 3 times fast.
Yeah.
That creation journals should just be secular journals anyway. If you could prove you're God, it should be through some sort of empirical means, at least if you're going through that avenue and not revelation. Anytime I hear storytelling and fairy tales, it always just feels like projection, because ours are being taught. This is just our views that we are thus regurgitating from these, like James was saying, these smarter people than us. It is not just because a book said so. I wanted to just go back to there said there was no selection process. It is why I was trying to emphasize on the pigmentation, and it could be any color, but if you just want to go a different direction, why does a male peacock have such a vivid, bright tail? Because the females of the species have put a sexual selection pressure on there that has made it go this way. And so there's actually multiple selection pressures, natural, sex, artificial, that can actually take something that was random, like a mutation, and have it some sort of meaning. And then the last thing on complexity, not the hallmark of design. I do want to talk about that, as well as any position can become tribal. But my joke is always that evolution is a proxy war because the creationists chose it to be so. A lot of religious people are perfectly fine with evolution. They are religious evolutionists, and they incorporate both their spirituality, their faith, and their science. But it doesn't have to be that way. We don't have popes. Richard Dawkins is a biologist. That's why we respect him, because of his expertise. However, they are fallible. We are all humans. And so we use the scientific process to know fact from fiction.
Okay, Amy, great timing. 2 minutes, basically on the dot. Okay, we'll hand it to T-Rock now. T-Rock, 2 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I'd like to point out something that should be really obvious. If evolution is true, then it's evolution's fault that all religions exist. Period. So it's not your turn. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were continuing.
So no, I mean, my 2 minutes here. If evolution is true, then it's evolution's fault that religion exists. So on that basis alone, evolution is philosophically completely broken.
What?
So some of the other really bad arguments that I heard.
Come on, guys, 2 minutes.
Some of the other really bad arguments that I heard was that if what we observe were designed, it should be much more randomized than what it is. That is absolutely absurd. I already refuted this earlier, telling you that intelligence can produce randomness, but randomness cannot produce intelligence. It's a one-way street. So philosophically, evolution is broken. Mathematically, it's broken. And the arguments I've heard so far are as absurd as literally at that level.
Okay, can I address that, Donnie?
No, we're doing round robin.
Yeah, we're doing round robin, mate.
I know, but Donnie's just been picking at random who goes.
Nope.
No.
Yeah,
he's
it's
gone
been
back
random.
I just let everyone go.
I know, that's why I asked if I could go next, dude.
I think
Well,
we've basically been going
in order.
Well, no, Donnie's been going out of order because T-Rock preceded Amy the first time. He's been picking it at random.
Well, okay. Well, you go next, Grayson. If it's my turn, because I know it's my turn soon, I'll give up my turn for Grayson and go next time.
And I have to jump in here really quick. I mean, if Ronan doesn't really want to participate, can we get someone in here that wants
No,
to
I'm here. No, sorry, I'm here. I was just waiting for my turn. That's it.
Okay.
Donnie never gave Ronan a turn.
Okay,
well,
why don't we go Grayson?
like 3 times and you didn't speak up, Saint Ronan. So
I just have like a simple inquiry for the evolutionists here because I wanna understand where you guys are coming from.
All right. Maybe we hear from an evolutionist in turn, Donnie, and then go to Saint Ronan.
Because at this point, Saint Ronan, rather than like strict cross-exam or asking questions, we are just going to take this time to do uninterrupted responses, and eventually, I'm sure it's going to evolve into more of a free-flowing discussion. Okay, so Grayson, go ahead. You've been patient. I appreciate it. 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's just because T-Rock made a direct claim where he totally straw-manned me because he purposely did not include a subject to the sentence. He just said that we should expect everything to be randomized as if that's what I said, which it clearly was not. My example was the mosaic species that we find are not randomly distributed. In fact, they can be distributed in any pattern. It doesn't have to be random, but it should be a pattern that is different than the pattern predicted by evolution, which is not the case. The distribution of mosaic species that we observe in the fossil record is according to the evolutionary prediction. We only find mosaic species for animals that are closely related genetically, which is the exact evolution prediction. So I'm saying it's not random. It could be random with the creator, or it could be literally any other pattern. So the fact that it is the pattern of evolutionary predictions is either, you got to explain that somehow.
Okay, so Grayson went. Why don't we go? I definitely have a few things to say, but we'll go Sam, and then we'll go Mark, and then we'll go me, and then Saint Ronan, because correct me if I'm wrong, Ronan, you're on the evolution side, right?
Not really. I haven't studied it enough to be part of it.
Okay, so you'll be more on the agnostic side. You can still have your 2 minutes at that point to
neutral
comment on.
interlocutor.
We've got one neutral interlocutor.
That's me. All right.
Okay, Sam, the floor is yours. Take it away.
All right, I'm going to start my timer. Okay, so right away again, Mark with his silly cliches, he wants to say that we believe in magic and books and unicorns and all that, but Mark doesn't have a causal origin. And so maybe it was unicorns or magic that did that, or stretched out the heavens and all of this fine tuning. Maybe that was magic, or maybe it was magic bringing life from non-life. I don't know what it is. T-Rock, you brought up a great point. I'm going to address that next time around. The problem with these laws of nature that we were talking about, if they are not prescribed onto creation, then it's a composition fallacy. You are observing this little tiny localized place in our universe, and you're not even observing it completely, but you want to extrapolate that out, and you want to describe the whole in light of the part. It's a composition fallacy. So, when we're talking about anything being possible or impossible, you're going to have to refer back to these laws that make science possible. The problem that you're going to have, again, is you're going to have a giant extrapolation fallacy because these laws have been documented for less than 200 years. And if these laws are only prescriptive, then you have no grounds to object if some crazy thing happens, such as a cow jumping over the moon. There's nothing binding creation like Apple has bound my cell phone with these laws, making anything possible or impossible. This is the problem of induction. So, I know I think I'm done for now.
Okay, that was about a minute and a half. We'll hand it over to Mark. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. I just want to point out that Danny pointed out Tiktaalik and these fossils that scientists on the evolution side predicted them using the evolutionary model. Creationists didn't predict them; they didn't pray for them. They appeared. They were predicted by evolutionists using their models. So, sort of saying that, and I don't know why you're using sort of amphibious vehicles as an example, because if you could get those amphibious vehicles to breed and then produce slightly different amphibious vehicles, you'd have a correct analogy. But you're just using a false analogy between biological organisms and non-biological built structures, and that definitely is a conflation. The over extrapolation, as C. Brown said, like sort of, it's just the series of induction. Saying it's random is a complete straw man. Like, we're not saying that evolution is random. It's deterministic. It's determined by the natural environment. So you said, oh, it's intellectually selected. No, just environmentally determined is the selection method, not intellect. To you, it's intellect. Tough. No one cares. It's environmentally determined. So don't straw man and say that it's intellect. We're claiming it's intellectually selected. It's not what that means. So tribal tendencies that was brought up, and sort of, yeah, tribal tendencies exist in sport. They exist in people buying cars. They exist in all kinds of things. We don't call them religions. It's a just because something's tribal doesn't mean it's a religion. Richard Dawkins and those people, they're not any kind of significance. Their work is what they do is, but no more than anybody else who's a specialist in their field, like a doctor or a radiologist or anybody like that. So sort of arbitrary speculation as well. No, nothing. It's not arbitrary. As I've said, it's not random. And this is the thing that people keep saying, that it's all random. No, the selection process isn't random. It's environmentally determined. I'm glad you brought up programming, because programming has an efficiency that we do not see in living creatures. There's a sort of a top-down versus bottom-up system of how you design things. Bottom-up, it seems to be how evolution happens, or the natural world happens, not top down, and it shows with the kind of design choices that we see. It's not like programming. It's highly inefficient. And Sam just sort of said more cliches, went totally off topic for some reason, basically said that it's a composition fallacy, and then said an extrapolation fallacy. And the extrapolation fallacy is only over extrapolation, not just normal extrapolation. And we're using exactly the same methods of induction and evidence that all other scientific fields use, from, telecommunications to biology. Yeah, everything. So I don't know what Sam was talking about.
Okay, very good, Mark. I've been giving a couple of us here a little bit over the 2 minutes, just because at this point there are a lot.
My apologies.
Oh, no, Mark, it's completely fine. I know there's a lot of points on the table, and so I don't want to just cut people off mid-thought, mid-sentence. So very good. Everyone's doing good so far. Okay, so Grayson said it's the pattern, and once it gets back to Grayson, he can clarify whether or not I'm approaching this correctly. And because he's pointing out that the mosaics that we find, let's say Tiktaalik, which, by the way, they found tetrapod foot tracks in Poland that predate Tiktaalik by about 20 million years. Okay, so the evolutionists that oftentimes say, well, this is a confirmed prediction, are actually wrong. It's a prediction that it was false, basically. And so we see the same thing with vehicles that are closely designed. That's the whole point of a crossover SUV, where you have the blending of a van, features in a van or traits in a van, and an SUV. Two vehicles that are very close together, not a vehicle that's built for the water like a boat, and then something that's just built for going to and fro from work to home like a sedan. No, I mean, these are two vehicles that are very close together, in the same way that Tiktaalik possesses features from an amphibian and a fish. Two very similar creatures. We're also just beginning to understand the characteristics of design. Mark was saying, well, vehicles don't reproduce. When you add reproduction into the equation, you're actually adding more complexity and therefore more problems for evolution. But it's a straw man of our model. Again, if God created us, the Bible says, we're starting from Genesis, that God created man in his image. And so if God created us in his image, there must be something about us that reflects the divine. And so it's our model that we would look to the biological world and see how the biological patterns occur, and maybe we can get a sense for how God designed through that by looking at modes of transportation. And we actually see within these vehicles, we see these built-in mechanisms, these safety mechanisms, adaptive cruise control, rear traffic warning, front assist, and these turned on because they're pre-existing in the system. And that's actually what we find in the design world as well with these genetic switches and the epigenome, where these creatures, I have 10 more seconds here, they enter an environment, and due to pre-existing switches, genes are turned on and they could rapidly adapt to those environments. They're not through mutations or evolution, it's through epigenetics. And I yield. Okay,
Don,
so
you have to say who's next.
Grayson, you can. Okay, so we'll go with an evolutionist now. So I guess, well, it's either going to be Saint Ronan, but he's kind of neutral. Or
I'm sorry.
How about the
Go ahead.
evolutionist side choose who wants to go next?
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to address this notion that complexity actually showcases design, because if you were to put the Yahoo and Google search algorithms together, early on they were very similar. Now Google has an amazing search algorithm, but the reason users selected Google over Yahoo is because of its simplicity, of its lack of complexity.
And if I can, I would just want to address the fact that
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Amy, is that all of the 2 minutes you want to use?
That is all I want, because I feel like it's a lot in a very little statement.
It's a good
Well, I appreciate that. Very good. Okay, Grayson, over to, you know what, because Amy only used about half of her
I'll
time.
just be very quick. I'll just be a minute. So
Okay, go ahead.
so tracks that predate Tiktaalik in no way invalidate the prediction of Tiktaalik, because the prediction was for the anatomy of Tiktaalik in the layer that it was found. And we found a creature with the predicted anatomy in that layer. So finding some tracks from before it in no way invalidates the prediction. And then just like what you're saying with like the design of vehicles, okay, the hybrids that we see there are we can find hybrids regardless of the step that they are in the nested hierarchy, which is not the case that we see in biological organisms. The hybrid are only for adjacent levels in the nested hierarchy. They're never for, like, you never can skip over stages of the nested hierarchy, which you can do in designed things like vehicles, which is why that analogy shows why life is not designed, because the hybrids would be at every single level, like they would be regardless of the nested hierarchy, which is not what we find. I've tried to explain that to you before, Donnie, but I feel like you're not getting it.
Okay, Grayson, appreciate the response. Let me restart the timer. Now we'll hand it to C. Brown. C. Brown, you have 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, I want to first I want to address the selective pressures. Selective pressures do not have any creative. This is what I mean by over extrapolating. Selective pressures does not have any creative abilities. Okay. Same way as environmental determinant factors. There's no getting new features on a random process through these processes. You're not getting epigenetic factors will give you will have you adapt to your environment. But this is pre-programmed mechanisms is already pre-programmed. So it's just over extrapolating, thinking that selective pressures, environmental pressures mean anything. Just like the fact is that we're humans, much more intelligent than apes, chimps, gorillas, and everything. Selective pressures made us intelligent. Selective pressures gave us the rose hip neurons, made our brains much larger, made us be able to communicate, build spaceships, while gorillas and chimps swinging trees and scratch their ass all day. So selective pressures did that for us. It didn't happen. Okay. The other thing is the evolutionists got such an imagination. They want to build a genome on mutations. They want to regulate a genome on viruses. Then they want to think a natural process can design editing enzymes and also DNA correcting protocols. You know, if the DNA is being corrected by little machines or whatever, it's obvious it's obvious a target that the DNA needs to be at. If it wasn't a target, the chaperone proteins wouldn't destroy it if it was off of the target. So it's just crazy the imagination that they have. Okay, Tiktaalik throwing mud against the wall.
Actually, Sebra, if you want, maybe note the Tiktaalik and wait till next because we're at about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
You did good. Maybe note that one, and we'll get back around to it. I'll give a 20-second window basically, but once we hit that, we'll kind of wrap it up.
Right.
Very good though. Everyone's doing a great job. So C Brown, appreciate it. Now we'll throw it to someone on the evolution side. Saint Ronan, I saw you unmute. So if you wanted to, I know Mark.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Yeah,
okay, you make it quick, and then we'll go Mark for a full 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just make it quick. So to me, I don't really see the problem of both sides. I mean, throughout the course of history, I guess in church history, there have been multiple church fathers that might have also argued that the earth was maybe not 10 or not 6, but 16. Another church father has also argued that to say from the Genesis account that says that we are made from the dust. So to him, it also suggested that we are made by natural elements. And I don't think there's actually anything wrong with both models. I think we're just trying to I guess in this whole debacle, I mean, for me as a Christian, I think we're just trying to touch the essence of God. I mean, I know we can never fully do it, but I think we're just trying to touch it. And as far as the evolutionists, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing to look at because you actually tell us where do these diversities come from? Like, how do we get different kinds of dogs, different breeds, different fishes? I mean, or how diverse marine biology is. So to me, I don't think it's something that we should be fighting over, but I think it's something that we should be collaborating. Now we will have our disagreements, but I think the last thing what we want is that we kill each other over it. And as far as a religion is concerned, I mean, yeah, again, just because you're passionate about something doesn't mean it's actually a religion. I mean, first and foremost, we have to define what a religion essentially is. So that's all I got to say. Thank you, and I'm gonna go now because my phone is actually a little bad. But thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Okay, my pleasure, Saint Ronan. That means one spot is about to open up. So anybody in the chat wants to join either side, feel free to do so. Mark Reed, over to you. 2 minutes. Floor is yours.
Hey,
thank you.
Time out real quick. I haven't gone since Mark last went, and I was hoping to kind of.
Okay, let's do this, T-Rock, because Saint Ronan was kind of agnostic. Let's go Mark. Because before Mark was C Brown, which is the creationist side. So we'll go Mark and then you, T-Rock. So go ahead, Mark.
And I just want to say, nice to meet you, Saint Ronan, and good night. Like, follow, and subscribe to Praise I Am right down there.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to address sort of the Tiktaalik thing was a false prediction. It's not a false prediction at all. They gave a time frame at which the fossil should appear, and it was within the time frame. It was about 10 million years out, but their prediction was within a certain era, not like the exact year or something. I think Grayson covered that sort of thing. So the more complexity is actually showing that it's not designed as Amy pointed out, it's simplicity that's designed, but you cannot sort of compare organic things to non-organic things to designed things. It just is a false analogy. You can't sort of say, hey, birds fly and bats fly, therefore they are the same thing and we should compare them. No, they're different. They're different things. And that's just a case of false analogy. You can't say they are the same. And as I said before, Donnie, your point would only be valid if we saw Jeeps and cars reproduce with allele change, with changes in their evolutionary cycle, which, you know, is microevolution. So you have that happen, and then you've got a right analogy, but it won't, because they don't reproduce, and that's my whole point. Selective pressures don't have any creator. No, I agree. Selective pressures don't have any creator, and they don't have any creative abilities, which kind of presupposes the whole creator thing. And you're trying to smuggle a creator in there. No, we don't think it has a creator, or no creative abilities. That I don't know what you mean by that. Can it do new information? Yes, absolutely. We've seen new information come up. No one's sort of saying that epigenetic changes can't happen. But there are things that we see in these organisms which are new information completely. You sort of brought up us and chimps. Well, the selective pressures were the savanna. We needed more intelligence because there was less sort of areas to hide in, as opposed to the jungle where chimpanzees do live. Standing upright, that is beneficial on the savanna, not so much in the jungle where you can't see as far. Sweat glands, and a lot of people don't talk about this. Humans are the only animals that sweat through every pore of their skin, and that is because we have to run down our prey as persistence hunting, and that is a feature of the savanna, not of the jungle. So that as well. And I just want to give a big shout out to Saint Ron. Yeah, absolutely. I think it should be collaborative. I agree with everything he said.
Okay, appreciate it, Mark. Thank you very much. We'll hand it over to T-Rock. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so the two main arguments that Mark made, I want to address those real quick. He argued that you have to have reproduction in Donnie's automobile analogy, and I'm going to call that completely bogus argument. And the reason is because reproduction only complicates the matter. It does not simplify it at all. It doesn't make it easier for evolution to proceed. And so the example I would give is that if I have, let's say I have a chair and it takes 5 bolts to assemble the chair properly. That can be done with simple mechanical energy under a broad scope of environmental conditions. You can have heavy rain, you can have very low temperatures, you can have very high temperatures, you can have electromagnetism in the background, you can have high degrees of radiation, you can have just about any environmental condition you want, and it still only requires relatively simple mechanical energy to assemble those 5 simple bolts that all turn in the exact same direction to put the chair together. Compare that to evolution is extremely delicate in the sense that chemical recombinations are very easy to disrupt with environmental factors, extremely easy. So Donnie's automobile example is quite adequate, as is the more conventional, tornado through a junkyard building a Boeing 747. Okay, so the other argument I want to address real quick is the mathematical extrapolation that he claimed is reasonable in evolution. It's not. So I'm going to play the role of the engineer here, and I'll let some imaginary person be the scientist. The scientist can go out there and they can use some creativity and a little bit of
Oh, you're roboting T-Rock.
I'm sorry?
Is that just me?
Yeah, you were roboting there, T.
Did it just start?
Yeah, it just started. Just repeat the last sentence or two.
Yeah, when you started talking about being the scientist.
Okay. Is it getting better now? Is it better now?
Good.
Seems to be, yeah.
Okay, so if I'm going to play the role of the engineer, basically I'm going to wait on the scientist to go out and do his field work, come up with his conclusions and whatever, and he's going to bring me back his findings. And as the engineer, I'm going to take his principles and try and do something in the real world with them. If he brings me something that I can do nothing with, his hypothesis is worthless. It can do nothing. I have to have a hypothesis that I, as an engineer, can turn around and interpret into a real world. Now, the extrapolation fallacy here that Mark made is that in engineering, you have a very narrow window that you're allowed to extrapolate. And the reason is because when you get outside of that, all of a sudden, bridges fail, automobiles, crush zones don't work, all kinds of catastrophes go wrong. And so, no, you cannot extrapolate across a billion-year timeline and come up with anything functional for engineering.
Okay, thank you very much, T-Rock. A little bit over, and so to be fair, for the evolution side, if you need to go a little bit over as well, of course, that's okay. And so I saw Grayson unmute. So why don't we go Grayson and then Praise? I know you said you had a minute response, but in order to keep with the flow, creationists, evolutionists, creationists, evolutionists, let's go Grayson, and then we will throw it back to Praise. So Grayson, floor is yours.
No, it's okay. Praise can go. I don't really have that many points I need to bring up.
Okay, Praise, you go then, and then we'll go from there. Praise, floor is yours.
Yeah, so I think Mark is just apologizing for his fellow mates and his evolutionary camp. Millions of atheists religiously tout Dawkins' evolutionary views. They've even made documentaries about him specifically. Also, Mark, you also dropped the ball on life being programmed because information has been proven to be specified, not random code like Shannon code. And also, evolutionary predictions are based on induction. There is absolutely no certainty. So, therefore, them writing off a creative intelligence is inconsistent and it is purely biased. Nonsense. But I'll hand it off to you now. Whoever wants to go next. I think Bubble wanted to jump in here too. He's in here now.
Well, I did want to respond to that at some point.
Okay, Praise, thank you very much. Let's go, because I definitely have some responses too, but since Praise, you're on the creation side, why don't we go either Amy or Mark? You two choose. Who would you like to respond? Who would like to respond out of you two?
I would like to
let Mark, because I just have a side throw afterwards. And so Mark, all yours.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the reproduction that T-Rock was talking about, completely bogus and stuff. He likes to say that word. It's not. Organisms are not assembled, and that's the problem. So you're talking about like assembling them, and that's the problem. They're not assembled. That's the bad analogy. You're completely failed to address it, and you say that it's extremely delicate in the way that sort of these functions take place. Well, that doesn't suggest design, because if someone was to design a process, it would be robust. So basically, you've just sunk yourself, T-Rock, by saying, hey, it's a very, very delicate process. It could be disrupted all kinds of ways. Yes, bad design. A good design would be a robust system, like we do with cars when we assemble them instead of them being born out of the genetics of another car. So that is where the false analogy lies. They're not born out of it. Like, you completely missed the point and thought that you've got a tornado through a junkyard. Yes, if we had a tornado go through a junkyard and select only the parts that would make up a plane, if there was a selection process, it would make a plane. That's the whole point. It's not random like a tornado. There's a selection process. The real world, he's talking about engineering being comparable with paleontology for some reason. I don't know why. Engineering and paleontology are two different fields with completely different error margins. Yeah, I have no idea why something has to be useful in real life to be true. That's a complete fallacy. But we have done vaccinations and we have done things that help through the evolutionary theory, antibiotics and things like that. So again, you're sunk. What else did I have? There was something for, praise, apologizing for fellow camp. No, this is just, they're science communicators. They do documentaries because Dawkins is a science communicator. He communicates his field. We don't hold him in any special regard for that anywhere. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a science communicator. Like, these people are just spokespeople for their scientific field. There's nothing special about them. And that's where you're sort of saying, hey, we reference him and stuff. Yes, because he knows about his field. I'm not going to him for moral values or anything, just for his field, and that's all. I don't know what you mean by specific specified code. It's not Shannon code. Yeah, and DNA and that kind of code, if you want to call it that, because if you say that DNA is a code, then anything that transfers information is code, including the pulses of a supernova. And that whole thing is that it's not algorithmic where computer code is. It is different than computer code. So, this whole idea, I don't know what specific specified means. Like, perhaps you can elaborate on what specific specified code means.
10 seconds.
I'm good. That's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Mark and T-Rock. We both got you at even time. So it was about 3 minutes each. Lots of good points, lots of good back and forth there. So Sam, you've been sitting patiently. Let's go. Okay, so this is what we'll do. We'll go Sam, and then we'll go Amy, and then me, because I do have some responses based on a couple things Grayson said in his last response. And then we'll go, well, if Sam, Amy, me, so then I think it should probably be maybe Grayson, then Bubblegum. But that'll be dependent on if Grayson wants to go. Oh, James W., I saw you on mute, so you could go after Bubblegum. Okay, so let's.
What about C. Brown? What about C. Brown?
And C. Brown too. We're gonna get you in there, my man. We're gonna get you in there. So, okay, Sam, go ahead. 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, because the uniformity in nature has only been recorded for only 200 years, it is an extrapolation fallacy to extrapolate this back to a singularity 13.6 billion years ago. And because we've only observed these singularities locally, it is a composition fallacy. But let's just imagine, let's just embrace this imaginary worldview where there is no God, where all false beliefs, including Christianity, were created by this delusion mechanism that we call evolution. So on evolution, they have to explain every false belief around the world. All of the Hindus who believe they're rational and they have epistemology and they believe they're right. All of the Christians walking around in the desert for 40 years, they have to explain that as a product of evolution. Every single false belief that's out there is a product of evolution, including the atheists and the agnostics. Yet they have enough nerve to come up here on this stage and talk to us as if they can know something. There's no truth beacon within their worldview. There's no mechanism. There is no revealed word of God guiding them in what is absolute and true. There's nothing there. So, I mean, but by what is the justification for these people to come up here and talk as if they're right? Amy said something funny, another atheist cliche, that she believes something because of a book. But I wonder, I mean, is she just only arbitrarily dismissing the Bible because of her bias? But simultaneously embracing all of these other history books? Like, she does believe things. You guys do believe things out of a book, and you do believe in magic, and you do embrace your position religiously with fervor. That's why you're here today. I think that's about my time.
It's about 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Sam. And now we'll hand it over to Amy. 2 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Thank you so very much. Like Mark was saying, the reason that we look to people like Dawkins is not because he is trying to change the field, but because he is a science communicator. He actually is added to the field by things. He is the person who coined the term meme. If you have ever used that, it is analogous for a gene. It is one meme is a single unit of culture. That is how he defines it, and that internet memes are a version of that. We were talking about how evolution makes false beliefs, and that is true because what it means is that we have a false positive. An example of this is that anthropomorphic version of us will give us rain. And we say if we pray to this God, it will give us rain. It is the creator of rain. And so if we just push that out further towards the creator of the universe is God, it gives us the universe, really the same exact thing. And yes, it's a false belief. Nature did give that to you. It is an anthropomorphic. It is a super human, whatever you would like to call that. And a book said a thing is one of our favorite arguments in the atheist circles, though I do want to separate out atheism is not evolution. That's why I call it a proxy war, kind of our Vietnam, because the creationists have chosen evolution as a subject to fight about. And so we can't help, like, if the creationists were all joined together and they were like, the germ theory of disease is ungodly, you would have numerous atheists being like, oh my God, I guess we're going to have to defend the germ theory of disease now. And so it's not, I'll end with the Ricky Gervais quote. You can destroy all of your religious texts right now. Generally speaking, almost none of them would come back the same, but you can burn each and every scientific textbook, and slowly but surely we would collect every single fact.
Okay, Amy, thank you very much. Very good, between 2 and 3 minutes, which is pretty much what we're all at here now. So very good. The more points I think they get on the table, the more we will take to address them. So very good, fast paced. And let me start my timer now. Okay, so 2 minutes. So with what Grayson said, he's just wrong. The prediction is we should find a creature with transitional features between a fish and a tetrapod. But where the prediction was in terms of the layer is actually above where true tetrapods exist. And Mark commented saying, well, it was off by about 10 million years. And here's another example of evolutionists that will never concede a point because it's all about the evolutionary story, the philosophy. Notice here from National Geographic. Their tracks eventually fossilize, and their recent discovery yields a big surprise, just like with the endogenous retroviruses. Oh, we expect all these functions. Meanwhile, I've got at least an hour presentation going through the various papers in the secular literature that are saying, wow, these functions here are surprising and unexpected. But the evolutionists on YouTube, because it's all about posturing and evolutionary philosophy, it's, well, this was all expected. This wasn't a surprise. Or a big surprise that could rewrite what we know about the invasion of land. These animals were walking around 18 million years than expected. It's a failed prediction. Give up. The Tiktaalik's not looking too good for you. Okay, but what we actually find, as expected by the creation model, is what? Intermingling, coexistence, overlap. That's what we find in the hominin and hominid fossil record, as well as overlap between all of your so-called pre-human ancestors like Neanderthals, Hobbit, Naledi, Heidelbergensis, so on and so forth. Here, what we find is overlap between what? Homo erectus, Australopithecus, and Paranthropus. And that's what we find all throughout the fossil record. And that includes these so-called mosaics. Okay. When it comes to the predictions on the design modes of transportation, expectation by creationists, and then what we see in the biological world involved in the patterns, has to do with function and purpose of these design modes of transportation versus what we see in the biological world. Okay. Evolutionists, they predict genomes of junk, non-functionality, evolutionary leftovers, genetic mistakes, so on and so forth. Okay. And we could talk about that all day, but we as creationists, we predict function and purpose, because that's what we see with design modes of transportation is function and purpose. And that's actually what we're seeing. Okay. These arguments here, I got about 10 seconds left here. These arguments against the genome-wide activity that we find between 60 to 80% at least, they don't work. And as I've got on the slide here, with all this amazing evidence for activity, why else would the cell be so active? If this activity was not useful, or the transcription was simply spurious or in low levels, which is typically what the evolutionists said, then natural selection should have weeded it out millions of years ago. But apparently evolutionary mechanisms are too weak to do so, because the evolutionists, they got to force fit all the data into their story. So I'll yield there.
Wow, that was a long 10 seconds.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Grayson? Don't give me... No, listen, dude, don't get grumpy on me, because you know what? I gave Mark over 3 minutes. I gave T-Rock over 3 minutes. And you know what? I just took 2 minutes and 90 seconds. So I actually took less than what other people were taking, okay?
In a format
So
where we
grumpy,
agreed
Grayson?
the limit
So-
was 2 minutes.
Yeah,
It's
but guess
okay,
what?
Grayson. Relax. Dave,
Grayson,
it's all right.
relax just because you got demolished. Go ahead, Grayson. You can go now.
He
Yeah,
was
well,
right,
Grayson
though. I
turn
mean,
again?
technically, he was
I thought it was my
correct.
turn.
No, Bubble,
Yeah.
You know what?
go
Why
after
don't
me
you
and then-
guys all turn on your phones and use your timers? Because most people on this panel have been going over 2 minutes. Okay. So, Mark,
It's
with that
okay.
cute little
It's fine,
smile,
Dottie.
Turn
I
on your
just-
phone.
I just-
Turn on your phone and time
It's
yourself.
fine.
Okay. Go
It's
ahead.
fine.
Whoever's
Relax. Don't take criticism.
I
so
ordered a
badly.
pizza 30 minutes ago. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so who wants to take?
Muting people.
Okay, so who wants to take the floor next for
really-
uninterrupted time? Amy, I think it was you. So if you wanted to make a few points, and then we'll just
Yeah,
kind of
go
go back and forth on
All
whoever
right,
wants
Amy's
to
going to be on
respond.
the board, and then SFT is going to be next, and then Grayson, then me.
I don't want to be sitting next to Grayson.
Well, I
And
just want to
then,
make.
let's see here. Mark or
Grayson's
James?
too cool.
Sometimes pay for that.
I know.
What
right?
one? Who wants Mark or James next?
Then we'll
I
go.
want to be after Mark. I want to be after Mark.
All right, so
Let
Mark.
James go. I've been pretty vocal recently, so let James go.
Okay, we'll let
Get a
James
word.
go then.
Thank you.
Oops, I hit the wrong one. And we'll let Jungler Jay. I'll put Jungle there. He's getting going here. There we go. There's the order, everyone.
Okay, so let's shift back to the topic, I guess. But we can broaden it a little bit. Let's say what's the best evidence for evolution, but also what's the best evidence for separate ancestry. You know, give everybody a little bit of burden here. And so, Amy, floor is yours. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Late night debate.
Well, I just want to point out, someone brought up that caterpillars wouldn't go through such a horrible process. I just have to point out that Mother Nature metaphorically is often horrible. Praying mantises. Males learn that after they copulate the hard way. And so it doesn't surprise me that there'd be many natural selective mechanisms that to us seem actually horrific. And I want to really go to this most advanced code ever, because it doesn't matter to me that genes are following chemical compositions. If I were to ask any one of my creationist friends, I get the feeling that if they would want a program, they would not want DNA code. I guess I should really be asking that in the forum. If someone would like to answer on the creationist side, what does it mean to be more advanced? And if I were hiring you for any level of computer code, would you replace it with DNA? Would you allow that for a Unix on just an operating system? How about a program? Would you replace C++ with DNA? All right, how about just your website browser? You're going to change out HTML? I would like to know what you mean by advanced, because it's like comparing two completely different systems to me. And I'll hand it over with that.
Okay. I kind of want to introduce a couple things to the table and maybe put forth a couple points that I feel support my specific model. And at the same time, because we have primarily discussed, at least the portions that I was here, evidence for evolution, mosaics, nested hierarchies. With Kent, we had many different lines of evidence discussed, but I think there's a lot of what's called discriminatory lines of evidence, most of which we've discussed in past debates, as a matter of fact. For example, I know Mark Reed, my man, loves the endogenous retroviruses topic. And I find that endogenous retroviruses and the existence of many of their functional roles is actually excellent evidence for creation, because I've yet to see a strong response to how a lot of these functional roles can come about. Specifically, and I'm trying to find the one here on embryological development. And so I do see a lot of evolutionary philosophy and storytelling. Okay, right here. So I think this is excellent evidence for separate ancestry and design. And I'll just kind of throw this one at the table. Firstly, evolutionists have been saying for a while that ERVs are the best evidence for evolution. But the more we've learned about ERVs and the more we've learned about the genome in general, I mean, it's a 4-dimensional code that's chock full of meta information. There's multiple overlapping codes. These codes are nested, and we write books that can be read forwards, but DNA can literally be read both forwards and backwards, and every other DNA letter has a third built-in message. But anyways, I just want to introduce this to the topic, and I find this fascinating because this paper, right from the secular literature, points out that if the accidental infection of a mammalian ancestor by an exogenous retrovirus had never occurred, firstly, they're assuming that did occur, because if you actually read through the paper, there's no plausible empirical explanation for how this functional role could have come about naturalistically. The placenta and the mammals that produce it, including humans, would have never existed. So basically, we require this functional DNA element to exist. I like to exist. Everybody on this panel likes to exist. And so to me, that's amazing evidence for common design due to the shared elements that are there for a functional, but not only a functional, an essential reason. And I could bring more lines of evidence to the table, but I'll kind of wrap it up there.
Okay, yeah, you're over time. This is probably the 4th or 5th time that I've heard the word for word exact same argument from you. So I'll just say the same thing I always say to you that you never address. All of these functions are less than 1% of the total amount of ERVs. You have not demonstrated that all ERVs have function, not even close to that. You've pointed out a very, very small fraction of ERVs that do have a demonstrated function, and you're asking for how they could have arrived that function. The premise of your question is incorrect. Syncytin already had a function when it first entered the human genome as a virus. Syncytin is literally a viral gene that has function in that virus, and the function is useful in placental development. It's a very sticky molecule. Like the syncytin has not changed its function. Okay, the function of the syncytin is ultimately the same for the enzyme. It's doing the same role it was already doing in the viruses. Like it's just incorporated in the human system to take advantage of the function it was already demonstrating. So the premise of your question is incorrect. And then just to hop on with what also, I would just say that none of that was a criteria for design or separate ancestry, like also. And on top of that, C. Brown was bringing up points about, oh, what's the more advanced or more efficient system? Well, humans have come up with systems that are more advanced and efficient than photosynthesis, that are like many times more efficient than photosynthesis. And you wouldn't say that that's evidence against your position, now would you? So the opposite is not evidence for your position. That just because something is advanced or efficient is not a criteria of design. I already debunked your point about complexity in design, which you keep bringing up about black holes. Black holes are more complex than anything humans have ever built. Humans cannot build black holes, and yet we know black holes are naturally forming. We can see black holes form naturally. We understand how they form, like from like stars and supernovas. So none of that is criteria proving design. Okay, none of that. You haven't provided any evidence for your position from anybody here yet. And Jungle just points to magical matter, and he just literally makes up magical matter. Well, guess what, Jungle? If it's magical, it literally can do all those things that you said by magic. But again, you're the only one that's bringing up magical matter. Nobody else is.
Okay, Praise, you're next. How much time do we have? I didn't know we agreed on a certain time limit. Well, what time are we doing?
Well, I mean, we can leave it from 3 minutes max. 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 minutes max. We'll jot that down. Okay, I'm not going to be specifically timing everybody, so hopefully people can be responsible for their own time. Okay, so Praise, go ahead. You're next.
So I like to say that there's hallmarks of design all around us. We have symbiotic relationships, irreducible features of biology, physics. It's all integrated together. It can't come part by part. It can't come from a top or a bottom to top process. It has to be top to bottom. I'm going to give some examples here. For instance, there is statistics, syntax, semantics, pragmatics, and apodictics in genetic code. So that shows the same rules we have for our own language is actually in the cell itself, the genetic information. So evolutionists can deny all they want that there's an intelligent designer, but the intelligent agency is undeniable. And I'll end it there.
James W., you're next.
Well, cells are governed by physics and chemistry. As amazing as you think they may be, and as amazing as they may in fact be, they're not miraculous. Anything that's happening in there is the same thing that happens outside the cell. It's the only thing that happens anywhere. It's the only thing we've ever seen. Matter and energy obeying the laws of physics. That's it. In order for it to be magic, you'd have to show something happening in the cell that defies physics, something that can't be explained by chemistry, and we just don't see anything, and there's nothing in there that's miraculous. It is you could describe it as miraculous because it's amazing, and we like living and it allows us to live, but there's nothing in there to indicate that it's not natural.
Jungle, you're up.
Okay. Yeah. Grayson mentioned the matter being magical. Turns out that you need energy to make matter, and energy can't make itself, and energy can't order itself, meaning it can't bunch itself up in one place as opposed to another, and it's always going from order to disorder. And that's the same thing with the black holes are doing when they're being formed. It's just energy and matter coalescing. But the point being is that neither matter nor energy can make itself. It has to have come from a greater outside source. So the universe being a closed system can't account for its own energy. The energy in the universe, which is a closed system, has to come from outside the universe or something greater than the universe. And that's where everything, not just biology, everything is by the power of a greater power, which is, you can't have an infinite regress of greater and greater physical powers, because that's nonsensical, and it would just be, everything would burn up if you're getting power from greater and greater powers. You have to have a non-contingent power. You have to have a non-contingent force that makes the universe and everything that we see. And then of course biology too. You have to have a creator for biology too. I guess that's
Okay.
3.
Jason, you're up.
You're gonna have my time. It's all right.
You're giving your time to someone on your team?
To you.
Mark, I see you saying something, but you're muted.
I think if Jason doesn't want to talk, he should just leave, not sort of transfer time or whatever it is.
Why?
That's kind of silly.
I'm just interested in what Standing For Truth has to say.
Should I bring in more evolutionists and just transfer time?
Yeah, all right. Well, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, you can transfer time from some other evolutionists in there, and Newman can
just
transfer
say something or don't. Like, seriously, don't like.
Jason, let's just stick to the
seriously.
flow. I do appreciate that generosity, Jason, but either pass or contribute. It's up to you. If not, we'll just move right to Mark.
So I nominate.
I mean, it's amazing how they go on. They go on about how we've got this belief and faith and all this stuff. They've got just as much faith, and they do. They always dance around it, and they say, "Oh well, when it inflated at 10 to the 58, it was inflating inside of a singularity, so it wasn't really breaking the laws of physics because it was doing that." Because it was inflating at 10 octazillion kilometers per second at the beginning of the Big Bang, that didn't break the laws of physics. I mean, and then, even Lawrence Krauss says himself, he says, no one has a workable theory of quantum gravity, right? Which is, and he says, if you don't have a workable theory of quantum gravity, you don't have a Big Bang. So, it literally takes total faith. Utter faith, and they keep dancing around and saying, well, they've done these tests so many picoseconds before the Big Bang and 13.7 billion years. They must have time machines, and they smash atoms into each other and they say, well, this proves something. It proves nothing. It's all speculation. You can't see these things, so you have to have faith, and you do have a faith. So you are here evangelizing for your faith of evolution. So there you go. That's what I think.
Okay, Mark, floor is yours.
There we go, Mark.
Fantastic, thank you. So with ERVs, like I think that you're sort of saying because they have some sort of function, then they must have been given that function by somebody, and that's not true. Again and again, Donnie, I've sort of pointed you to your own papers saying about the co-option of viruses, and I do want to point of retroviruses. Sorry, and I do want to point to the Phoenix experiment, which was a group of scientists in France that actually took one of the later HERV or human endogenous retrovirus elements, added back in elements similar to current viruses, and the thing came back alive. It actually started producing viruses off of it. So your sort of thing that was there before, you've got to explain why these viruses can be resurrected, why the ones that we say infected the germline later on, like the ones that are shared between apes, are more similar to viruses, and the ones further back are more garbled. And you have to explain all of that, which you don't do. You just sort of say, hey, they've got function, they must have been put there, which is not an argument. The argument is that they've been co-opted, and we can tell that from the mutations they have. I mean, we can even track the mutations between these viral elements, which we do. They've got a whole database for it, for the different types of endogenous retroviruses. But, you know, in some way you've got to explain, if they were put there by a creator, why they can be reactivated when we put the viral elements back in that have been mutated. So, yeah, maybe you can explain that one. You know, I'm not sure what Jungle Jargon was saying. It just seemed like assertions and stuff. I don't have faith, Jason. Like, no, you know, it depends on what your definition of faith is. If you're saying faith is just confidence in something, well, maybe, but that's not what I define as faith. I try to have everything based upon rational justification. So I'm not sure what you were talking to. And I just want to bring up something new, that they actually found uracil in an asteroid. The Japanese scientists found uracil in an asteroid up in space. Explain that one. Why did God put a fundamental nucleotide for RNA in an asteroid in space? And niacin, like B3.
Okay.
Non-intelligent creator.
Mark, thank you very much.
Just spreading the RNA around the universe, apparently.
Okay, so what we're going to do now that we
can't wait. Please give me a citation in the side chat, please. I mean, in the
don't
private
worry.
chat,
Well,
please.
listen, after enough uninterrupted responses, we will turn it back into a free-for-all for a bit. So let's see. So Mark just went. So we've got praise. I feel like we're out of order right now.
Yeah, no, it was my turn. Yeah, it was my turn. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go C. Brown. And then, okay, go ahead, C. Brown, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I just want to address the ERVs. Okay, first of all, you know, how do I want you guys to explain what methods you guys use to test ERVs, because if ERVs are not active, it's not doing anything at the moment, whether it get turned on later, whether it's you making sure you're using the right cell type, you know, because if you're testing an ERV in a certain cell type, it's not going to show any function. So the question is, I absolutely do not believe Grayson when he said 1% of ERVs is functional. That is a straight out lie. Okay, if we didn't have the ERVs in our system, we wouldn't have embryonic development. That is big. ERVs are responsible for, you know, promoters, enhancers, and chromatin assembly. So they're very functional. You know, so I really absolutely do not believe him when he says that. And the thing about, I wanted to talk about this. I'm about to go to sleep in a second anyway. Well, I'm about to turn my phone off because my girl's sleeping. I'm just going to listen, you know. But the whole thing about the this asteroid getting uracil or whatever, you say got uracil. It's a big deal.
Uh-huh.
That is, it's like you guys. You know, we have a wealth of information. We have a wealth of information that points to an intelligent designer. There are so many features, you know, about the cell that you guys thought was just ridiculous because you guys expect the cell to be simple. So we see all these features. You find something like some uracil on an asteroid, and then all of a sudden that's evolution. That's nothing.
Do you know what uracil is?
Uracil is just it's the amino, it's the RNA. It's the RNA.
Yeah, it's one of the nucleosides for
right.
RNA.
So you got one base. What's that?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of I've heard Mark Reed make this argument about ERVs a lot of times to creationists, and it seems to me, especially like when he's debating Kent Hovind, that the response is always like Mark will just lay out why he thinks it's evidence, and then they'll say, but no, ERVs do have a function. And it seems to me like you're wishing that he was actually arguing about junk DNA when he's not. And it's like, there is
no, AJ, that's wrong. That's wrong, AJ. But AJ, since you came in late, we're going to kind of put you at the bottom of the list, unfortunately.
We're kind of doing a round robin, AJ, sort of, so 2-3 minutes per person.
That's my bad.
No, it's okay. You didn't know, mate. That's okay.
Hey, I'm gonna leave soon, so I'll donate my time to AJ. But if I can make a last response, I'd like to get in the queue.
Well, I want to respond to what Grayson said. I haven't had a chance yet, so I think we've got Praise now, if I'm not mistaken. Praise, have you gone yet? And then we're back.
But I have a quick response, so
Okay, go
it'll
ahead.
just be like 30 seconds.
Well,
and then
take your
we'll have
time. Everybody's got up to 3 minutes, so I mean, whatever you need. Go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to ERVs, we know that we can't attribute it to evolution because shared functional biological similarity, it does not fit in a nested hierarchy. The best explanation is a common design, but also shared non-functional biological similarity that fits best in a nested hierarchy. So all things being equal, best explained by common descent. That's what you guys claim. And then shared functional biological similarity in a tree-like pattern is explained well by common design. So it's just like it. I think you're assuming or affirming the consequent or begging the question. I'll just end it there. So take over. Whoever wants to go next, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Praise. I think we're back at the top of the board here. So, Amy, you got your response whenever you're ready.
Thank you so very much. I am going to go backwards because I'm going to share my screen at the very end. So I think that faith is not a good way to discern fact from fiction. I often get that blind faith is actually what I'm describing, and yet from the atheist position, we have no way from discerning blind faith from just the good old-fashioned faith. Quantum gravity and trying to figure out all sorts of interesting hypotheses. How can we tie quantum mechanics and gravity? All of these sorts of things are interesting. However, we have many different other frameworks. We can understand the world even before we understand that. I do not think that we are contingent on a mind. It would be the first time that a natural or physical law actually is. As far as we can tell, we're the only minds that actually exist, and thus making God a creation of ours and contingent on us to exist. And then finally, I just want to share, as I share my screen, I just want to say that SFT, you've done a fantastic job modding today. And so as a moderator, as someone who knows how spicy it can get, just want to send love to you. And
Not always easy, right, Amy?
Indeed, indeed. And so I'm sharing, because you asked the question, just what is one of your common ancestry best evidences? And this is an orangutan. And so I think that the common ancestry, in some ways, they're trying to say, well, show us all the way back to bacteria. But in other ways, they are saying, but we're not related to any other apes. We are not apes, and we are something special. And so, to me, it is just so hard to deny, both genetically through the fossil record and my own intuition, that that other person on the screen is related to us. I submit into evidence, and I hand over the rest of my time.
Very good. Very good.
Hand over the rest of your time to who?
Oh, well, whoever's next, I guess, because we were going round robin.
Don't do it at SFT.
Woohoo! That's
Looks
right,
like
baby.
I get
Right
3
over.
minutes. Looks like I get 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
I'll send a $10 super chat if you give your time to me, Amy. I'll bribe you for your time.
And AJ, good to have you. I put you after Jungle Jargon, and that way you don't have to wait too long. You've been really good tonight because now we've got Amy, me, Grayson, Jungle, and then you basically on the evolutionist side. So it looks good. And Jason, you'll be right at the bottom to give those final points. And so, okay, let me start my timer here. So much to address in so little time. Why I love debating Grayson is because every time we go at it, I become even more confident as a creationist because it's a lot of dodging. It's dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. 5D is a dodgeball. And so one thing Grayson doesn't point out, he's out of date on the literature. I hear a little background noise. If somebody can mute. Is that over 90% of your ERV sequences, they're not actually true retroviruses, as in they don't resemble the full ERV units, right? The LTRs, your GAG, your POL, your ENV, your host DNA on either side, and even the evolutionary community. A lot of them say that your ERVs, which have your LTRs, which have your ENV genes, but then you have retrotransposons, and a lot will say that your retro viruses originated from within the genome, and that makes sense. There's this chicken and egg paradox. What came first, the retrovirus or the host? Because a retrovirus requires a host to replicate in the first place. And so, of course, they're going to share those sequence similarities with endogenous retroviruses or retrotransposons in general. So notice here, we systematically identify 13,889 expressed HERVs across normal body sites and demonstrate that they're expressed in body site specific patterns. And you could read through this going over a lot of these functions for these ERVs, specifically the HERVs, but your 90% basically of so-called ERVs simply represent what? Simply represent solo LTRs. And solo LTRs are involved in transcription. They actually serve as binding sites for initiating or enhancing gene expression. And there's paper after paper describing the functions of these solo LTRs. And so it's the evolutionists that assume these are degenerated ERVs when they actually represent functional stretches of DNA. The Phoenix virus experiment, well, if they've resurrected a pre-existing virus, well, then that makes sense according to our model, which is the escapee hypothesis, which again, many evolutionists hold to in order to overcome that chicken egg paradox. Okay, so yeah, if retroviruses originated from within the genome rather than outside, then that makes sense that you're going to be able to resurrect viruses from the genome. I mean, this is pretty basic. And you really only have 20 to 30 full ERVs, where you've got the LTRs, the GAG, the POL, the ENV. And again, those function as antiviral protectors. They function in embryonic development. They function in determining cell types. And so you have your thousands of solo LTRs, they're functional. And then you have your roughly 20 to 30 full ERVs, they're functional too. And so Grayson's out of date and out of touch, and that's 3 minutes. So that's it.
Yeah, I don't know what I said that was out of date or out of touch that was in any way contradictory to what you just showed. I mean, I'm completely aware of the majority of ERV sequences being like solo LTRs. This is not new information for me. Nothing I said contradicts that. What I did say is that less than 1% of all ERVs have any known function of any kind. And C. Brown can be incredulous about that all he wants. But Donnie, I have provided you the papers demonstrating this before. One of the explanations is that less than 1% of ERVs even have an open reading frame. That means that if you don't have an open reading frame, you don't get transcribed at all into RNA. Now, you want to say that these LTRs, right? Oh, and by the way, like, not all LTRs have function too. That's another less than 1% of LTRs have been shown to have function. So in every case, all of you creationists do not understand fractions, right? Let's ask, how many of these like functions that you're bringing up, like how many is that compared to the total number of ERVs? And every single time that we do that, it's less than 1%. Every single time. If you understand how fractions work, then you would know that everything that you've brought up is less than 1% of the total ERVs. You want to claim that all solo LTRs have function. You have not demonstrated as such. You've demonstrated that certain LTRs or certain ERVs like syncytin have had functions demonstrated. But again, fractions, people. These are very, very, very small fractions of the total amount of ERVs, the vast majority of which have no known or demonstrated function of any kind. And it's that simple. So you can not believe me all you want, but if you go and look this up, there are studies on it. I have sent Donnie several, which he, ignored and then later claimed I didn't send him, and then was proven wrong on stream. Like when I showed I did send him the article that shows this. So, just because you're incredulous doesn't mean I'm wrong. And I have the facts and evidence on my side. Just go research ERVs yourself.
Okay, Grayson, thank you for that very sweet response. We're going to hand it over now to Jungle Jargon. So, Jungle, go ahead, 2 to 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Yeah. Besides the skeptics and atheists giving all the credit to mindless, unguided matter, there's other problems too, and that's our known human history and calendars and genealogies go back 5,000 years. Oh, yeah. So it's all going back 5,000 years, all of known human history, and the Bible has history that goes back 6,000 years. And the reason for the 5,000 years of the calendars is that it turns out that 5,000 years ago was the birth of Noah. And it just coincides with his birth. So all the calendars seem to be based on the birth of Noah. And of course, you have the genealogies, of course, all go back, the same common ancestors that everybody has. And like I said, the Bible has an additional 1,000 years before Noah.
Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Sumerian, animist, all of them are more than 5,000 years. All of them.
Hey, you're out of turn, you're out of place. You're out of place, out of turn, and you're wrong too, Jason. I mean, Grayson.
Jason is wrong. I agree.
Yeah, but
anyway, the reason I was interrupting is because I'm leaving, so I don't respect the format.
Grayson,
come on. We're having
dude.
a serious
You can't just interrupt people.
discussion.
Well, I said the reason I'm interrupting is because I'm leaving, so I no longer.
Grayson, Grayson, don't hit him. Grayson, stick around at least for the next response. You made some points.
I already said that the last response was my last, and I cede the rest of my time to AJ, and I was interrupting because I'm no longer following the format because I'm saying goodbye. Peace out.
Bye-bye. Goodbye, Grayson. I'll talk to you soon, buddy.
We're having a serious discussion.
See you later.
Okay. Well, appreciate that. I think we're going
to watch the response, SFT.
I think that's true. I think, and you know what?
Okay.
Credit where credit is due. I've taken 2 breaks over the last 7 hours, and I'm pretty sure Grayson has gone the full 7 hours. So, Grayson, good job. Way to go. We appreciate it. That's what this is all about. Creationists, evolutionists coming together, bringing the heat, getting passionate at times, but shaking hands at the end of the day. So great job, Grayson. You lasted the full 7 hours where I've needed 2 breaks. So good endurance. Okay, here we go. AJ in the house. So AJ, you got 2 to 3 minutes. Floor is yours. Let's go. Let's have some fun.
Okay. Could you add my screen share, if you don't mind?
Oh, screen.
So,
I always appreciate the visuals, AJ.
Yeah, well, boy, Grayson is a feisty young man, isn't he? He's handsome too. Anyway, so I was going to talk about this when I was on earlier, but we had so many topics going on at once, and a lot of people sort of commenting that I didn't really get a chance because we didn't really have like one person talking for a long time. So I've heard a lot of creationist arguments about how we don't see any increases of information And I never know how they quantify that word. So I think a good example of just evolution itself, but also possibly a good candidate for adding information would be the evolution of corn. So corn, it accounts for 1% of all global crop production. About 99% of that corn is one type, which is called yellow dent number 2. We produce around 1,200 million tons each year globally. But around 9,000 years ago, the earliest corn, which is actually a grass called teosinte, it was native to Mexico, was grown natively, but these had 10 or 15 kernels on them, like you can see on the left, and they were pretty much rock hard. They were almost inedible. And then farmers over the next 4,000 years have bred kernels or ears of corn now that have hundreds of kernels that are soft and edible. So my question is, if we compare the original crop with 10 hard kernels on each ear to the modern corn with hundreds of them, does this count as an increase of information? And I will pretty much end my talk there.
Okay, very good, AJ. Appreciate it. We're going to now hand it to C. Brown. I know you're dying to get your rebuttals in here, so Mr. Brown, whenever you're ready, let me unmute you. Or I guess you got to unmute yourself. You're good to go.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to say, first of all, I believe that the number as far as ERVs that don't have open reading frames is more like, I think it's like 90%. And then, but then 90% of them are the short, are the, can't think of the word right now, are the short, you said it earlier, Donnie.
LTR.
What is obviously not LTR, but solo LTRs. Yes, you're right, solo LTRs. So, but the thing about it is basically, until evolutionists could really come up with a way to test to see what's functioning by testing the right cell types, they can't really say something isn't functional. And I challenge. I wish Grayson didn't leave, because I sent him that one website called Harmonize, and what they do is they test genes by association and co-expression. And a lot of genes that they thought that wasn't really doing anything were doing a lot, because they're co-expressed, and that speaks to the complexity of the cell. If you got genes co-expressed, right, and then you're finding the gene associations, that right there speaks to intelligent design. So I really don't have a lot to say. I'm kind of toning it down. About to go to sleep in a little bit. I'm just gonna kind of just listen along. But I am interested in Mark. The last talk we had, and he mentioned that how do I say how the designer designed? I think that's a ridiculous question. We're appealing to an intelligent designer. You're appealing to just naturalism. So we really don't have that burden to explain that. That's something you have, because you think everything is natural. That's it.
All right. Thank you, C. Brown. James W., floor is yours.
Did I miss my...
Yeah, well...
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Mark, I think when Grayson
I go last.
Oh,
That's
I think
all.
AJ left too, maybe? Okay, so I think that screwed everything up. So you're right, Mark. I think you're next, right?
I don't know. I haven't gone in a while, but Mark can go.
Well,
also sending love, AJ.
You can go.
We can do you,
Sorry,
then
I'll go after.
Jason. I know that Praise has spoken before I have, but I think Jason got shunted to the back as well.
Why don't we do this?
You want to go,
I'm pretty
James,
sure.
and then we can go to Jason.
I'm pretty sure Mark was next, but when AJ left, I think it screwed up the order here. So we've got C. Brown.
All right. No worries.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, just the weird thing that Praise sort of said was that it's not evidence of nested hierarchy, where ERVs are definitely evidence of nested hierarchy. We have exactly, well, not exactly, but we have those ERVs following the pattern of a nested hierarchy. So I don't know where you got that from. You'd probably have to provide some sort of evidence that they're outside nested hierarchy. Now, Donnie sort of said, well, the ERVs could have originated from inside that organism because they'd share a structure kind of thing, and they would share a structure, and that is true, but what they wouldn't share is the location, the target site location, Donnie. And this is something you completely ignore, that if those viruses did come, they were locally infected, then that would be a different target site location, or the chances of it being the same site is ridiculously high. So that doesn't actually work at all. It doesn't actually help you. The fact that they are the same target location means that they did get infected in the germline earlier in the species, and the fact that that carries over to other species means that those species shared a common ancestor. Your own paper says that the LTR is considered the landing strip of endogenous retroviruses, and that's how we determine where a section of gene code is actually a endogenous retrovirus, or the fragments. And yes, some are solo LTRs, but the only place we see LTRs form, and we've seen it no end of times, is when integrase makes that copying in. So the LTR does not form from the infectious particles that leave the cells. They're replicated inside the origin genome, the one that it is infecting. So that doesn't actually help you that they're solo LTRs. You still have to explain how they got there if it wasn't shared ancestry, how they're in the same location if it originated from inside the organism, kind of thing. And this idea that because we say everything is natural, you just get a burden of, you don't have any burden of proof to show that your sort of God figure actually did it, is just, it's special pleading. It's sort of saying, hey, well, you've got an explanation, we've got an explanation. You have to give the minute detail of how yours works, because we've appealed to something that we don't understand or can't even demonstrate. We just get to skip that burden of proof. No, nothing works like that. Like, nothing works like that. You don't get to say magic or unicorns or gnomes or fairies and just say, hey, because we've said this thing we can't demonstrate, we don't have to show that it's real. No, you show that how it happens, and then you get to say that is what it is. So, I don't understand where you're coming from. Like, I could make a really vague appeal to magical energy and say, well, because I've determined it's magical energy, I don't have to explain it. No, that's not an actual thing. But yeah, that's probably all I've got to say. So thank you.
Hey, Donnie, when can we go back to the open forum again?
Let's do.
I thought you wanted it segments.
Yeah, well, we can go back to the open forum in a little bit. Let's still at least go around the room once or twice more. So, Mark, very good. I appreciate that. Praise, over to you now.
Yeah, so I want to quote Michael Lynch here. Remarkably, we found many cases of parallel intron gains at essentially the same sites in independent genotypes. This strongly argues against the common ancestor or common assumption that when two species share introns at the same site, it's always due to inheritance from a common ancestor. But also, I kind of wanted to expound upon a couple other points that the pan-troglodytes endogenous retrovirus 1, the PTRV1, it has become integrated in the germline of African apes and also the old world monkey species, but is absent from the human and Asian ape genomes. So that would show you that it's common design and it's not in a nested hierarchy. I think I give Michael Lynch as a good example there. But I'll just send it there whoever wants to go next. I'll hand it off to him.
James W.
Right.
So
we get to naturalism.
I think the ordering's mucked up again.
Hey, I just want to congratulate Praise. Praise, I saw you did so good in your debate against T Junk. You were talking about, I think it was consciousness. I can't remember. Yeah, was it consciousness? Yeah, you did really good in that debate, man. I really enjoyed that. I like to watch that a couple of times when it's good like that. Definitely killed him. We need to do that again with him, for real.
Well, let's do James and then Jason.
Yeah, we'll do that. So James, we're going to put you right here. And so you go, Take your time, and then Jason, you'll be next.
Right. So naturalism. So we get to appeal to the natural world. A lot of times we hear from creationists, they'll talk about naturalism of the gaps, because when we don't know something, we can appeal to a natural process. But when we do that, we do so with the history that every single answer we found has always been natural. We've never seen anything else. And we have no evidence of the supernatural. We have no evidence of any deity. If you look at pretty much every religion, they're all incoherent and they're all filled with absurdities and contradictions. And we just don't see that in the natural world. So a deity being the fundamental basis for reality, it just doesn't make sense. Not only don't we need it, it actually seems contradictory. We have no evidence for anything else. Again, the cell doesn't require magic to operate. All it needs is physics and chemistry to run. If it runs fine without magic, only physics is enough. Why would we infer it needed magic to start? It just doesn't follow. Just because we don't understand everything about abiogenesis is not a license to engage in fantasy and delusions of grandeur about getting to live forever in some celestial paradise. It sounds nice, it's just not connected to reality.
Okay, appreciate it, James. Jason.
All right, I just wanted to say this because I mean this is pretty amazing. I'm just not saying for the evolutionists to prove it. I'm just saying this is pretty amazing. I'm sorry. The navigation system of the monarch butterfly tells it to navigate to place 2,500 miles away. Sorry, to places 2,500 miles away, to a place that it's never been before without a leader. To follow across things like oceans that have no landmarks on cloudy nights, and on that ocean it also doesn't have the stars to navigate by. It takes it 4 generations to reach Mexico. Each generation knows exactly what to do, and one of the generations has to live twice as long to finish the longest leg of the journey. It literally has to double its lifespan, then fly across the aforementioned oceans, crossing thousands of miles of land as well. 4 generations, each generation has to know everything, all of the above, without being taught. It has to be front-loaded in the genome by an intelligence. And remember, this is a creature with 2 radically different body plans in the same genome, with all of the above information pre-programmed in, and that is an organism that goes through cell death in the chrysalis to form into a completely different creature. Pretty amazing anyway. That's
Love
it.
it. Good stuff, Jason.
I'll go backwards again. It's amazing. It's awesome. Not supernatural that a butterfly can navigate across oceans. It is also obvious that it's not a supernatural process. It takes multiple generations, lots of death, lots of things living, having their lives, and then dying. And not all of them making the journey, even if many do, especially since these processes have become so whittled down after years of evolution that they're actually successful now. Again, amazing and awesome, not supernatural.
Brilliant explanation.
Yes, as opposed to the other explanation, poof.
Yeah, that just make it sound so easy, like a child's storybook, you know, like it just evolved up from a cell. And
Jason, can you let Amy have her time to talk? Like,
Yes.
seriously.
Only this actually happened. It's where all of the empirical evidence, unlike your storybook, which has talking donkeys. It is the one subtle difference. But we were going to, how does a designer design? Asking that question is ridiculous. That statement, ridiculous. Basically, it is admitting that they are not or we get this a lot, that you're not able, from theists, that you're not able to explain any mechanism by which God does anything. You're going to basically sit here and drill us on, as Mark said, minute details that basically grad students try and argue with, and yet when we ask about anything, any animal, any object, any cosmological body, any natural physical law, God is completely absent, and we just have to take it from fiat that they did anything. You can't make predictions with this. That is the difference between evolution and, in this instance, creationism. And although evolution has the burden of proof in this conversation, in this debate, in this episode, it is not have a burden of proof in academic circles. It is currently the main framework of facts, and creationism would actually need to present forward and hold a burden of proof. However, I think we presented plenty evidence of why it is taught in academia. Right back over to you, SFT.
All right, very good. Great timing as usual. It's like you've moderated one of these before, Amy. Very good.
Maybe.
We've got a pro
that's taken over the moderation one. Isn't it Praise's room, Tony?
Oh yeah, we're on your channel, Praise. This has been a great 7 hours, though, by the way. Okay, so all right, here we go. Lots to work through. Let me start my timer. I'll work through it slowly. Some of this is technical. Fair points, fair questions from Mark. So I do appreciate that. First, let me address a couple things from Grayson. And I'm just not sure if he's confused on this issue of the fact that over 90% of ERV, quote unquote, sequences are just not true endogenous retroviruses. They don't resemble the full ERV units. The full ERV units, maybe 20, maybe 30. And we have a lot of functions for those. I mean, there's only 20 or 30 we have to account for there. But notice this. Therefore, you can read this whole paper for yourself. The 400,000 copies of the LTR retro elements scattered throughout the human chromosomes potentially provide extra enhancer promoter sequences and initiation sites for neighboring cell genes. And so basically, these functional stretches of DNA are serving as binding sites for initiating or enhancing gene expression. It's the evolutionist that is assuming these came about through ancient retroviral infections. They were endogenized, and then over time, through recombination and mutations, they were essentially broken down to where they are only solo LTRs now. That's the evolutionist assumption. Grayson's other point about transcriptionally silent ERVs, ones that are not transcribed, again, there's functions for these as well. This is a paper from 2021, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. I just find the evolutionists, they're not up to date on the data. Notice this. All of the antiviral mechanisms described above, we've discussed that in great detail, the fact that ERVs can function in viral mimicry. They require their specific elements that they're made of, including the integrase, including the ENV, the GAG, the POL, everything about the ERV is required for these functions, okay, in viral mimicry, tumor suppression. But notice this, even on top of those, what does this paper say? Nevertheless, transcriptionally silent ERVs can also provide a selection advantage for the host. For example, the presence of repetitive ERV elements may promote recombination processes that increase. So I'll explain what this is. Basically, your transcriptionally silent ERVs can promote recombination, which allows for more host genes and allelic variety, and therefore more ERV units to fight off viruses, viral infections. And so it's basically adding soldiers to the pre-existing army. And so then the last thing I want to say, so anyways, there's functions for every, including transcriptionally silent ERVs. So Grayson's argument doesn't work. Last thing I want to say, the escape hypothesis. I mean, many prominent virologists have argued that retrotransposons, for example, that they're the progenitors of retroviruses, and they were probably around before retroviruses. At some point, they might have captured an envelope gene from the cell and became a virus. And so now these viruses are able to go from cell to cell. They can leave their signatures, but these are the same signatures that are happening internally based on retroviruses that originated within the genome. But Mark here when he goes over these target site duplications and the signatures that we'd expect from external infection, these are the same signatures you get from the escape hypothesis. It's agnostic, that point at least. Anyways, that's 3 minutes.
Is it my turn?
It's you, Mark. Go ahead.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, so true endogenous retroviruses, yeah, LTRs show us where sort of retroviruses have been. As I said, as your own paper said, Donnie, they are the landing strip for retroviruses, LTRs. So they just do not form anywhere. They only form when integrase duplicates their code, and they don't come from the sequence that is being retro-transcribed onto the cell. They do not come from there. So you sort of say, well, true retroviruses, anywhere there's LTRs, that was a true retrovirus. We know this as a fact. And I love how you sort of conflate all these viruses have got functionality. No, it says they potentially have functionality. I love how you skip over these words. And later on, you sort of said they may provide a selection element to the host. So it's not that all do, it's they may do. And you skip over these words, Donnie, and maybe everybody doesn't notice. I notice you skipping over the potentially and may, that sometimes they just don't kind of thing. And it doesn't actually address, again, and I'll reaffirm this, and I do admit I probably should go because it's getting a bit late and I haven't had lunch, but so transcriptionally silent ERVs can provide a selection element to those. Yes, they can. Absolutely. Nobody is saying they are not beneficial. This is the thing, Donnie. You're saying, because they're beneficial, they couldn't be naturally occurring and they have to have some kind of design. And no, that does not follow. As your own paper says, they have been co-opted. And the problem is that you didn't address my Phoenix issue, which was the transcriptionally silent endogenous retrovirus that was reactivated into an actual viral element that infected other cells. You cannot sit there and say, well, that's not really a virus when we have reactivated that virus. And that is not a benefit. That is a severe detriment to the organism that then has to cope with the virus. Admittedly, as it was much weaker than the contemporaries, but that's what we'd expect out of a fragmentary gene code from ages ago. That's completely normal. And we're not assuming these were infected as they were. They definitely were. You have not provided any actual evidence. Even if escape theory is correct, even if that is correct, it only says how the viruses came about. It does not explain why the same viral elements are inserted at the same locations in every cell. Because if it did come from, and you didn't address this at all, because if it did come from the host organism reinfecting cells locally, then they would be in different positions. All escape theory says is that they basically came from humans and then reinfected everything else, as the current model for ERVs currently says. Just as a last thing, I'm probably going to go. I will listen to your response, Donnie. I really do want to hear it, but I'll probably go before give my next thing as an out, because I haven't had lunch and it's 3:30. So, yeah.
Very good. I appreciate that. That was thorough. Used the full 3 minutes. Great points, and I appreciate you being here for a few hours as well.
Yeah, I would have loved to come. I would have loved to come earlier, but I had stuff to do. This is my daytime, so I actually had to do some stuff with my wife and things. So I would have loved to come earlier, to be honest with you. But thanks for having me anyway.
We'll definitely be doing more of these, that's for sure. So, Amy, yes, I think, or are you just saying bye to Mark?
Oh, no, I was just saying lunch is important, and it's important to point out that Mark, as an agent of NASA, Mossad, wherever he's working at right now, lovely to have you.
Australia doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Yeah, me and Jason, we're NASA employees pretending that the Australia.
You're at the bottom of the earth somewhere.
And Beamsy too, he's Australian. He must be a NASA employee. Look, I might take off, but I will listen to your response later, Donnie. It's just I'm really hungry, mate. But yeah, it was a good time. We got to do this.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Mark. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, thanks, Praise. Thanks for having me, and thank you, everybody. Donnie, do consider maybe we should have a debate. I think that would be really good on endogenous retroviruses. It's up to you, of course. I know you're a busy man, but consider it, squeezing me in somewhere.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Mark. I know it would be an epic debate. It'd bring a good audience. And there's just so much to discuss on endogenous retroviruses. I feel like we need a solid 3 3-hour debate on it.
Or
so
six.
being willing to do, or six. That's true.
Yeah. All right. Love you all. Take care. And
Okay, wait a minute.
Love you, bye.
Hold on, Mark. Before you go, make sure you have you some old evolutionary possum pie for lunch. You know what I mean?
yeah. Okay. I don't know why I'd be killing native species like that, but sure. That's weird. That's just weird.
That would be a good nutritious. That would be a good nutritious evolutionary lunch for you.
Like possums are protected here. They're not like pests or anything. They're actually native species.
There's also cows. Just putting that out there.
I mean, shepherd's pie, cottage pie, I think would go a lot better. So maybe some sheep, sea brown. Like if you like a shepherd's pie.
Right, a Siberian unicorn that grows to 9,000 pounds and has long hair and is like a massive horse with a massive long horn. They actually found the skull. I've got a picture of the skull. This is from the Evolutionists. They actually found it, and they say it's 29,000 years old, and they found it in Kazakhstan. And it says in the Bible that God moved the Israelites out of Egypt with the strength of a unicorn. And it says in Job that unicorn is so big and powerful you could never train it to plow your fields. And they found a creature with a massive, long, razor-sharp one horn that gets up to 9,000 pounds.
It sounds like a riddle you get.
That's from your side. That's from your side, Newman.
Sounds like a rhinoceros that you're just pretending is a unicorn.
Okay, let me get my turn in real quick.
Okay, break time's over. Break time's over. C. Brown has been waiting patiently.
Unicorn means one-horned creature. It means one-horned creature. That's important.
So,
one-horned creature it means. That's exactly what
not a horse with a horn on its head that is magical and...
Yeah, okay, so they did. The Bible doesn't say that.
Who said anything about magic?
Go ahead.
So,
Okay, let me...
The Bible just says a rhinoceros exists. I mean...
It does not say that. It does not say that about a unicorn. It says the unicorn is massive and has one horn and can never be trained. And it's a wild, dangerous animal. And that's when, what did they find? A massive, wild, dangerous animal with one horn. Exactly what the Bible describes. So sit on that.
So this is rhinoceros exists, therefore the Bible is true.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Amy, hold up. Amy, hold up, please.
All right.
Okay. And I did see a paper before a long time ago. They talked about a unicorn being a one-horned creature. So I believe I haven't seen it in a while, but I know I've seen that one. But real quickly, because I'm about to get out of here too, I just wanted to basically kind of address the ERV a little bit. The whole thing is this here. If ERVs are functional elements that were in the genome, that escaped the genome, that kills everything. That kills everything with evolution, period. Because wherever you see the ERVs or you see similarities, they've just been placed there from a designer. And it makes more sense because ERV is a parasite. So it needs an origin. If an ERV escaped the genome, okay, and then it comes back after it collected mutations, right? It has the machinery already built in to reverse transcribe this information into the cell. So it already has the information. That means they have a frame of reference for the cell. Okay, so you can't get an ERV without a host. So obviously that's where it came from. And just the fact that the biggest thing that ERVs are essential for brain development, for placental development, and all these other functions doesn't make any sense. This co-option garbage, that is pure ad hoc rationalization, And then the fact that 8% of the genome is ERV. Come on, honestly, you really think that the genome went extinct if you had such a bombardment of viruses just hitting the genome over and over again, just hitting the genome to where 8% of the genome is RNA material. If it was viruses, it wouldn't make any sense. And then you guys talk about HIV. Like you can co-opt HIV to start regulating the genome. It just don't make any sense. Again, you guys want to build a genome on mutations, and then you want to regulate a genome on ERVs. That's crazy. That's all I got to say. I'm just going to listen off from here. I don't need the other turn. I'm passing out. Listen, I'm passing out. Thank you, everybody.
Great job, C. Brown.
C. Brown, you're a beast for intelligent design, by the way. Appreciate your input there.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. But you did good on that debate. I got to listen to that one again. You destroyed T. Jump. That was real good.
Well, yeah, he gets under your skin really quickly. So, yeah, I appreciate that. But you too, man. I was impressed with your intelligent design knowledge. Good stuff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm going to probably run
Good
too.
job
It's getting a
tonight.
little late.
Brother C. Brown, great job.
James,
W, did you want your response before you leave? Or
I'm still waiting to respond. I'm still waiting to respond. I wanted to respond to James W.
And
I
this
wanted
is
to
my
respond
last half hour.
You know what?
If he wants to respond to me, I'll listen.
Okay, real quick, Jungle. I'm just going to mute you. Nothing against you. I just want to. I want to go over a few things, a few housekeeping things. Okay, so, firstly, Amy said 30 more minutes, and I agree. I think praise. We should really wrap this up at 8. We should keep this 8 hours because 30 minutes from now is 8 hours. I'm thinking I'll re-premiere this epic showdown night on my channel. Any more than 8 hours might be an all-nighter for some people. It's been fun. But Amy, I sent you an email, you too, James, and so we'll set up your Kent debates as soon as we can. I think those will be fun. I think this was a sneak preview into the Amy versus Kent and the James W versus Kent showdowns in April and May. Okay, so James W and Jungle Jargon. I think you both were going to go at it quickly here before you were going to get out of here, James.
If you want to say something, and then I'll respond real quick before I do.
Yeah, I'm waiting to respond to him from the last time that he spoke. He said something about I felt like like he didn't hear what I said about energy, that you can't even have energy without an input from outside of the universe, because energy can't make itself, it can't order itself, and you can't have an infinite regress of physical energy, because if you did, it wouldn't make any sense, because it would just be greater and greater and greater amounts of energy being the cause. Because if we have any little bit amount of energy, it has to come from a greater amount. And then that energy has to come from a greater amount and a greater amount. So that's why energy and matter are evidence of the supernatural. So, and then after that, I wanted to go and explain a little bit more about the problem with evolution. That we have a known history going back to 5,000 years to Noah, and the global flood, and of course the fossils are the result of the global flood that buried everything in 5 or more mega sequences, one right after the other. No erosion between the layers, to speak of. No soil turbation, no bioturbation, or soil, that was otherwise known as soil, in between the layers. It's just all water deposited sediments, miles deep, one on top of each other. Plus, you got the ancient civilizations. All the ancient civilizations are all known descendants of Noah. They're the grandsons of Noah. There's 7 sons, the Eurasian grandsons of Noah, descended from Japheth. There's 5 Semitic grandsons of Noah, descended from Shem. And there's 4 Hamitic grandsons of Noah, They all make the ancient civilizations. There's 16 ancient civilizations. They're all the grandsons of Noah. So that's food for thought.
Okay, very good, Jungle. James, if you wanted to respond, go ahead.
Yeah, well, infinite regress is not impossible. Okay, I admit that it's hard for us to wrap our heads around the concept, and it seems unintuitive, but that doesn't mean it's absolutely impossible. Energy and matter are not supernatural. They're natural forces. Now, to explain the origin of it, energy is probably eternal. Does it come from somewhere else? Who knows? We don't know. Does it come from another universe? Does it come from, we just have no idea. But that our ignorance on that, our lack of knowledge is not an excuse. It's not a license to just invent fantasy and to invoke the supernatural. We just don't know. What the true fundamental nature of reality is. We've really only been using science for 200 years since humanity broke out of the death grip that Christianity had on our sciences, before we've been able to look at the natural world without fear of being imprisoned or executed for questioning the Bible. We've only been able to do that for a couple hundred years. We haven't figured it all out yet, but there's still a lot of work to be done, and we're going to do that. And as far as Noah's descendants, that's I don't know of any reputable anthropologist or historian who would say anything like that. The thing it's so funny to me, the claim that Noah had his grandsons, and they all went to all these different places, and the first thing they did was to set up new religious systems completely different from Judaism or proto-Judaism. Nothing alike, new languages. You would not get the idea that all these people came from one family who all worshiped the Jewish war god and all spoke the same language. We just don't see that anywhere. And it just doesn't pan out in history. But if you want to talk about the flood, I'm sure we have a geologist on here who would probably love to talk flood.
So I'm going to jump in here because I'm still waiting. I know a couple of us are still waiting for our responses. And so that's good. Jungle and James, you had a little back and forth there. Mark made some points that he wanted me to respond to. And so why don't we get back on track here? And then we'll I think the last person to respond was C. Brown. And then James W. and Jungle Jargon, you guys had a little back and forth there.
Hey, well, wait a minute. Can I just ask one question? Amy, do you think can you have some honesty? Do you think that Grayson gave a satisfactory answer when he was trying to describe how the spliceosome select the different exons that's needed for particular transcripts? I mean, honestly, can you just be honest? Did he just not throw some words together?
Not only do I think they're giving accurate answers, I think that when we ask questions in the opposite direction, we actually get the answer that those are unfair questions.
No. Wait a minute. Did he give a good answer?
AC Brown, before you go, brother, and what we'll do now is we'll just open it up and we'll just have like an open discussion here, free for all for the last 30 minutes, I guess. Beamsy's in here, so he can give his input as well. So I just wanted to point out, I'm just going to respond to one thing from Mark, and then I'll save most of what he said for a future discussion or debate, or probably more of these that we'll be having. Anyway, so Mark made the point that a lot of these papers, they'll say, these ERV sequences or the solo LTRs. I want to point out these solo LTRs here. What we know is that they have incredible functions. Notice here, endogenous retroviral LTRs as promoters for human genes, endogenous retrovirus long terminal repeats as ready-to-use mobile promoters. Notice this, the LTRs act as enhancers and may increase antiviral gene expression. I mean, this goes for the LTRs that are attached to the ERVs. A little bit of background noise if somebody can mute. But also the single LTR promoters in the genome. Okay, but notice here, here's why oftentimes I also think the evolutionists have a very unsophisticated, unfortunately, view of the DNA language. We are just in the infancy of understanding the DNA language and all of the functions in it with all of these DNA elements. Notice this. Evidence for their role in regulating cell immune responses is growing. So these papers point out things like, well, they may have functions in this or that because there's still so much to study on this topic. Notice this. Our knowledge, this is the secular literature, about endogenous retroviral elements involved in cell immune responses is constantly increasing. Recent key findings, notice this is recent. So if you go back 10 years ago, when these evolutionists are looking to herbs as the best lines of evidence for evolution, well, guess what? 10 years ago, we didn't have these key findings involving their roles in protecting against exogenous retroviruses. So my point is, yes, since we still lack a lot of knowledge on what's really going on in the DNA, a lot of these secular papers related to herbs and solo LTRs, they are reserved. That's why they'll say, well, we may, and that's why the trajectory favors the creationist. That's the last thing I'll say. What is with all the background noise? Do people not know how to mute? Okay, the trajectory strongly favors the creationist model because our knowledge is constantly increasing. And so as a creationist, we can actually make a testable and falsifiable prediction. And we can say, hey, we predict in the future, let's say in the next 20 years, we're going to find more and more functions for ERV sequences. But unfortunately for the evolutionists, they keep having to look to these ERVs, just like Grayson was saying, that the great majority of them are basically broken down, don't have any functions, can't have any functions. That's not very optimistic. But we as creationists, we can put on paper testable predictions pertaining to the functions of ERVs. And so I just wanted to point that out. And go ahead, whoever wants to respond. It's more of a free-for-all at this point.
Yeah, I kind of want to respond to some of the atheists. I know they're gone now, but they kept on poo-pooing supernatural causation or the source of the universe and life itself. But the thing is, they keep using the word natural. What the hell does that even mean? Physical? Or are they equating it with physicality? Are they equating it with undirected processes?
Physical.
And yeah, I was about to say that quantum mechanics, this is lately, if you look at the Nobel Peace Prize winners, like with, I think, Anton Zeilinger and a couple others, they show that there is no such thing as physicality anyway. There's no such thing as being physical. Local realism was debunked. So we don't even need to appeal or say anything's physical. But if we need natural, unguided, well, then how do you address the fine-tuning? How can that be unguided? Because it goes to an extreme precision, the universe. These fine-tuning constants. But not only that, I mean, how do you get order out of a universe that is chaotic? What brings order in that? So I don't think the naturalists haven't really addressed these issues, and yet they parrot some of these ideas. Well, this God idea, fairy tale land, and well, I mean, if you get down right to it, like supernatural causation is directly implied. Because you get into an infinite regress. I mean, you need a first mover. You need an unmoved mover. So the universe, I mean, you need something that is immaterial, spaceless, and timeless, because that is what the universe is. That's how causality works. So I was just going to, bring that point out if the other atheists hear this later. Like, when you're trying to, make a canard, or you're trying to what's the best way to put this, like if you're trying to insult Christianity by making it seem like we appeal to fairies and stuff like that, well, it's really you guys are going to have to address some of these other bigger these bigger issues, the more fundamental issues. But I'll leave it there if anyone to respond to that.
Right. Does Beamsy want to say something? Beamsy?
Oh yeah, Beamsy. And then I have a response too.
Yeah, let me say
Letting
something.
you guys finish with the ERVs.
Well, Beamsy, you can respond to that if you'd like.
Hey, wait a minute. I want
sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And also, hey guys, I joined back because I've been listening, and honestly, what Praise just said, I found really, really interesting, and I wanted to engage with. So, anytime, Praise, I'll just chill.
Okay. Let me just say one thing before I say that.
I knew you couldn't resist, Grayson.
I mean, the
All right.
ERV thing was boring me, but like Praise brought up some points that I do want to have a back and forth about.
So basically,
Hey, Grace, I do want to tell you. I want to tell you to Grayson that Amy agreed that you did a horrible job at answering the question about the slice zone. She said you did a horrible job. You was stuttering. You was making stuff up as you went along. She said she felt like you was scratching your head.
You know what, Steve Brown? I encourage you to show what I said to a biochemist or like a local professor of biochemistry, and see if what I said was totally jargon and made no sense, or see if they would agree with it. I encourage you to seek out an expert.
Jungle jargon?
It sounded horrible. It really sounded horrible. I mean, at first you started off by talking about the folding of proteins. Then you changed it, and you just made it such a blanket statement that these electrostatic reactions, or whatever you want to call it, could know. Let's not say no, but it would select the right exons, and not only that, it was the right exons in different creatures. So that's in every different creature. So it's selecting different ones for different creatures. So how does these electrostatic, whatever you want to call it, know what creature is being used in, and then also know what cell types that these exons is being used in?
Okay,
I mean,
so I'm happy to go over all of that with you, but that's probably best for a one-on-one setting and not like a group panel discussion. We kind of got derailed on that before with the back.
You can give a short one. You can give a short, brief one on why you think that these electrostatic chemistry is that intelligent to where it can identify a species and know what exons to add to the transcript.
I want to be very, very painfully clear with you. I have not attributed any intelligence or knowledge or intent or any kind of anthropomorphism to any of these chemicals, okay? I cannot be more clear about that. The reason why, like, enzymes are able to do their job, from RNA polymerase to the spliceosome to anything that's reading DNA or RNA is able to do its job, is because it is an enzyme composed of either, like you said, there's riboproteins or there's regular proteins. They're composed of amino acids that function due to their chemical properties. It is all reducible to the chemical properties of these enzymes, which are ultimately, like all of chemistry, is the flow of electrons. It's ultimately about charge densities. That's electrostatics. Okay, it's the fundamental interaction of how these things interact electrostatically that is determining all this behavior.
Except for the information.
Okay, hold on. All you're doing. Wait a minute. Hold on. All you're doing is describing a mechanism. You are not nowhere near saying how in the world are these particular exons being selected, because I can't say the word purpose. You don't want to hear that word. I can't say that.
Listen, man, you want to have a whole one-on-one. Let's do a separate discussion, okay? We can go back and forth on this. Just send me an email, okay?
Sure, but also I asked you when Grayson left, and you asked about the answer. I said, not only do I agree with Grayson, but I said UC Brown would not be able to offer any explanation for how something like a creator made an exon or does any of these. When I asked about the regulator, how God does it, you have no answer. And so I
do got an answer.
Okay, how does God do it? Information.
I do got an answer.
Writes the information, and that's what
I want to ask. I wanted to ask a question to the atheists on the panel for a while, specifically Beamsy or Amy, if you wanted to address it as well. And basically, it comes down to the decoding machinery in the genome. As you know, you can't decode the information in DNA unless we have these highly complex decoding machinery, right? DNA codes for its own coding machinery. So my question basically is, since DNA has the instructions to build its own coding machinery, what came first, the machinery? But how do you get the machinery without the instructions? Or did the instructions come first? But wait a minute, you can't read those instructions unless you have the machinery.
That's what I asked.
No, Grayson, you can answer after. I want to see, specifically, I want to see Beamsy answer that, actually. So, Beamsy, how do you, how would you answer that chicken and egg problem?
Peptides first.
It's not necessarily a chicken and egg problem. You'd have to ask a biologist. I'm a geologist.
Okay, so you don't know how to. Okay, so what about you, Amy? What do you think, out of curiosity?
Well, we could have things like an RNA world. There's a whole bunch of different hypotheses for how something like genetic information started, but all of those get into things like abiogenesis. I don't know any other process beyond the carbon, the liquid water that we have going on, and the vents that would be giving off during our molten early planet. And once again, it's when we ask, how is any of this created? How is something like the formation, if it's not an RNA world, if it is not, is there a plan that we can look into that God set it off?
If we were to go with how Kent would respond, he'd say evolution, or specifically in this case, the origin of life, chemical evolution, is not science. Can't be proven by science. Creation, not science either. Both don't belong in the public schools, basically. How would you respond if somebody said that? If you guys just admit, we have a couple, possible, answers to this. They're kind of more so stories, not really tested, nothing empirical behind it. Maybe those types of ideas then should not be in science textbooks. Amy, speak to that a little.
Sure. I mean, evolution is the cornerstone of modern biology. It is fact, just as it is a theory. And so we teach it in all levels, middle school, elementary, and high school, as well as undergraduate and graduate. It'll continue to be that way because it's not a religious position. It is accepted.
Wait, was Donnie talking about evolution or abiogenesis?
Evolution. And
Position
so
of faith.
Faith is something when you just believe it because you have a hunch or just because you want to. It has no way of discerning fact from fiction, and evolution is not a faith-based position because it is an empirical framework of fact.
I would argue in this specific circumstance, I think the question that the naturalist struggles with, right? What came first, the machinery, or did the instructions come first? When it comes to the instructions, you can't read those instructions unless you have the machinery to read it. If you have the machinery, how do you get the machinery basically without the instructions? And so us as a creationist or intelligent design advocate, we'd say, yeah, exactly. This is a problem because you need everything working together right from the start. Otherwise, life would not and could not exist in the first place. And therefore, intelligent design, at least in this specific circumstance, is the far more parsimonious explanation.
May I ask, did God create the machinery or the instructions first?
Both instructions and machinery. They had to be created together, fully functioning, working from the start.
Okay, that is a little odd. It'd be something that no designer has ever seen before. It'd be like its own special thing.
I never said I can prove this. I am just saying this is a plausible solution to this question that the naturalist doesn't have an answer to.
We do have an answer. I can't answer it. Donnie has not wanted me to answer it.
Okay, you said peptide first. Yeah, Grayson. Okay, so now it's your turn. You can.
Okay, yeah. There's two broad ways to answer this question. Either you have RNA world, where you had like the RNA coming first and being a autocatalytic ribozyme, or you have like a metabolism or peptide first world, where you have the peptides doing the same thing. Peptides form naturally. Like it's not like you need DNA to form peptides. like that's not the case. And like
in what
metabolism first models, like the self-autolytic peptide networks of chain reactions form first before you have any DNA or RNA. So those are the two broad ways that abiogenesis mechanistically answers your question, and why it's not a problem, and why your premise is
magic
a little bit falls apart.
How do peptides form without enzymes?
Well, wait, no, Grayson, are you basically you're about to win a Nobel Prize because you're going to publish a paper on the peptide first hypothesis.
This has already been published.
Oh, and it's been published as a fact.
Okay,
yeah, there's a review article on this where I got this information from.
Yeah. If you could, you don't have to cite it now since it's on the spot. But I would argue that RNA for the first place is basically more unstable, or just as unstable at least as DNA. And so to start with RNA, I mean, right there, you're gonna these building blocks are gonna break down. I mean,
to be clear, I am not an advocate of the RNA world hypothesis. I'm more of a metabolism first or amyloid world hypothesis, and amyloid is a type of peptide.
Okay, well, it's just because you did mention the RNA world in your response, but I appreciate that. C. Brown, go ahead.
Just as saying that there were two ways to answer it. Either RNA came first is one possibility, or the peptides came first, which is personally what I think is more likely.
Okay, so you prefer the peptide first.
I should have specified that, yes, I tend to lean towards metabolism first or amyloid world hypothesis. But again, these are just hypotheses. These are just possible mechanisms.
Right. And that's my point, is it's not yet science. It can't be called science. And so, sure.
Hypothesis is...
We all have that right.
Okay, so I got a question. Okay, so you say the peptide first. Okay, so I want you to explain to me how peptide first, the best you can, and also, is there anything impossible just through natural processes? Can anything happen?
Before you answer that, Grayson, I just want to point out that we're talking about abiogenesis, not evolution. It's fine that we're talking about abiogenesis, but evolution, a fact and a theory, abiogenesis, as Grayson was pointing out, multiple competing hypotheses.
Well, if you talk about peptide first, is that still abiogenesis?
I heard your question. And so, do you remember earlier in the conversation where you were like, oh, uracil is found in asteroids, so what? Well, this is why, so what? Because amino acids are found naturally occurring in the environment. And those amino acids come together to form peptides. That's how peptides are formed without an enzyme.
But you found one.
In a very specific order.
You found one.
Right order. You can't just. If I just gave you a bunch of amino acids, I mean, that's not going to do much for you, or whatever.
Well, you'd be surprised because actually, like beta sheeted pleats, which are a type of secondary formation, like that constitute amyloids. Remember, I like this amyloid world hypothesis, and these amyloids form very robustly. You do not need a specific sequence of amino acids to form. You just need rough percentages of certain kinds, like valine or glycine. You just need relative compositions of somewhat. You don't have to be very specific to form these. And these things are just they continuously grow. They're like little sheets of crinkly paper in shape, but they continuously grow along the edges. And as new ones are made, they branch off, duplicate, they're autocatalytic. They make more of themselves, and they can encode information in their sequence compositions that are inherited to their daughter templates.
Well, that was going to be my question: is how do you introduce functional information to these chemicals? You're saying that the information's pre-existing.
The peptides themselves are capable of both storing information and replicating and passing on that information like inheritance.
Okay, so you know what I noticed, honestly, Grayson, I noticed that, sometimes you take real quick crash courses, and then after those crash courses you take, you believe it deeply in your heart. The same way you believed the whole thing about, when they were talking about C14s, you learned about bone crystallization. And then you talked about bone crystallization with your debate with P-Rock. And I mean, you just made it seem like that covered all the bases. There was so many situations on why they found C14 and all these different situations. You had a rescue mission for everything. Like none of them could actually just be because the C14 shouldn't be there.
Well, that is generally the nature of how explanations work. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, you take these crash courses, and you just totally believe them just so deeply in your heart, and then you say evolution is not faith. A lot of what you said was completely faith based. Okay, the whole thing about these amyloids, these peptides. You start with a peptide, all of a sudden you got information, and you got self catalyzation when it's extremely limited. You just build from like crumbs. You're trying to build a Thanksgiving dinner on crumbs.
Well, to be clear, I think I was clear from the get-go that these are hypotheses. I never claimed that this is definitively how it happened. I was laying out a potential hypothesis, a potential explanation that is plausible given what we know about amyloids, peptides, chemistry, biochemistry. Like these things have been published before. It's not like I'm just making this up. Like this is in peer-reviewed, like studied papers that I can cite. Look at
do find it curious.
Okay, but we got a frame of reference.
I do find it.
We got a frame of. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And then I do find it curious, and by no means is abiogenesis my specialty, but from what I have looked into it, whether it's metabolism first, RNA world, it's funny because it seems like the RNA world proponents, they've got a series of papers critiquing the proponents of metabolism first. Metabolism first has a series of papers, addressing or pointing out why they disagree with an RNA world hypothesis as an origin of life. This one specifically, new study contradicts the metabolism first hypothesis. And apparently, I'd have to read through this, but apparently there's lots out there where I find it funny. You could basically take the problems that your RNA world proponents point out against the metabolism first model and show why that doesn't work. And then you can do the same with the metabolism first proponent. So, I just find it, speak to that a bit, Grace. It does seem like there's a lot of competition in the world of abiogenesis where all sides are pointing out some pretty significant.
Right. And also along with that, Grayson, if you can believe these papers, like you just find out about them, you read them, and you just believe them. So why can't you believe in an intelligent designer?
No.
Everything look intelligent. Everything look intelligently
okay,
designed.
Man, I'm trying to answer Donnie's question.
Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, Donnie, I'd appreciate if you show the actual study, not like a Science Daily article.
Well, I just looked this up.
Okay, well, if you can find the actual study and itself to see what the actual study is claiming rather than just like an article about it. Could you repeat your question? I see Brown started making.
Okay, good. Okay, so what I was saying, you can believe real easy, real quickly.
Well, I was asking asking Donnie to repeat.
Oh, you didn't want me. But you said Steve Brown, bro.
No. I said that you interrupted and I lost my train of thought. I forgot what Donnie's question was.
My question was basically, and I do have a series of slides on it in my Human Evolution PowerPoint, but I'll probably won't.
I don't need a PowerPoint.
Well, no, I have the papers cited, though from those critiquing the RNA world hypothesis, basically.
Oh yeah. I remember. Okay, thanks for jogging my memory. Sorry to cut you off, but I remembered your question.
But when it comes to metabolism first, I have not looked into that in great detail, and so I'm just pointing out. I find it curious. And I just looked this up now, but it didn't take long.
Well, it is the nature of the scientific method, like that you're going to have a lot of competing hypotheses. They're going to try to tear each other down. That's what like the peer review process is trying to tear down like these hypotheses and these.
Right, but if both sides are tearing each other down, and basically
that is what happens every time in science. That is what peer review is. That is what the scientific process is about.
I get it. And my whole point, my final argument on this is it's not science. It's cute. You guys are coming up with stories. You're fighting each other. You have competing explanations. One side has what they believe is preclusionary data. The other side believes they have preclusion. It's because they're trying to solve something that it's unsolvable. the origin of life. I mean,
It's literally the scientific process, but I feel like we've kind of monopolized this topic a bit. I didn't mean to derail the conversation when I joined. I think Beamsy was about to speak when I
hold on. I had my point I was trying to say real quickly.
I know, but that's exactly what derailed this in the first place when Beamsy was trying to talk, and I just came on to say hi, and then you wanted to ask me all these questions, and you brought up what Amy said. Like, we've gone through this. I think that we can move on to what Beamsy wanted to talk about.
But you refuse to believe a creator, though. You count the creator out.
Yes, we all know that, Jungle Jargon. We all know.
Before even considering the evidence, you count the creator out.
I wanted to ask you because honestly, you know, when we had our back and forth in text, you know, I sit up here and sent you videos out of Mary Schweitzer's mouth, blood cells, blood vessels, that the bones wasn't premineralized, that they were just fresh bone, basically.
You're bringing stuff up that's not even relevant.
No. Hold on. I wanted to get you because I could understand how I could send you something right then. It could come out of her mouth. She's telling you out of her mouth that it was blood cells in there. It was blood vessels.
You are misunderstanding her. That was my point the entire time.
I was misunderstanding her. I was misunderstanding when she said red, tiny, circular vessels that's inside of blood vessels. So she didn't want to say blood cells. She didn't want to say blood cells.
Why would she not want to say blood cells? Maybe
because she didn't
think that they were blood cells.
She didn't want her career to get destroyed.
No.
She
That's
said
you adding words in her mouth.
She said red circular vessel, red circular microstructures inside of blood cells, inside of blood vessels is what she said.
We are arguing about something that nobody else has any context for. It's not entertaining. Come on, man.
You running right now.
I literally
you running. Period.
I think you were over talking whenever I did address what you said, but what I said was that Mary Schweitzer was very particularly not using the word cells because she doesn't think that they're cells. And you have to add words into her mouth, which you have no right to say that she was doing this for this intention. She was covering up because of her job and blah, 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 blah. No, that's your thoughts.
Okay, one question.
She never said any of those things. I'm the one using her words. You're the one adding words in her mouth. So
one question. What is red circular microstructures that got that contain hemoglobin that are inside of blood vessels? What is that? What's your best guess what that could be?
Okay, fossils of blood cells. Fossils of them. Not this. No, they're not living cells anymore. They're not even cells.
Of a blood cell?
Yeah, in the same way that a fossil is the same as a bone. They're different compositionally.
They're red circular microstructures
that fossilized.
Are inside of. How is it fossilized when the bone wasn't fossilized? She said distinctively the bone wasn't fossilized. The way you can tell a bone not being fossilized by licking it. If it has a smell, it's sticky, it's bone.
You're
it's a different bone in fossils. She said out of her mouth.
No,
she said it out of her mouth.
Misunderstanding what came out of her mouth.
I misunderstand what came out of her mouth. Oh my God!
Explain without you interrupting me. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason that the lick test happens is because of the surface area of a bone. Okay, no matter the composition of the bone, it will pass the lick test. No matter if it's been fossilized, completely permineralized, or it's a fresh bone, it will still pass the lick test because it's about the surface area, the shape, the structure of the bone, and not its composition. You are misunderstanding Mary.
She said to weigh the test a bone. If it's bone, or if it's, excuse me, sir, please. The way to test if it's a bone or if it's a fossil, and she had the interviewer right there, lick the bone. See that? That's a bone. It's sticky. That's a bone.
Versus a rock, not a bone versus a fossil.
That's how you tell. She said that's how you tell.
You are misquoting her. She said you can tell a bone versus a rock, not a bone versus a fossil.
You are
talking about fossils.
You are in complete denial. You are. I cannot believe how deep of denial you are.
You literally are just not understanding what Mary is saying.
I tell you what I'm gonna do. Let me know when your
Praise,
birthday
can you
is.
please
I want to
stop
send you.
this?
I want to send you. I'm gonna send you an evolutionary
Yeah,
roll,
we're gonna shut
a
this down
code like
anyway,
roll.
everyone.
But I
I'm gonna
joined
send you a
about
roll.
8
you,
hours here.
Praise. The only reason I came back was because what you were saying
Oh
was
yeah.
interesting to me, and immediately C. Brown just derails this completely and it monopolizes everyone's time.
And when they swap creationism out with evolution, come tell us.
Tomorrow. I'm just kidding. Okay,
And
we're gonna
BMG
get
never
through.
even got to say anything because of C. Brown.
It's all good. I'll get into the next one.
But yeah, because we do want to probably, because we're going to make cuts of this video and stuff, we're going to try to keep it at 8 hours. So I would like to actually have a full debate with you, Grayson, where we could delve out these topics.
Well,
I mean,
can we just talk about what you brought, the
Yeah.
points that you brought up, like
sure,
just between the two of us? I mean, I don't really
Yeah.
care about
so. I mean, I think there's pretty much peer review evidence. I could give you plenty of papers that show the universe emerged from quantum entanglement. So the universe itself is subject to something else like a quantum entanglement. So how would you respond to that?
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, but you didn't bring up any of that earlier. Like that.
Well, no, but what I'm showing, yeah, so that goes partly what I'm going at is that everything is derived from mind. So this goes in with idealism, the idea that what you perceive as physical material and natural is really not. It's really derived from mind. It's fundamentally mind. Everything is derived
I
from
feel
mind.
like what you're bringing up now
That
is
would
like
be a
what you
trip.
want to debate me about, rather than the things that you had been bringing up before, like when I joined.
That would
Okay, yeah,
be a
local
trip.
realism. Are you denying
Yes,
local
okay.
realism?
So
Okay,
that's what it was. You were talking
Yeah.
about like physicality and what is physical and what is as in what is real or
Right.
whatever. And you brought up non-locality. Why do you think that non-locality somehow is non-physical?
Well, I would
Those are
derive.
not. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
I was going to say that those are not like mutually exclusive things. It can be non-local and physically real. Like it doesn't, like, locality is a separate topic or issue.
No, because you run into the problem again. This is where the observer's problem, or the observer effect, and you also have the idea of the von Neumann chain, where it's just an infinite regress, and
Yeah, that's
something
another thing that you
material
brought up.
to
Was
collapse.
infinite regresses.
Well, it's the collapse of the wave function. So local realism does not explain something else, like let's say the environment collapsing the wave function. You can't say that the environment itself could collapse the wave function. In other words.
Well, you can, absolutely, yeah. Whether or not an observer is present isn't a part of quantum mechanics. There is no, like, the observer is not really part of it. I mean, that's only in fringe interpretations of quantum mechanics, and there's not mathematics to support it. It really is just a measurement, an interaction with the system, rather than an observation. It doesn't need to be from a conscious agent. It can be from the environment. But
No.
I want to just ask, like, why can't you have an infinite regress? I don't understand. There's nothing, like, physically impossible about an infinite regress.
Well, it's not real. Like, you can't.
Why not?
Because it's conceptual. Like, there is.
But why wouldn't it be physical? You making these claims that it's conceptual, but I don't see, like,
I could
why
explain
it
it
can't be real.
by way of
You're gonna have
energy.
to show how it's mathematically real at infinite regress, and you can't do that. It's purely hypothetical. It's purely conceptual, and there's no way to demonstrate infinities exist. Like, so you have to demonstrate firstly
Physical.
how they're even physical.
infinity,
Like,
right?
how do you even derive like something that's conceptual? How would you even like ascribe anything physical properties of something like a concept? That's like, it's counterintuitive. It's an oxymoron.
What concept am I ascribing physical reality to here?
So, like, concepts themselves, like, how do you ascribe physical properties to concepts?
I don't.
They're thoughts, they're ideas.
Yeah, I don't ascribe physical reality to concepts themselves. I'm not a Platonist.
Okay. So like, at least you understand. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're gonna. So you said, well, why doesn't infinities exist? Well, they're physically impossible.
Well, wait. That's not what I asked. I asked about infinite regresses, not infinities.
Well, that's what an
broadly.
infinite regress is. It implies an infinity, though.
Well, no. I mean, there's lots of different kinds of infinities. There's like a large degree of variance. An infinite regress is just like a certain process or iteration repeated ad infinitum.
Yeah, but they're still not.
No.
You can't quantify them physically, though. Infinities.
But why do you need to be able to quantify something for it to be real?
Well,
these are not criteria for realness.
I'm saying the concept is real, but I'm saying it's not a physical. It's not.
But I'm not talking about the concept, right? Like, I'm talking about infinite regress. Like, why can't that be real? Like, if like what Jungle Jargon was talking about earlier, or what you were bringing up, like, if the cause of the universe is outside the universe, like in another universe, and the cause for that one is in a universe outside of that, ad infinitum, there's nothing logically or physically impossible about that scenario. Like, there's no reason why an infinite regress is an impossibility there.
Well, yes, and I think yes, there
It has
is,
to
and I
be
think
later.
like we have the
Yeah,
Hilbert's
it has to be
Hotel.
later.
You've heard of Hilbert's Hotel. Also, we have the Grim Reaper's paradox. Like, the Grim Reaper's paradox just shreds an infinite regress up, and no, it has not been addressed. The Grim Reaper's paradox destroyed and ended any hope for any type of infinite regress.
No, it did not.
What is the Green Reaper paradox?
It's sort of like an argument that overturns the idea of an infinite regress. That it was a prominent philosopher, I forget his name now, but he has popularized this argument. He brought it out, and there's no atheist, no secular person has even touched it yet. And he shows like it's like there's this idea. He kind of draws it out, this argument that it's impossible logically for an infinite regress. But I'd like to see your refutation of the Grim Reaper's paradox.
Easily,
Grayson.
yeah. Okay, so that involves counting, right? Like the Grim Reaper's paradox.
I mean, I think there's more to it. Like, I mean, if you can expound upon it a little bit more.
Okay, to what I know, like, it involves like counting Grim Reapers, essentially. Like, you're like counting an infinite like amount of something, right?
Right.
Okay, so if you do not have information about all of the Grim Reapers in the set, then it's not a problem, which is what the universe is. Like, no one has knowledge of all. You can only know about your own universe. So like, there's no one that is able to count different universes, because the information is fundamentally unknowable to you. So there can be no problem of counting them, because no one can count them. They're uncountable. They are infinite. So like, this is not a paradox or a problem, because you have to imagine that you're able to get information about all these things that you just don't have the information for.
Okay, so I mean, I don't understand like how that refutes what the Green Reaper paradox.
Because there's no paradox, because it's only a paradox from the perspective of someone that's able to count to infinity. But if there is no perspective like that is possible, then it's not a paradox.
So, I mean, the Green Reaper paradox. So Alexander Proust is showing that it's applicable to. It's not just an hour. So it's you can apply it to infinite time itself. So I think you're misapplying the scope of really what the argument's trying to point out.
I don't think that you're understanding my critique of the argument. I mean, like, when you're positing the paradox, you are positing it from a given perspective. Do you acknowledge that?
No, this is what I'm trying to explain. The argument itself has been formulated to go into infinite reality. So it's not from our perspective.
I don't even know what that means, Praise.
I mean, this is like, I don't know, because I'm going to have to take more time to explain it and lay it out. But yeah, if you look at there's a book that's it's called Infinity, an Essay in Metaphysics, Oxford. Like, it kind of lays it out there. So or Alexander Proust and Kuhn's, they show that it's basically the argument itself is applied to an infinite framework, but you're applying it to a finite framework, because you're saying, like, we can't understand through a finite understanding or framework like an infinite. Is that what you're saying?
Well, in order to count to infinity, you have to be able to count the objects. If you're not physically able to count higher than 1, then there is no problem in trying to tackle these infinities, because you will never have information about anything more than one universe.
Okay, but are you saying this is just in an hour?
Huh?
So do you know the argument is formulated that the Grim Reapers would appear within 1 hour, right? Is that the typical understanding of the argument itself?
It really is impertinent, like or irrelevant to my criticism of it.
Well, this is where I'm saying it is, though, because if you're trying to make in an hour, yes, I understand what you're saying, but what if you had infinite time itself? Like, what if there was?
But you can still never count past 1.
And but how would you know that?
Because there's only. I'm talking about universes here, right? You're trying to draw the analogy. I'm saying it's disanalogous, because in universes, like, you can't be aware of any universes outside of this universe.
Okay.
So you can't count past 1. So you don't have enough information for it to even be a paradox. There is nothing logically paradoxical or impossible about an infinite regress of, like, multiversal, universal causes or whatever.
But you know that it always requires a great amount of energy.
I can't really understand what you're saying. It's like robotic for me.
Right.
Yeah, you're robotic.
8 hours and 15 minutes, gentlemen. Time to shut her down.
Yeah, and I just see a little more time so I can unpack what Grayson's saying, because I would disagree how he's characterizing it. We're gonna need more time, Grayson, but we can we can have a discussion on that if you want, or we could debate it. It's up to you. Either way, but
I'm down for a discussion.
Yeah, man. Just let me know. Just give me an email.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it always requires a greater amount of energy for the next universe and the next universe, or the next power, or the next cause.
Can I share my screen?
I want to ask Craig one quick question. Craig. I'm sorry. Hey, listen, what do you know about a genesis of the corpus callosum? I believe that you gave a report where this kid was missing like 95% of their brain, and they still had consciousness. And it's believed that the corpus callosum is the center for where consciousness started, is the origin of consciousness according to evolution. What do you got to say about that?
I'm sorry, you were breaking up there. My messed up. Can you repeat? I'm sorry, man.
Okay, so what do you know about? And I think you spoke on it with your debate with T. Jump.
Oh yeah.
A genesis of the corpus callosum is when most of the brain is gone. It's filled with fluid, and they don't have the corpus callosum, which actually splits the brain in half. But it's believed to them that the consciousness comes from the corpus callosum. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so there's something called hydrocephaly. I can't even say it right, but it's the idea where the whole brain is completely gone and degenerated. There's nothing there except for the fluid itself in the brain. It's just the brain becomes full of fluid. There is no physical matter. There is no corpus callosum. And they're still able to articulate and express emotions, or rationality, and so that to me destroys physicalism, naturalism, Darwinian, or whatever you want to call it.
Well, you're completely mischaracterizing hydrocephaly.
Zero.
You're saying that there is no